Yes, a very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live, and welcome to Trent Bridge for County Championship action. Yes, the red ball, that Duke ball, is back in action, and as always on day one of the County Championship fixtures, I speak to my good friend, but more importantly, the club captain, Stephen Mullaney. Mull, you've done the first job right, you've won the toss, and you've chosen to have a bat. Just let us know about your thinking with that one.
Yeah, well, we'll find out if it was a good decision, won't we, at the end of the day, or after this first session. It looks a decent pitch. I think it'll be a bit in it for both. I wasn't really fussed what we did. It's a nice overhead, so just thought we'd have a bat first.
It's kind of like that, isn't it? Just thought we'd have a bat. Obviously, we've had a big block of T20. Obviously, we had that fixture against Leicester, which went very well for us in the middle of it, but it has been all about T20. What have you had to do to kind of reset the minds of the lads ready for this four-day County Championship fixture against Middlesex?
Well, I get some sleep after 2 late nights. So after the Derby T20, I had to travel to Durham, got in there at 2 o'clock in the morning, played at Durham, got home at 3 in the morning, and then had a bit of a training day, stroke recovery day yesterday. So, just rest, recover, but reconnect to what we know has worked for us in this format. Lads have been playing, a lot of cricket now, so just really basic, going back to our sort of principles, what we have, and getting ready for, a game against a really good team who are second in the table.
It's the halfway stage of the County Championship so far. Like you said, top 2 teams in action here against Middlesex. Obviously, Notts 10 points ahead of them. What's kind of your overview of the season to date and that 10-point gap that we have against Middlesex?
Yeah, well, obviously, if we have the second half like the first half, we'll be champions. So I don't think you could play any of your top halfway through. We've played some really good cricket. I think it's been noted, and I've said to you a few times that game against Glamorgan, we had a couple of bad sessions which lost us the game. But, it sounds very cliche-ish, but we'll focus on each day as it comes, and we'll just focus on this first half hour against a good team. So, what will be, and hopefully we can bat well, put them under some pressure later in the game. Now,
just finally, down in Lords, beginning of May it was, quite a good performance from yourselves. 100, not out in obviously that second innings before the weather came in, but also some other performances from Haas. He got 100, but also Luke Fletcher opened the batting in the second innings. Will he be opening the batting here at Trent Bridge?
Not this morning. No, we'll go back to Ben and Haas, but Fletcher's, he's played a lot of T20 cricket in the last block. He missed out, obviously had a nice rest against Leicester. Obviously, like you just said, he had a great game at Lords, and looking forward to him taking the new ball with James this game, and hopefully, as I said, this is the wicket where he got 18 wickets in 2 games last year, so hopefully he can do that again. Not 18, well 18 would be great, but hopefully a lot of wickets.
Maybe just add another 2 on it.
Well, that would be nice. 20. I think he'll be all right if he gets 20.
Exactly. Well, hopefully he'll take some anyway. But thank you very much more for your time as always. Good luck today.
Cheers, Aaron.
Speak to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks, Captain. Right, let's take a look at the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Middlesex. They will be making their way out to the middle in just over 10 minutes' time. It's Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid. Hasib Hamid got 112 in the reverse fixture earlier on in the season. Ben Duckett, currently the 5th highest run scorer in the County Championship. Joe Clark, he needs 48 more runs to achieve 6,000 first-class runs, and Lyndon James will come in at number 5. Stephen Mullaney, we've just spoken to him. He needs 69 more runs to reach 9,000 first-class runs. Tom Moore's 20 catches so far for him this season, and Liam Patterson-White will come in at number 8. James Pattinson needs 1 wicket to reach 500 career wickets. Luke Fletcher, last year's top wicket taker in the County Championship. And finally, Dane Patterson, who is currently 4th in the bowling ranks in the County Championship. That is your 11 for this fixture, and your head coach, as always, is Peter Moores. Okay, so that was your Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Middlesex. Now, if we just take a bit of a look at the bowling and batting figures from a Notts point of view, because we have had a bit of a gap here in County Championship action. So if we just take a look at the bowling figures first of all, we'll take a look and you'll be able to see that they're tied at the top, Dane Patterson and Liam Patterson-White, 28. And as I mentioned in the team read, Dane Patterson and Liam Patterson-White are currently 4th in the bowling ranks across the county championship. But as you can see there, James Patterson in this fixture, Luke Fletcher as well with 13, and then finally Stuart Broad. But obviously he's very busy at the moment up in Headingley. So they are your bowling from a Notts point of view. If we take a look at the batting situation, you will see that Ben Duckett leads the way. 727 runs for Ben Duckett at the moment. The captain, who I've just spoken to, second, 547, but then you will see also your top 4 are in there as well, with Haas, Ben Slater and Joe Clark. Now, this is a massive game here, really, as I've just mentioned to Mulaney. It is a top of the table clash between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. If we take a look at the table, there's 10-point gap between the two at the moment. Notts on top and Middlesex are second. 131 points for Notts, 121 for Middlesex, and you'll see even below there's quite tight between Glamorgan and Derbyshire, so every point, obviously there's bonus points available in the county championship, both batting and bowling, and we'll keep you updated with them as the fixture continues. But it really is a massive game. Obviously 16 points available for the win, and then your bonus points on top as well. Going back to the fixture earlier on in the season, Notts were in a good place before the rain came in on that final day, and it did mean that that was in for a draw. So obviously a real big fixture here at Trent Bridge. We've had T20 down here, and the county championship returns. 4 days of action here. We have 96 overs today. The weather for the next 4 days is meant to be okay, so hopefully we will get a result. Just to remind you of the toss, it was Notts that won the toss and they chose to bat. So Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid will be making their way down the steps very, very shortly. Now your commentary team for this is Dave Bracegirdle, the one and only Dave Bracegirdle. But Dave has an absolute plethora of guests for this fixture over the next few days, and especially today. Now, if I told you everybody that he had in his commentary box at the moment, then we'd be here till lunchtime. So I'm going to let him tell you who are his guests for this fixture against Middlesex. But as we approach 10:55, play is just over 5 minutes away. I'm going to hand you over to Dave very shortly, and he will be making his way onto the airwaves as the umpires make their way to the rope. But we'll just update you on the team and tell you about the Nottinghamshire selected 11 once more. Okay, these two are very familiar at the top of the order for Nottinghamshire. It's Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid. Haas currently on 445 runs, with Ben Slater on 416. The next three are Ben Duckett. As I say, he's top of the runs for Notts this year so far. Joe Clark and Lyndon James. Very close to 1,000 first-class run Lyndon James is, and he might get that in this fixture. We've spoken to him already this morning. He chose to have a bat when he won the toss. It's Stephen Mulaney. Tom Moores once again with the gloves. And then Liam Patterson-White as well. What a trio these are. James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. As Steve Mulaney says, Luke Fletcher will be taking the new ball, potentially with James Pattinson as well, and they'll be chasing early wickets this morning. And as always, your head coach of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club is Peter Moores. Okay, so the Middlesex bowlers are just making their way out onto the field. It's blue skies here at Trent Bridge. We'll show you a few scenes of Trent Bridge. It's looking very, very nice. The sun is out. It's a little bit windy. There's a little bit chill, but it's looking lovely as ever. Right, I'm going to now pass you over to Dave Bracegirdle, who will talk when the umpires make their way out. The bell's just gone, so it's now time for live coverage here of Trent Bridge Live of the first session of day one of this Nottinghamshire v Middlesex LV Insurance County Championship fixture.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle with you for the first morning of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 2 game. Top of the table clash, Nottinghamshire against Middlesex. They locked horns about a month ago at Lord's, where I'm sure there'll be different viewpoints on how it would have panned out, but safe to say the final day's washout spoilt the victory chances of Nottinghamshire. Certainly how well Middlesex would have gone on that last day. Well, I'm sure Kevin Hand, who's with me and will join us in just a moment, will have his own thoughts. Just quickly, the news from both above and below. Above, it's a lovely morning here at Trent Bridge, although it is a little bit breezy and blustery, but we have got blue skies, a little bit of sunshine out there, and the forecast is decent. And from below, well, the news from the middle is the two captains wandered out there around about half an hour ago, and Stephen Mullaney won the toss and opted to bat first. And the Notts side from the last championship game against Leicestershire shows one change. Luke Fletcher comes back and he's replaced Brett Hutton. I'll let Kev talk you through the Middlesex side in just a moment. We wait for the players to come on the field, so we'll formally introduce him for the first time this week. We didn't actually work together at Lord's, so this is the first time in a while. A very warm welcome back to Trent Bridge, Kevin Hand.
That's up.
You've got the wrong microphone on. That's why. That's why that. That's what they call. That's what they call a spectacular start to proceedings.
Oh, see, it does say
see
Kev
where it
there.
says Kev, K-A-V.
So what's that one? Guest? I thought I was
Guest.
your guest. Oh.
Yeah, there we are.
I'm not the guest, you see.
There we are.
Does that mean I don't get great hospitality, or?
It means you get the very best of hospitality.
How are you? Yeah, we did get
very well.
that was that's very kind of you to let me on, having not been on it with Lords at you, as you say. But delighted to be here. What a lovely day it is. Glorious, glorious scene at Trent Bridge. Lovely sun belting down on the grounds to greet the players. And a top of the table clash. Nottinghamshire taking top spot from Middlesex in the last round, and that makes it a very, very big game, this one. The game at Lord's was great excitement for all of us, following Middlesex at Lord's, seeing Nottinghamshire come down with a powerful team and bowling lineup. So likewise, coming here to Trent Bridge, it feels like the two biggest games of the season. I know I'm being slightly disrespectful to Durham and Worcestershire and one or two others, but it does. It feels a little bit like a return to Division 1 for Middlesex in a way, because Nottinghamshire are clearly a Division 1 team.
Well, Middlesex haven't been here since 2016. And,
yeah, all right, rub it in.
But it's true, isn't it? It's 6 years since they met here in the county championship. Middlesex are in the field. They're going to open the bowling with Tim Murtagh from our end of the ground. Just one or two bits and pieces. We've got a number of guests that will be joining us through the course of the day. We're absolutely delighted that from Lightning, some of you from further apart will know them as Loughborough Lightning, but they're called Lightning now. We've got Grace Ballinger and Kirsty Gordon. Kevin Howells is here as well. And we may also get one or two of the players to pop up and say hello during the course of the game, as we often try and do. We have an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in just a second, so the timing of that couldn't really be worse, because we're going to have the first ball of the match in just a second. Nottinghamshire with Ben Slater and Asib Ameed. And I don't know if it's my eyes or the screen, but it looks very, very faint at the moment as we're getting underway with Tim Murtagh to bowl the first ball wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Our scorers for this game are Roger the Duke Marshall doing it for Notts as ever. Don Shelley back here at Trent Bridge. Ian Smith works the screens here. If you're listening, Ian, up there in the box, your screens seem to be very, very faint. Can only just make out the numbers. Like I say, I don't think it's me developing cataracts overnight, but can hardly see the numbers. Nottinghamshire batting, just waiting for this little piece for BBC Radio Nottingham. Then we'll bring Kev back in. Here's Murtagh, Middlesex skipper for this game. Bowls to Slater, who eases it into the offside and knots her away with a boundary. Fairly gentle push away to the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. And knots are up and running, Ben Slater with a boundary.
no attempt by the UK officials to negotiate on his behalf.
Slater, memory serves, missed out at Lords, but he's had a pretty decent season. He's averaging over 46. Made that double 100 up at Durham, the first of his career.
And the BBC has clarified why Sir Paul McCartney's headline set at Glastonbury last night was not broadcast until an hour into his
There's Mertert.
The corporation said the delay
Wide of the off peg. Goes through to the keeper. Strong attacking slip cordon set by Middlesex in these early stages. 3 slips and a gully. Point and a mid-off, and the fairly regulation 3 on the leg side, long leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Here is that BBC Radio Nottingham update.
Nottinghamshire's cricketers turn their attention back to the county championship today. Dave Bracegirdle is there for us.
Yeah, lovely morning here in Nottingham, although a little blustery. We've just got underway on time with Nottinghamshire batting after Stephen Mullaney won the toss. We're in the first over of the day and 4 runs already on the board to Ben Slater. Notts have made 1 change from their last county championship game a couple of weeks ago at Leicester. Luke Fletcher returns in place of Brett Hutton. Notts batting, they are 4 without loss in the first over.
Every half hour on BBC Radio Nottingham.
So there we are. We can relax a little bit now, Kev, I think, and we'll just see out the end of this over. A little bit of news from the test match as well, as Mertert bowls outside the off stump. Just hearing there something that I saw tweeted a moment or two. Ben Foakes is out of the test match with COVID, and he's been replaced by Sam Billings for the last 2 days of the test. I would imagine that's just as a sub. If it's COVID, it won't be an official substitute, will it? It's only concussion that an official sub can take place.
I must admit, I'd missed that news. Yeah, big news, that one. Yeah, so replaced by Billings for the remainder of the match.
Here's Mertert. It's a strange one, that. We'll check on that when we know more, as Ben Slater eases us into the offside. And there's a single. 5 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC London, Nottinghamshire batting. And I'm going to try and get rid of the music in my ears whilst Kevin Hand talks. There we go, you see.
Right on cue.
A word from Brace.
I was enjoying that.
And it disappears.
The voice of God here at Trent Bridge.
I'd just like to know if anybody is listening to us on the audio feed via the BBC Sport website at Brace Cricket, if you could just drop a quick tweet, because I certainly can't get anything coming through. We've got the live stream, the pictures and the sound seem to be okay on the old live stream, but if you are able to get us via the BBC Sport website, that would be terrific to know, and we can stop panicking.
It's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones running in from the pavilion end. And yeah, those changes for Middlesex, a little surprising. The 2 that drop out in the squad, right, Bamber and White. Saw them at breakfast this morning. Didn't seem to be carrying any ailments or feeling unwell or anything. So in comes Jack Davies and Tom Helm for Ethan Bamber. So those are the changes from the Derbyshire match. A defeat at Chesterfields, just down the road a few weeks back for Middlesex. 3 slips for Rowland-Jones, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Slater awaits as Rowland-Jones runs in, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. That had been close to being called, that one. Very unlike Rowland-Jones at Burley on the cut strip. Which, well, I have to say, we were looking at this one. In terms of calling it a cut strip, it looks pretty green, the surface here at Trent Bridge, as the girdler alongside me says it always plays well here, no matter what it looks like. Certainly a little bit of grass covering left on this one. A long way away towards our right, to our right, to that new stand as Rowland-Jones bowls, and that's better. Lovely line and length, a very good leave by Slater, back high up in the air, ball just nipping back in.
2 updates. You know, we get these technical issues on their own. The live or the screen, first of all, here at Trent Bridge, they are aware of it. They are aware it's a tech issue, and they are working to sort that out, so we'll be able to see the names and the numbers a little clearer. Like I say, it looks very hazy at the moment, and with regards to going out on the network, again, there's 1 or 2 issues which they're trying to sort out.
Rowland-Jones bowls outside of the off stump, it's left alone through to the keeper. So we're going out on the BBC but not on the stream, is that right? They can see the pictures but they can't hear us. Is that what you're telling me?
No, we're all right on the live
so
stream
what's the
with
network
the pictures. The BBC Sport website.
Oh really? They can't hear us on there.
The audio people can't hear us.
Ah.
But
everybody's watching the stream.
But
anyway,
the good Mr. Howells is on it.
Roland Jones. Go through that slip cordon in a moment for Middlesex for you, because it is a changed one. As here's Roland Jones, he bowls. Oh, Slater had a little dabble. That one nips away. He's had a couple that have nipped back in. That one just went away from the left-hander. It's Davies at slip with the sweater on, cable knit, so he's numberless for anyone watching on the stream at slip. Robson's at second. Holman is at third. I'd imagine that is... Oh, it's Tom Helm, I think, at gully. I was going to say Anderson, but it looks as though it is Helm. In at gully. Point is Holden. Eskenazi's mid-off. And Roland Jones is running in. He bowls wide outside off the off stump. It's left alone. Mercer the mid-on. Stoneman is the mid-wicket. And the long leg. Oh, I was right first time. It was Anderson at gully, because Helm is the long leg. So yes, a lovely day here, which is great news. There's a little threat of a shower or two tomorrow, isn't there? And again on the fourth day, should it reach that far.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right weather-wise. I think we'll be okay.
Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and a very wide one again outside the off stump. Unusually wide in that over. Toby Roland Jones, if there's ever a criticism of Roland Jones over the years, it's not that he's often wide, it may be just a fraction too short, but yeah, a lot angled across. So there was a fair bit of movement though for him, so it may have just been getting to grips as much with the movement as the radar as well, for whatever he was trying to achieve in the over, just getting a feel for it. 5 without loss after the second.
Wonder what Middlesex would have done had they won the toss, because very often visiting skippers come here, and as you can see there's a real greenish tinge, or greenish stripe in truth, right down the middle of it, and very often visiting skippers come along here and oh, it's green, we'll have a bowl, and find that it plays very, very nicely indeed for the batting side on the first day. And very often Notts have racked up large scores on the opening day of games and then been able to control the contest from there. But on this occasion, Stephen Mullaney won the toss, and of course he knows all the tricks all about it, and he opted to bat. I think this is Asiba Mead's first ball. It is indeed, and it's a decent one from Merter, Irish international. Bowls one there that just goes over the shoulder of Mead's bat, and Asiba Mead takes his 3 or 4 strides towards the square leg umpire, as he generally does after each delivery, and then looks up to the skies, comes back, scratches away at his mark. 5 without loss, Middlesex. Reasonably full programme of matches up and down the country in the county championship. I know in Division 2 neither Durham nor Leicestershire are playing in this round, as Merter bowls. That struck a Mead on the pad, asking the opinion of umpire Baldwin, who says not out. Our umpires are Paul Baldwin at this end and Ben Debenham at square leg. That's got to be one of the rarer combinations in that neither of them played first class cricket. I think that was outside the line, wasn't it? It hit him. There's only 2 or 3 I think that don't play or haven't played first class cricket, and we've got a pair of them here. Match referees James Whittaker. Merter once again comes into the right-handed of Mead, and this time bat on ball, pushes it into the offside. So Notts have gone back to the top of the table after that win at Leicestershire. 5 wins out of their 7 games. Middlesex were top prior to that, but lost at Chesterfield in the last game. But the match at Lord's finished in a draw, but it was a little bit of an unsavoury sort of ending to it, in that all the rain came on the last day, and Notts were way behind on their over rate, and they got docked 4 points, which they weren't thrilled about, because it was an unexpected heavy shower that just came and wouldn't disappear. This is played up to mid-on. I know there is a general feeling that you shouldn't get in that position in the first place, but the contingency plans were to obviously bowl Liam Patterson-White from one end throughout the final day, in which case they would easily have been able to sort out that over rate. 5 without loss. John Peers, yes, the Batman scoreboard, Dave, we can hardly see the information on it. Does it have a problem? It does indeed. They are working on it. John, next ball is pushed into the offside. I'm imagining, John, as you're saying that, you're probably in the ground. So we'll respond to you now. Yeah, it just looks a little strange, doesn't it? All the information's there, but it is like you're looking through a bit of a haze.
It's been diluted, hasn't it? It's not looking very strong over there at all.
John says the audio feed is currently the Essex game.
Oh, who are they playing?
I'm not entirely sure. John's also given me some information on Folkes. Next one is pushed into the offside by a seed, no run. He says, Dave, also COVID subs can be made similar to concussion subs, so the sub player must be of similar ilk, so can take a full part in the last 2 days, hence why Billings is now keeping wicket and not Bairstow.
Essex are playing Hampshire, which means it could be Don Topley and Kevin James. Quick, save the listeners, get the stream right. Over at Chelmsford, that one. So 5 without loss here. Roland Jones running. I was just looking at Robbie White's season, where he started off with a blinder at Lords, 65 and 81 against Derbyshire, 10 at Cardiff, 23 against Leicestershire, 6 against Sussex, then 26 and 13 at Chesterfield. As Roland Jones moves in, bowls wide outside the off stump, it's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. So very unfortunately got that injury down at Sussex, dislocated his shoulder. Fortunately not too serious, so he's back for Chesterfield. But I guess having not really had a score in 5 innings since that first match of the season. 4 matches, only 5 innings though in that time for him. But perhaps a little bit of a ruthless dismissal of White from the squad, as here comes Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there was a thought of a single momentarily for Slater, but there's no run. 5 without loss it is. So yeah, he drops out for Jack Davies and Ethan Bamber. Now Bamber perhaps then is the less easy to explain dropout of the Middlesex 11, because he bowled beautifully at Chesterfield, really well indeed, but they've gone with a strong seam attack for this one, Middlesex, as Roland Jones hits the crease now. He bowls, and that one nips back in and strikes somewhere uncomfortable for Slater, but he's relatively okay as he wanders off towards the square leg umpire. No, he's not that okay. A slight adjustment now, and a bend forward. No, that's hurt. And is he going to go down? Is he going to go down? He's a third of the way down, bent forward at the moment. Halfway down. No, he's not comfortable at all, is he? He's going to take a moment's pause, and I think we can all understand why. Which might give me a chance to say, no, it's not going to say. Give me a chance to say good morning. It's okay, Spallinger, because here comes Roland Jones again. He takes his stance now, and he's ready to go with 3 slips and a gully. 5 without loss, and Roland Jones bowls to him, and that's wide outside of the off stump. He'd welcome that one wide outside off stump, so that does give me a chance to say good morning, Grace. Welcome to Trent Bridge, welcome to the commentary. A bright start here in terms of the skies overhead. Not such a bright start there for Slater.
No, yeah. Good morning. I mean, you see it all the time in the men's game, don't you? Like, it's one of those injuries and you know it's hurt, but there's just not much sympathy, is there? From the fellow players. Always noticed that in the men's game, but yeah.
I'd hope to think there was sympathy from me there. That wasn't. Sometimes it does make you chuckle. That one was an uncomfortable. There was no chuckling about that one from me at all. As Roland Jones is in, he bowls, and up on his toes. Slater, he punches away edgily in front of Anderson at gully. There was a cry of catch. No chance at all. Anderson didn't move for it, but it flew away in front of him. I'd suggest if he was perhaps an advanced backward point or a slightly wider gully, maybe he'd have got forward and got his hands underneath, and I'm not sure whether the stream will pick up the trajectory of the ball. We'll see in a moment if there's a replay of it, but 9 without loss. Certainly, though, a moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah, you'd say so, wouldn't you? But that being said, I think you've got to give it to the batsman there. I mean, they've got 3 slips in the gully, and he guided it quite nicely. Never really seemed to be under threat of a wicket, and yeah, I think he'll be appreciating the outside off, however.
Roland Jones from the pavilion end. Bowls and edge, they're gone! A fine nick the next ball, a thick edge the ball previous. He survived that one, Slater. He doesn't survive this. Through to Simpson. The keeper makes no mistake. Roland Jones strikes for Middlesex. And Slater heads back to the pavilion for 9, with all 9 runs so far for Nottinghamshire. 9 for 1, and that was a nice moment for the bowler. Just a delivery after the moral victory.
Yes, something you'd love to see. I mean, opening bowler myself, like a genuine snook off into the keeper, and as you say, I don't know if Slater possibly a bit on his toes after being hit a couple of balls before, like you say, and yeah, just good areas, got his reward after that, as you say, that thick edge before.
It feels like there is a bit of movement out there for them this morning, Middlesex. So Roland Jones will be keen to nag that off stump as he did there. That was probably one of the, well, I think undoubtedly the best ball he's bowled so far. There have been a couple that have been there or thereabouts, left alone outside off by Slater, but managing to force him to play on this. On to back he goes. 18 balls faced, 16 minutes, and 9 for Slater. So Ben Duckett is out early at 3. That was the last ball of the over as well for Roland Jones. What can Mercer do? If I cast my mind back, I think Mercer picked up Duckett at Lord's, but I'm probably wrong, so I shall check it and make sure. But a good start here for Middlesex. I think Mercer's been on the money more so, hasn't he? Roland Jones just feels as though he's taken a moment longer to find his radar.
Yeah, I mean, I think Middlesex will be happy with the start, 9 for 1. Good to get a wicket early doors, and as you said, the wicket's pretty green. It looks like it will suit the seamers, maybe why that change was made for Middlesex. Gone to seam heavy.
Yeah, I think Bamber can really count himself unfortunate. He'd go well on this. I think possibly the toss-up was whether Holman maybe would drop out and they go with a 4-seam attack and Anderson as the all-rounder.
Mercer in, and good full ball just defended away by Hamid into the mid-wicket region and back into the keeper.
In fact, let me see. No, I'm talking absolute nonsense. It was Bamber who has dropped out, who picked up Duckett at Lord's for 43, caught Simpson. 43 off 92 balls in that first innings. He managed in the second innings 23. Where he was caught Hanscom off Holman. That was Hanscom's last game for Middlesex before he departed. No Peter Milan, which we should mention as well. It was all on the website yesterday from Middlesex that he's got visa issues at the moment.
3 slips and a gully in for Merter as he comes in, and another full ball just flicked nicely into the leg side but stopped well by mid-wicket and will be a dot ball.
So yeah, that's a frustrating blow for Middlesex and for Milan. Reading the Middlesex website yesterday, the preview for this game, yeah, visa issue which has held him up far longer than expected, but they are hopeful he'll be in for the next one against Worcestershire at Merchant Taylor's School. But that gives that little bit of competition, I guess. It probably is that position where Davies will sit in this game at 4 that White had.
Mertrin again slightly more outside off, again very full as it's just cleaned up by mid-off into the keeper again. Yeah, I guess it's what you want, isn't it, as a side looking to push into the top division. You want competition for tips, places.
Well, I guess, I mean, that's the thing. The competition at the moment is between youngsters. Now, they're excellent youngsters. Davies, White's a little bit older at 25, but in terms of the number of games that he's played, not that many. Having been a glovesman, having to wait his chance behind Simpson, but now playing as a recognised batsman. But Max Holden there as well at 5. I guess Davies, White, Holden, they'll all be jostling to be in the side when Milan arrives.
Fourth ball of Mertz. Oh, very good ball left by Hamid, but looked like it just swung in and just ended up over the stumps, and I think Hamid will be lucky to still be there after that one. Very good ball.
Yeah, that was tight. Just seeing if the replay comes up on the stream, but we don't particularly need the replay. It was close, wasn't it? Close indeed. We're going to have to, at the end of the over, I think we need to move the mics around. We've jumped off to... Well, the fire alarm's gone off now, which is great news. It wasn't actually sounding, but it was flashing, wasn't it, the fire alarm this morning? Hopefully we're live on the BBC Sport website and app as well now. But and if we are, welcome to you all. Apologies for any technicals that were there, but hopefully Oh, the line's just gone down, I think, on the BBC one. As here's Murtagh bowls, and this ball's clipped away into the onside and fielded at mid-wicket. We'll still be live on the stream, I'll imagine, so we'll keep going on the stream. But Dave Bracegirdle will work to get us back on the BBC Sport website and app on that line. 9 for 1. It just pierced in our ears and went off. It was at the mention of technicals. We had another one. Maybe you shouldn't mention them then. Is that the commentator's curse version? The technical difficulty of the commentator's curse. But yeah, the fire alarm was flashing this morning about 10 minutes before the start of play, and we all looked up at the red lights going off. Fortunately, not the screeching sound of the fire alarm though.
Murtagh in for the final ball of his over, and another good one, straight defended away into the offside, and will be a maiden over for Murtagh. Nottinghamshire still 9 for 1.
Yeah, second maiden for Murtagh in his 3 so far, which is not unusual, to be fair. So the 5 runs conceded off that other over. Roland Jones 1 for 4 from 2. I think we're all in position, so I think we've all got to pass the headsets along one, have we? Or you two do anyway. So while I commentate on Roland Jones running in, Grace can swap headsets with Dave Bracegirdle, otherwise they'll be crossing the streams. Oh, there we go. That screeching wasn't the fire alarm. But is it if we had Dave's back? Welcome back, Dave. Is it if we have? Probably we should clear this one up and do this on air, a production meeting. Is it if we have the headphones too close to each other, they go off like that and screech? There's something that it's just an interference, but
we'll get there. We've got 4 days to sort it.
Yeah. Oh, you're confident it'll go the whole 4 then? Here's Roland Jones running in from the pavilion end. 3 slips go down as he bowls, and Duckett, facing his first ball, defends to mid-on where Murtagh fields, Captain Murtagh. So, are we all right on the BBC Sport website and app now? Or still
not
we
yet.
are. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, Kevin Howe's just made a. Yes, we are. There we go. Kevin Howe's just gave us a thumbs up from next door. At least I think that's what he was signaling anyway.
We are now.
So apologies, folks, as I think Kev was just saying, things come in threes. We've had the fire alarm, we've had technicals with the scoreboard here, and we've had problems getting actually online.
Roland Jones bowls, and Duckett leaves alone through to the keeper. 9 for 1 is the score.
It's been a busy 20 minutes, hasn't it? And less on the cricket pitch, more up here, unfortunately, but hopefully now we'll be all settled in. And
oh, we're used to this. We're used to this over the years. Producer, commentator, presenter, technician, engineer, you have to do it all.
Social media.
Social media, yeah. Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball is driven to Eskenazi, straight to the fielder at mid-off from Duckett. He timed it nicely. I wondered for a moment, was he a little early on the shot? He wasn't, it was all along the floor.
was that a front foot no ball that just got called then?
Did it? Apologies, it did. 11 for 1, thank you. It did indeed. So yes, the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sounds on the live stream as well. And oh, Russell at the back of the box. He's opening the sweets. He's gone early, Mr. Howells, on the sweets.
Early doors.
It's been a stressful 20 minutes, he says. Oh, only 20 minutes. That's good news then. Here's Roland Jones bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 11 for 1. The parking out.
Yeah, go on.
The parking outside the hotel means I have to be in the car at 8 AM each morning this week, so I've already apologised to Dave Bracegirdle that he's not only going to have to put up with me all day but all morning. I'm not the earliest of risers at cricket ground, shall we say, over the years, but I will be this week. I did get a few messages of concern. What are you doing there that early?
Well, I do like to get in here nice and early, but I don't think ever before I've come in 24 hours early. I was in here yesterday morning, setting all the kit up when I came back from Durham, and we still didn't get on air on time.
Roland Jones bowls, forward defence. Into the offside it goes, 11 for 1.
And I've missed a wicket.
Oh, well, it was a good ball from Roland Jones. Just nips away. The ball before, he got a thick edge in front of Gully. Slater, not a chance. We were saying perhaps if he was a wide Gully, it might have carried to him. Not that he's a particularly fine Gully at the moment, so maybe a backward point, an advanced backward point. Perhaps it might have carried to, but the next ball was a thin edge through to Simpson as Roland Jones to a left-hander once more bowls, and Duckett cuts hard, and that's a brilliant stop by Holden. Diving to his left at point, and well, warmly applauded by, I guess, a good contingent in from Middlesex down below, as he really did, and the team have all run up as well. Giving him a pat on the back for that one. That was fine work in the fields.
Yeah, I think there's a decent number that have made the journey. A lot of Middlesex tops and replica tops, and the jackets very visible when I went down there to see the toss.
Roland Jones bowls. It's clipped to mid-wicket by Duckett. There's no run. Roland Jones has his hand over his face, feeling that Duckett was playing with his life a little there. 11 for 1 it is. Both batters yet to get off the mark. Duckett 0 from 7, Hamid 0 from 12. And that was the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, Notts 11 for 1. Just a point. I've been asked to mention something. If you're either listening in the ground, or you're coming along later, or you're coming to days 2, 3 or 4, there's a book sale on, a sale of second-hand cricket books. Now, these are all books that over the years have been donated to the Trent Bridge Library. Of course, everybody in these parts will know we lost Peter Wynne-Thomas during the winter as Murtagh starts a new over, and Hamid, well, I thought he was away with a boundary there. Very elegant extra cover drive, but partially stopped. They scamper through for a single, so Hamid off the mark on to 12. So during the course of the winter, the Trent Bridge heritage team and the merry band of volunteers that helps out Steve Lamotte have been going through boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes, and literally the squash court full of boxes of donated cricket books, and obviously they've now all been sorted out after several months of work, and they've found that they've got just so many books that have been replicated over in the library now. Duckett on strike, and the left-hander pushes this to mid-off to Tom L, and there's no run. So there's going to be a book sale. They're all the duplicate books that have been donated, and the donations will all go to the upkeep of the library and to purchase new books for the library as and when. But if you come into the ground during the intervals, pop down to the library where there's a book sale going on. We'll just do an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Here's Tim Murtagh, who's in, bowls to Duckett, pushes this back. Murtagh fields off his own bowling. Duckett's been in very decent form in the county championship, averaging 72.7 going into this game. 7 times he's passed 50, 2 centuries, 5 half centuries. 145 is best score. That was at Leicestershire in the last game. Hopefully there'll be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second, and then we'll bring Kirsty Gordon in as well to say hello for the first time this morning. Here's Murtagh. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Ben Duckett, gets a stride in and pushes it up to mid-off. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC London. And here is that update for local radio listeners, where we've been playing for around about half an hour now, Dino, and Notts have lost a wicket. Stephen Mullany won the toss, had no hesitation in opting to bat first. Ben Slater getting off to a bit of a flyer. The first 9 runs came from the bat of Slater, but then he nibbled at one from Toby Rowell-Jones and was caught behind. That's brought Ben Duckett to the wicket. He's yet to score his first run. Asiba Mead's just got a single. He's now faced 13 deliveries. Notts in the 7th over are 12 for 1. So that update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners.
So I'll make way at the end of the over for Kirsty. I was just going to say before I go, we were just discussing the fact that Peter Milan will be in for the next game. So for Davis, White, Holden, there's a jostling of position there in the middle order for Middlesex. But with the seam attack, I think Bamber's pretty unlucky that he's missed out here, and I think they'd have all liked to have bowled on this one. So unless there's a little injury.
There's Murtagh, past umpire Baldwin. Bowls that nagging line and length that is so synonymous with Murtagh, and he turns. Job done for that over. Tim Murtagh through 4 overs, none for 6.
But I think the biggest call for them probably was whether they kept Bamber and played Anderson as the all-rounder. But I think Anderson's probably not scoring enough runs at the moment where Holman is. So Holman's playing as the all-rounder and can just offer a bit of spin if required. So that was probably the biggest toss-up for them if Helm came in for, say, Holman and Bamber kept his place. But that was probably the workings of it all. But anyway, I'll be back in a little while. Leave you in the very safe hands of the rest of the team here.
Thanks very much to Kevin Hand. Won't be away for long, I promise you. We are mob-handed today, maybe even 1 or 2 guests as well during the course of the afternoon to join the commentary team. We've got myself, Dave Bracegirdle, alongside Grace Ballinger at the moment as TRJ from the pavilion end. Oh, false start from Toby Rowland-Jones. Mead goes through his process again, taps the bat a couple of times, and here comes Rowland-Jones, the only wicket to fall so far. The sun's out here at Trent Bridge, and this is played on the leg side. There's no run, 12 for 1. I think we just about happily swapped over. So very good morning to Kirsty, who slides in alongside Grace. I've seen you play, but we've not worked together before. Very good morning and welcome to the Trent Bridge commentary box.
Morning, thank you for having me. It's a lovely day. Hopefully that continues throughout the day and we get some exciting cricket played.
Here's Rowland-Jones. Ben Debenham is the umpire. Bowls from the pavilion end and bowls, and this is just almost blocked right in the crease. I mean, just watched it, make sure it didn't roll back onto the stumps. Apologies for all the technicals this morning. The very fact that you've watched the first half an hour of the play right from the back of the box with all sorts of frantic things going on in front of you, but hope you managed to see what's been going on, and I've been able to just tolerate the almost endless list of things that have broken down this morning. We were a little perturbed about the fire alarm going off just before we came on air as Hamid pushes us into the offside. As we've not been vacated, I presume things are all well and good. It has happened in the past where we've actually had to leave the room and go outside, and famously the T20 finals day down at the Ageas Bowl in 2010, all the media personnel had to literally go out of the building whilst finals day continued. That was rather bizarre as well. 12 for 1. Mead on strike. There is Rowland-Jones halfway through his 4th over and bowls, and this is just run down into the gully. Now, Kirsty, looked at your quick biography last night. Dual international, no less. Dual international, Scotland and England.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one, but yeah, I'm a born and bred Scot, so I grew up and played for Scotland at quite a young age. Through the kind of system there, but I came down to Loughborough, England when I was 18, came to uni.
Sound like an American there.
Yeah.
Loughborough, England.
Yeah.
Paris, France. Here's Rowland-Jones. Bowls, and that struck Hamid above the knee roll. It balloons out to point, but just a strangled appeal.
Yeah, and things kind of just went from there, and to play in the Kia Super League as it was back then, before the 100. As a domestic player, I kind of had to sign away my Scotland-ness, I suppose, my Scottishness, and yeah, from there I got picked up and went and played for England at the T20 World Cup in 2018, and yeah, it's an interesting journey. Next
ball is bowled to Hamid, guides it into the offside, no run, and through Loughborough you played for a while for Notts, but you don't play for Notts anymore? Yes, I played for Nottinghamshire as well. When I first came down here for uni, played 5 seasons here. I loved it. In the end I decided to move on and play down south, just a little bit more competition. Notts had been relegated into Division 2 at the time, and so you jumped ship? I jumped ship, yeah. Unfortunately, I'd been dropped from England at the time, and I needed to be playing quite a high standard of cricket, so that was the basis of the decision. Here's Murtagh, bowls, worked away on the leg side by Duckett. He'll get runs here, beats the diving mid-wicket, and that probably should have been stopped, Grace, but it just eluded the fielder and has run away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say how well Middlesex have gone in the field. I think the early wicket always hypes you up as a fielding unit, but yeah, just kind of seemed a bit slow on it, the mid-wicket fielder there, and they've made some good stops. I reckon they've saved 2 balls that otherwise would have raced for 4 on where the inner ring would be, but yeah, a bit slow on that one maybe.
Lightning fast outfield, as you both know. You both played here, haven't you?
Yeah, we played here a few weeks ago, didn't we? Against Southern Vipers, T20.
That's in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Yeah.
And have you had the Rachel Hare Flint matches yet?
We haven't, no. First one on Saturday.
Yeah. Next ball from Murtagh, cut away again by Duckett. This time it is stopped at point, and just backing up what Grace said there about the quality of the Middlesex fielding in the early stages here. And that was a terrific stop at point. Nicely done. 16 for 1. Really good work. And have you both now finished your studies?
I have, yeah. I graduated a couple of years ago from Loughborough. I'm an oldie now. But Grace, you're still studying.
No, I just finished second year.
What are you studying?
English literature.
Oh my word. I was to say Tom Helm with that stop, and as a reward he's been pushed back from point onto the point boundary. It is lightning fast out there. He beat the field, and every time it will go to the ropes. Duckett's pushed this up to mid-off. Could perhaps have scrambled a single then, but doesn't. It's Max Holden doing the field. I don't think we've given you the sides in full. Middlesex, Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman, Stevie Eskenazi, Jack Davis, who I have to admit I haven't seen before, and know precious little about, so looking forward to seeing him go. Max Holden, John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, Luke Holman, Martin Anderson, Tom Helm, Toby Rowland-Jones, and Tim Murtagh, who's got ball in hand now. Up to the crease and bowls, and cut away nicely by Duckett out to Helm. He'll take a single. Duckett on to 5. It's 17 for 1.
Looks like it will be Rowland-Jones continue. He's gone nicely, hasn't he? These two just...
Now they're just swapping over for the right-hander. We always get sucked in by the swapping over of right-hander to left-hander. Couple of balls left. It is a little frustrating, the screen still being as faint as it is. We can just about make it out, but here is Murtagh in again. Oh, that's a good delivery, just past the outside edge and through into the gloves of Simpson. I'll take this over. If you take the far end, Grace, and we'll bring Kirsty in for comments. So you played here this season, the pair of you?
Yeah, I've been injured this season, so I haven't played here yet this season. But Lightning did, yeah, like Grace said, against the Southern Vipers earlier in the season. I don't know if we've got another one coming up before the break for the 100.
Here's Murtagh. This is tucked away off his hip by Asiba Mead, down to long leg for a single. 18 for 1. And Kirsty, how did you start? How did you get into cricket? Was it a cricketing family? Did you have relatives that were strong on the game? Was it a pool in your local area? Or?
Yeah, the latter there, a pool in my local area. I grew up in quite a small little town in the north of Scotland, and cricket, strangely, was really big, and the coach there, a man called Neil Nichol, excellent guy, was just so into getting youngsters, both boys and girls, involved in cricket, and he did exactly that around all the local schools, and I played every sport and went from there.
Rowland-Jones in for the first ball of his over against Mead, and very full ball, just kind of kept out by Hamid there, almost Yorker length delivery as he walks back to his square leg point and back into the wicket. And yeah, I've asked you that before, haven't I, Kirsty, because I did wonder how she got into it, all the way up from the northern parts of Scotland.
And with you, is it a similar story that as a youngster you were taken along, and there was just the instant magnetism to the game?
Similar. My older brother and my dad played a lot of cricket, but similar. As Rowland-Jones comes in again, 4 slips in and pushed slightly down leg side, flicked straight into mid-wicket. by Hamid and will be a dot ball. Yeah, no, mine was slightly different. I mean, I think I got roped into playing for my older brother's team when I was a kid, and then just went from there, really.
Sporty family, though.
Yeah, my dad was pretty good at football. Well, didn't reflect in me, unfortunately, did it? We played football in the warm-ups and not quite as good, but yeah. Nottinghamshire. Oh, again on the leg side, flicked round. Down to fine leg and will be an easy single taken. Nottinghamshire now 19 for 1 into the 10th over.
Nice to see you here for the first day as well. I think Kirsty was due to come and do a fourth day of a match earlier in the season. And I had to,
Didn't quite get there,
I had
did
to
it?
send you a message that cancel tomorrow's plans because
Yeah, it was,
I think it was Notts and Worcestershire, wasn't it?
yeah, it was a great win for Notts as well. I was watching
days.
on the live stream and nearly had to enforce the extra half an hour, but Notts batted very well and got over the line in day 3.
Roland Jones into the left-handed Duckett and slightly shorter, just punched into the leg side by Duckett and into the keeper and another dot ball.
It's a great opportunity to have you along. We've had one or two fresh voices joining the commentary teams this year up and down the country when we've been on our travels.
Yeah, it's been really cool to get involved. I've really enjoyed. I've done a few at Grace Road, but first time at Trent Bridge.
Roland Jones in for the 5th ball is over, and very similar to the last short, punched away, and a little bit of football shown by Roland Jones as he kicks that back to third slip, and again no run taken.
And do you have an affinity for a particular county? I mean, now you've switched to Kent. Do you follow their fortunes and you've neglected Notts, or is there another county that's always been the one you've followed?
I do enjoy following Notts. Love coming to Trent Bridge and T20 Blast days and things. So I'd say I do probably follow Notts the most. But yeah, I keep an eye out for Kent. I suppose I should now.
Final ball of the over. Short and might have just hit Duckett there as it struck him on the pad, I think, and that ends the 10th over of the day at Nottinghamshire 19 for 1.
And we'll have lots of Middlesex listeners on the via the BBC Sport website and app, and of course watching and listening on the live stream. Have you played at Lord's yet? Is that high on the the list?
I've played a couple of times on the nursery ground when I was part of the Loughborough University setup. That was where finals day was. But I am due to play there this year with the Phoenix and the 100. But not as fortunate as Grace here, who's been signed by the London Spirit.
Yeah, exciting times.
There's Mertert from our end of the ground. It's wide of the off stump and goes through.
Pretty cool to have the
keeper. Was that
home ground?
Had you been tipped a wink that they were scouting you, or was it literally down to the moment of the draft that you found out?
Yeah, no, I can't say too much about it at the moment, but it was a bit later on. But yeah, really excited for the 100, and it's been so good for women's cricket. Obviously both men and women, but women in particular, and really exciting to see how it's going to get on this year after a brilliant start last year.
19 for 1 as Mertert is in. Bowls ball of fullish length, which Hamid gives every respect to. Just pushes forward, plays it back down the carpet, fielded it mid-on by Roland Jones, and there's no run. Notts 19 for 1. They've lost Ben Slater for 9. He fell cheaply at Lord's in the reverse fixture, so he'll be a little disappointed with how he's gone against Middlesex so far this year. But in and out of that, he's had a very fine season, Slater. He made 6 and 25 his 2 innings at headquarters, Grace's home ground. This one's dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. Have you been behind the scenes before? Have you been in the changing rooms and in the pavilion and looked around? And obviously you'll have heard, I'm sure. I mean, the paintings are just worth half an hour on their own.
I'm fortunate enough to have been in the changing rooms. I was a net bowler for England Women's 2017 World Cup win.
Right.
And the net bowlers we kind of followed them around the country and got invited into the changing rooms the day before the final. And as a youngster, that was pretty cool.
Murtagh, 19 for 1. And Hamid looks to drive in the V, but he opened the face a little bit, so as a result the ball flew off to point along the ground. And there's no run. We've got two of the Lightning players with us today, Grace Ballinger and Kirsty Gordon, beg your pardon. Lovely to have them along here. I don't know who came up or decided that the Lightning was the right name, because I'm pretty sure Lancashire would have had that first, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely.
You know, all the alliterative names that could have been stuck on the end of Loughborough. As Murtagh bowls again to Amida, ball of fully
I think I might be able to debate you on that, but not exactly. Only because Loughborough University, when it began, the netball Super League franchise was Loughborough Lightning, and then the rugby as well. So it became kind of Loughborough University's Super League franchise for netball, rugby, cricket, and now football. So that's how it became for the cricket, as it followed the trend from the netball.
Football team have been going along leaps and bounds, haven't they? They had a little run last year. Was it in the FA Cup or the FA Vars? 19 for 1. I actually went across and watched one of the games. It was an FA Cup game. I think they got through 2 or 3 rounds for the first time.
Is that the boys' game? Yeah. I followed that this year. I've got a couple of friends in the football team, and it was really exciting. I mean, Loughborough not exactly best known for its football, massively, obviously a bit different with the football setup, but it was really exciting.
Yeah.
See how far they got. But we were hoping to go to Wembley, get some support down at Wembley, but sadly they lost in the semi-final. Decent run at it though.
19 for 1. Ben Duckett has 5. 1 or 2 members of the Notts backroom staff and coaching staff, maybe 1 or 2 of the players just wandering around the boundary edge.
3 slips and a gully in for Duckett as Roland Jones comes in, and full straight ball just patting into one of the strips on the leg side and no run taken. Quite a few people in here today at Trent Bridge, isn't there? I mean, it's a nice day for it, and the members area looks pretty full.
Yeah, it's obviously it's a Sunday which has its own draws and attractions. It's pretty difficult usually from our commentary box just to have any sort of proper estimation how many are here, because either side of us, the sort of the best elevation on the ground, you get a lot of people in.
Roland Jones in, bowls and short outside off and flashed away by Duckett, and will run away for 4 on this very fast outfield. Good shot from Duckett and brings Nottinghamshire on to 23 for 1.
Duckett on to 9, couple of boundaries now to him. It's been in absolutely glorious touch in red ball cricket, and it's been a little bit of a shame 1 or 2 of the occasions he's tossed a wicket away in the recent Blast matches. He's so versatile and so full of shots all around the wicket. Sometimes tries to run before he can walk.
Roland Jones responds nicely to the previous ball with a slightly straighter ball, which is just hit into the cover region and dot ball.
Joe Clark doing it 4 for Notts, then fairly tried and trusted top 8. In fact, they've played all the games bar 1. Lyndon James missed 1 game. It's been Slater, Hamid, Duckett, Clark, Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney, Tom Moores and Liam Patterson-White throughout this season. They've rotated the quicks. James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson are the 3 to play in this game, and of course Stuart Broad's played games, and so too Brett Hutton, and Joey Everson played the first 2 as well. Everson, who's away with Leicestershire at the moment, playing against the Indians.
Slight change of field for Roland Jones as third slip moves into almost a second gully as he runs into bowl and full outside off and just driven beautifully past the stumps by Duckett, and will run away but won't be a boundary, likely just for 2, and is cleaned up nicely. Just seems to be starting to pick up a bit here. Duckett now 11 not out off 23 balls, and a couple of nice shots played this over. Looks like he's just starting to settle in.
Yeah, I've been going for 50 minutes or so now. The ball will just, I suppose, be starting to get a little bit soft. We're only in the 12th over though, still plenty there for the bowlers to work with, but Duckett does tend to go through the gears once he's been at the crease a wee while.
Roland Jones in again, slightly short outside off and just punched into the offside. Cleaned up and into the keeper.
Was there any club cricket for either of you yesterday?
No, we actually had a 50 over warm-up game ahead of our Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, but I was just resting with a bit of a back injury, but Kirsty played, so...
Yeah, first one back after my injury as well, so that was nice to get a full run around. Unfortunately got beat in a tight game against the Western Storm, but...
Where was that at?
That was at our home, Hazelgrave in Loughborough.
Right, yep.
Final ball of the over, slightly fuller by Roland Jones and just slightly skewed by Duckett into the leg side, and end of the 12th over, Nottinghamshire are 25 for 1. Duckett 11 not out and Hamid 3 not out.
Imagine we'll be not too far away from a change. Grace, if you want to have 5 minutes, we'll get Kev to slide back in for a moment. Might be a little bit of musical chairs throughout the course of the day, but make the most of your time off air. As we have a little bit of a look. Murtaugh's popping his sweater on at this end, so there is going to be a change. It's going to be Martin Anderson to come on for his first bowl. Played against Notts at Lords. Squad number 24. So Tim Murtaugh out of the attack after bowling 6 overs. And Kev is back with us.
Kevin Howes passes on his apologies. He'll be with us when he can, he says.
Mob-handed today.
Here's Anderson bowls outside off. It's eased away to backward point. No ball though. First up, 27 for 1. Hamid on 3, and Anderson scratches away at the popping crease.
When they're going to bring in a free hit in the championship,
It won't be long, will
it? That'll stop them doing it.
Yeah, you'll be off to the Caribbean this winter as usual, won't you? You'll see the 60. You'll be seeing the 60 this year if you go.
It's in August, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it's in August.
Anderson hits the crease again. It's full onto the heels, really, of Hamid, and he's clipped that beautifully for 4. Long leg had no chance to get around to that at all.
You make it sound like I'm a frequent hopper to the Caribbean. I've been fortunate enough to go with Notts a number of times, but I've not been. He's over 4 years now.
He's a big travel blogger. He just doesn't tell us on Instagram. He's an influencer with all his travels.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't.
Hamid awaits. Anderson bowls and right in behind this one. Hamid blocks. 31 for 1.
I've only been out of the country once in 3 years. In fact, it was the week before we came to Lords, 5 or 6 weeks ago.
You had to have a holiday to warm up for it. To prepare yourself.
The test match obviously going on. The big news is that Ben Foakes has been replaced by Sam Billings, COVID replacement.
Right up there, someone's bumped back to Anderson by Hamid. Have we worked out whether he can bat or not?
Apparently he can.
Right, so it's a COVID replacement.
A COVID
light concussion.
Yeah.
Is that the first time we've had a during game COVID replacement? Obviously Williamson's COVID was between the 2 tests.
But the game's come so thick and fast now that I've probably missed one, but I can't think of one. Can you, DB?
No. Must be a new rule. I saw it was ICC approved this morning.
Anderson bowls, and this ball's pushed to mid-off by Hamid. No run.
You'd imagine, I don't know about 2021, but you'd imagine 2020 if it had happened, they'd have called the game off straight away.
They'd have all been out of there. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just see Tom Helm warming up there at mid-wicket. He might be coming on for Roland Jones from the other end.
Yes, it's still about, sadly.
Anderson bowls, forward defence from Hamid. This ball's dabbed away into the onside.
New Zealand 189 for 5 in the Test match. It's like a fairly laboured start to the day there. But Mitchell and Blundell are once again at the crease together.
That dreaded partnership for England.
just whiz round the other games in a second.
Anderson bowls, Hamid drives through the covers. Stoneman gets fingertips to it. Roland Jones gives chase. And they've taken 2 and they turn for the third as the throw comes back into Anderson at the non-striker's end. 34 for 1, Duckett's on to 14. End of the over.
In Division 1 at the Oval, Surrey versus Kirsty's Kent. Surrey are 70 for 1 batting first, and the reason I've gone to that first of all is that currently bowling at the moment in his county championship debut, Toby Petman, who was allowed by Notts to go on a month's loan. He's been at Notts since the start of last year, former Oxford University skipper. Hasn't yet played a first team game for Notts, but he's gone on loan for Kent. He is playing, he is bowling at the moment, 3.1 overs. In fact, he's just taken a wicket. He's got Rory Burns, just as I was looking at it, changed from 0 for 21 to 1 for 21. So congratulations to Toby Petman. The other wicket, former Notts man as well, Matt Milnes. So Surrey are 70 for 2. Congratulations to Toby Petman.
Not a bad wicket either.
No, Rory Burns, big tall fella. Just you know, there's a long list of quick bowlers here at Trent Bridge.
There is a change of bowling, and it will be Tom Helm as he comes in, bowls full of a length, just defended out by Hamid into the point region.
The other Division 1 scores at Wantage Road, Northants 57 for 2 against Warwickshire. It's raining at Bristol, where they started. Gloucestershire 12 without loss against Lancashire, and at Chelmsford, a poor start for Essex. They're 16 for 3. Wickets shared around Abbott, Barker and Wheel for Hampshire. Essex 16 for 3 after 50 minutes play.
Helm in again and bowls. Oh, that's a very good ball outside off stump. Hamid kind of played at it, but inside the line, and it whizzes through to Simpson behind the stumps.
It's the voice of Kirsty Gordon. The important stuff, Division 2, just 2 other matches, as I say, Durham and Leicestershire not in county championship action this week. Durham with a week off, and Leicestershire playing against the Indian Tourists. At Hove, Derbyshire 43 for 2 against Sussex, and at New Road, Worcestershire 39 for 2 against Glamorgan.
In comes Helm again. Driven this time by Hamid, straight to extra cover though, well fielded on the practice wickets.
Folks, I've had a shocker. I've just realised just before noon it's my dad's birthday, and I've only just got the message off to say happy birthday. Does it count because it's just before noon? Have I got away with it?
Oh, absolutely.
Before midday, it's Sunday morning.
What part of the world is he in?
Oh, southwest London.
Oh, right.
The Irish Republic of Tooting.
Helm in again and bowls. Driven again by Hamid. This time beats extra cover and will race away for 4.
What I would do is send another one. So sorry, Dad, sent that at 7:30 this morning. Looks like it's only just gone.
It's on the family WhatsApp. There's no getting away from it, is there? They've all gone through already, and I've just sent mine now, so there's no getting away from it.
Happy birthday, Mr. Hand. I'm sure you've better things to do than to be...
No, he may well be. He may well be tuned in this morning. He'll be firing up the barbecue. I'm missing a family barbecue today at their house. Looks like they got the weather for it.
Barbecue.
I know. Well, Trent Bridge or a barbecue.
Helm to Hamid, short of a length and on the hip, and clipped away by Hamid down to fine leg for a singles.
It's not doing a deal, is it, at the moment?
No, it seems to just be a bit up and down.
Yeah.
That green on the wicket doesn't seem to have been maybe playing out as we imagined in the early stages of this morning.
No, it's a weird one. I mean, we had those 2 or 3 seasons where they had, you know, the regulations were that the away side, the away captain, could come and opt to bowl if they wanted, and they would always come here and have a little look and think, oh, that's a bit green, we'll have a bowl. And you know, Notts would generally finish the first day with a good score on the board, you know, not sort of synonymous with being put in on a green top. BBC Radio Nottingham midday news has started, so I'll just keep a listen, Kirsty, as you take us through the over.
No problem. So it's Helm, this time to Duckett. 3 slips and a gully. Bowl short, cut away just for maybe for 4 actually. It's raced across those practice wickets and it is going to race away for 4. It wasn't perfectly timed, but it beat backward point and it was enough to race away to the boundary. And we've already discussed the speed of this outfield. Wickets the whole way across. The square is enormous due to the practice wickets either side of the actual square. And that is the end of the over. Not good over for the Outlaws as they go up to 43 for 1-9 off that over, 2 boundaries and the single.
Yeah, halfway through the session, if they can get to lunch with something similar, certainly no worse than 2 down, they'll be in a position, you'd imagine, the best of the day between lunch and tea to really try and take the score forward. There's Martin Anderson bowling to Hamid, nice looking push into the leg side. Out to Helm, who's found himself on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, on the boundary there. Another single taken, 44 for 1.
They definitely seem to have settled in now. I mean, Hamid was about 3 off 20 or 2 off 20 at one point, and now he started to find the middle and find some gaps in the outfield.
Anderson with 2 S's. Middlesex's very own Scandinavian. That's a Scandinavian spelling, isn't it?
Yeah, it must be.
Anders' son of Anders. He's in. Past umpire Baldwin. Nice and fallen ducket. Cuts it out. Again, Helm doing the fielding. There is that update for BBC Radio Nottingham.
Turn their attention back to the county championship today. Across the action is our very own Dave Bracegirdle.
Where we've been playing for just an hour in the 15th over of the day. Nottinghamshire winning the toss, opting to bat first. 1 change from the last county championship match. Luke Fletcher back in the side for Brett Hutton. There was an early casualty for the home side. Ben Slater scored all the first 9 runs and then edged behind from the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones. Slowish start for Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett. They're starting to flow now after an hour's cricket. Not to 45 for 1.
And we'll have updates every half hour.
There's Anderson bowls and we'll make that 49 for 1 as this one goes down to, well, it's going to go, a boundary. 49 for 1, Hamid onto 20. Sorry, Kirsty, I know this is your over, but...
No, it's not. It is yours.
Is it?
It might be Kevin's. He looks a bit busy.
Still thinking about how to recover the situation with Dad.
Didn't look fully in control of that, Hamid, but it's another boundary nonetheless.
Kirsty came in this morning and said, is there a rotor? And I think Kev and I have worked together so many times over the past, we sort of looked at each other and we're not very good with rotors, are we?
Although I thought we stumbled on something there.
We're just freestyle.
We're almost, we're a little bit off the cuff. So here is Anderson. Ball's again just short of a length. It's not really doing anything, is it, for the Middlesex bowlers at the moment?
I thought we stumbled on something there, though. I should have been Kevin Howe, or Kevin Howe should have been me right now, but he's busy next door with 5 live bits that he can't get away, so I've come in for his slot. But it seemed as though a rotation every half an hour seemed to work with 3 of us on. I quite enjoyed that, actually. We'll only have time for a quick cup of coffee and it's back up and get on, wasn't it?
Bit of commentators camp for you today. You'll see how many members there are. Next ball, always a full toss, and it's hit away for 4. Hamid isn't going to miss out on that. Nice looking shot from Asiba Mead away for the boundary. You've spoken at length a number of times this season to Asiba Mead. He's almost back where he was this time last year, with England seemingly quite a way away, and he's only going to get back in the selectors' eyes with volume of runs. Of course, last year he did, and then played in the last 3 or 4 tests against India, went to the Ashes and only averaged 10 over there. So he's sort of back in county cricket, and he's really just got to find his way again. There's Anderson. Into Hamid, same shot. Wasn't a full toss this time, but it's gone across the same bit of ground and crosses exactly the same bit of rope at wide-ish. Mid-on for 4 back-to-back boundaries. Kirsty's under 24.
Yep, he's going nicely today. It's a lovely start. He'll be hoping to continue to capitalise on it. You just mentioned there about England, and obviously Alex Lees has come in and has had quite a promising start, but on the other hand, Zach Crawley's fighting for every run at the minute, so they still don't seem to have solved that openers problem, and
I heard at the end of I can't remember if it was the start of this match or the end of the last one, they were talking about it, and the three that got a mention were Hamid, Robson and to be Crawley's replacement. Who would the third have been?
Anderson bowls outside off, left alone by Hamid.
Maybe Burns. Does it go back to
End
Burns?
of the over. 59 for 1.
It is the end of the hour. I'm going to let Grace slide into my seat. I was just going to have a little look then. What's the day today? It's the 25th. No. Somebody just made a comment on Nick Compton. The last time Middlesex were here, of course, there was the Jake Ball hat-trick, and Nick Compton had mentioned earlier the fact that Middlesex were 0 for 3, Compton was third out. Somebody had just said that he should have been timed out. He obviously caught him on the hop, wicket, and they waited forever for Compton to get out there, and then he was out first ball. I was just going to say it's his birthday, but a reminder for tomorrow, folks, 26th of June is Nick Compton's birthday, and the whole reason I got into thinking about Nick Compton was you were looking at openers, a number of people saying Ben Compton.
Yes, indeed.
So Helm to continue. Bowls driven by Ben Duckett straight through the covers. It's a lovely looking shot. Fielder's chasing after it. Going to be tight, and it's gone for 4. Put in a big dive at the end there, but it wasn't to be. It's probably the longest part of the ground, that, and Fielder was probably interested for a long time, but didn't quite manage to get there.
That was exactly who it was. Ben Compton, of course, was the third name mentioned. I'd suggest, in my opinion anyway, Robson and Hamid would be a long way ahead of Compton. It's still first season, really. You need to see second season.
So Hellman again to Duckett. Full slapped away, this time between cover and point. But yet the same result. Another boundary for Duckett. He looks to be in good flow now. He'll be hoping he's in for another big score, having a season best of 145 against Leicestershire in his last match out. Well, he needed to bat the once as they rolled Leicestershire over for 99 in the second innings.
You got a touch of hay fever?
Oh, a touch, gosh.
I'm feeling it as well. I've started to block up. You're sniffing, I'm blocking up.
Yeah, I'm trying not to sniff on comms. Nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah, it's an art with the mute button, isn't it?
It's a nightmare this year. I know a lot of people that have been struggling with it this year. It seems to be pollen everywhere. Helm to Duckett. Driven again. The man's out there, but it might beat him. He's going to do well to stop it, and he doesn't. Back to back boundaries, 3 in a row for Duckett. And Helm doesn't seem to be able to stop the flow of runs.
And this is an interesting point. You and David just come to the point, actually, it's not doing as much now. First up, certainly for Roland Jones, I thought it was doing a bit. Yeah. But whatever it was doing at that point seems to have settled down a little. Murtagh was getting the usual Murtagh movement away from the right-hander. But for the change bowlers now, Helm and Anderson, who are a useful pair of change bowlers, the challenge has been laid down to them.
Yep, Helm in again to Duckett. This time better length, defended by Duckett. I think as well there, he's trying to bowl full, maybe looking for that swing that's not happening, and he's just kind of fed Duckett 3 half volleys there in the first 3 balls. But that looked a better length on this wicket. If the ball's not offering much, you've got to be ruthless with your line and length.
These are even figures that would make Helm blush in the 2020. He didn't have his best T20 campaign this year so far. He's been quite expensive, which is very un-Tom Helm-like. He's usually incredibly economical in the blast.
And he comes again then, this time better length again, driven from Duckett, and they'll get through for a single between cover and mid-off will come round and field. Hamid looked to slip a little bit there, but they did make it through comfortably.
Yeah, none for 22 off 1.5.
Hey, we're smiling for a picture now.
Great work by Mr. Bracegirdle. I probably should have dropped the laptop down in front there, shouldn't I? It was might have obscured
Hope
his
he's
view.
got my best angle.
Well, he probably had my best angle if the laptop obscured me, so maybe I should have left it up then.
Better last 2 balls from Helm as he tries to recover this over. This time to Hamid, 3 slips back in place for Hamid. Bowls, good length, defended by Hamid. Just seems to take a little while for these 2 change bowlers to adjust. But I feel as though the last few balls have been more on the money, and they found a length of the pitch.
They probably had the right to be aggressive, I think, first couple of overs. Go on then, get it up there and see what it does. Because again, if you're going to be somewhere, it's better that you're full at this stage in a first-class game, isn't it? Red ball in hand.
Yeah.
You're better to go full and see what happens.
Yeah, you want to be aggressive, try and take wickets.
You're better off being punished by the batter on the front foot than on the back foot in this early stages. But now I think this over for Anderson, his third, none for 25 or 2. Grace, you were with me in that first little spell where I thought Roden Jones was just starting to get it on the right spot, wasn't he? His first couple were a bit wayward, but then he started to settle, and there was certainly a bit off the pitch, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly getting a lot of movement. I mean, as we saw with the wicket, it was a brilliant delivery, wasn't it? And yeah, just as you say, they might have gone a bit full, these first change bowlers, and did kind of feel like we were watching a white ball game. As I think that's the way the game's. It's a batter's game, isn't it, cricket?
Well, there is
a batter's game.
I suppose there is that as well for Anderson and Helm. They've been at the fore of Middlesex's blast campaign. Helm coming back after the Derbyshire Championship game after injuries. Here's Anderson. He's been a regular fixture in the blast this summer. 2 slips and a gully, right arm over, bowls full and punished. Outside off. That was a half volley wide from Anderson, and Duckett, you don't put it there to him, he's going to go for it. It's either going to go crunching out of the middle of the battle, the way he goes hard at it, go flying over those pretty close quartered slips and gully there.
Must have his challenges, kind of adjusting from T20 Blast into Championship, and they are quite intertwined this season. We obviously don't really play much red ball cricket, so can't really relate to the challenge that some of these players will have.
Yeah, it's not popular, is it? The championship matches dropping in. I mean, there are 3 coming up in July now, so there is an argument they've actually got 5 games in June and July to get their teeth into. But yeah, they certainly don't like the mix-up, do they? It's Somerset, I think, at Lords on Friday is the next one for Middlesex in the Blast. To finish, they've still got one more game thereafter before they can focus on the championship again. Second slips come out to cover as Anderson bowls wide outside the off stump again, and he's driven away to that short boundary in the offside, straight to Helm, and it's just a single. That brings Hamid onto strike. They had brought in a very short extra cover there as well. It's quite straight as well, given that there was a mid-off in place also for Duckett. Whether he's been given the instruction to go wide against Duckett early on, but I can't imagine he was given the instruction to go that wide and that full, especially with the short boundaries, the offside.
Quite a defensive move that would be already, and still early days in the game.
What can he produce to the right-hander? He's in now, bowls, and good, better. Top of middle and off, and defended by Hamid. Pretty much where he wants to leave it. Clouds just come over here at Trent Bridge. It's been sunny for the most part this morning, just a bit of cloud cover now. And in the build-up to lunch, it seems like only a few moments ago that they were 40 for 1, because I was just thinking, an hour done, I think around 12 o'clock they were 40 for 1. I thought, well, if they double this at lunch, they're 80 for 1. Even if they're 80 for 2, they'll be relatively happy. Nottinghamshire at 77 for 1. As Anderson moves in, he bowls, and this ball's clipped away through a straight mid-wicket, and Mercer turns to give chase. And Middlesex just haven't got it right here with the change bowlers at the moment. They need to find a radar pretty quickly. It's a couple more, it hasn't gone all the way. Hamid moves to 30 from 51, but yeah, the cloud covers come over. Whether that will play any part, if it fills in at all, some of that lighter cloud has drifted away. Middlesex will certainly hope so. One thing I did see this morning on the way into the ground, which I quite liked, was it's a ground after my own heart. It was the ice cream van downstairs.
We may or may not have spotted that on our journey up here as well.
Oh, did you spot the sign? So 3 scoops is £7, which is a bit steep, I think. Was it £7? I think it was. This is Anderson. He bowls, and this is pushed back up to mid-off, and no run. So 3 scoops was £7, 2 scoops £5, 1 scoop not applicable, which I thought was we don't do 1 scoops here. Yeah, you can't just come for 1 scoop. You've got to have 2. Let's say it was £5 and £3. £5 for the 3 scoops and £3 for the 2 scoops. But 1 scoop not applicable.
Quite right.
Yeah, very much a ground after my own heart. Here's Anderson to Duckett. Bowls, this is crunched away out to the deep boundary, where actually getting around Helm holds them to a single. It's very short out there, the boundary, isn't it? So fortunately for Helm, and for Anderson indeed, it was quite close to Helm. So just the single to end the over. 81 for 1, or is that now 80? Yeah, it is 81 for 1. Duckett's on to 35. Hamid 31.
Still difficult to see that scoreboard up there. It's still struggling a bit with the light. But yeah, like you say, the change bowlers here, they've shown glimpses of what's required, but also probably too many loose deliveries at this stage, and it's allowed Duckett and Hamid to really get into their work in the late part of this first session. It will be Helm to continue. He's bowled 2 overs for 22. And Duckett's at about run a ball at the minute, 35. In comes Helm to Duckett. Bowls good length, defended, straight back to the bowler.
What was it about the ice cream van that had grabbed you two?
Oh, just
that it was there.
Just that it was there.
And open.
Oh, it was open. It wasn't
It
open
was
when I got
going to
in.
be open, yeah, we eyed that up early doors.
Do we get staff discount? Does that work? Media discount? As we've mentioned them a couple of times now, maybe we get a real Brucey bonus down there.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure if the sun comes out, we'll have to take a venture down there at some point.
Although the media food here is pretty good. You know, you get scones for tea.
Oh, delish.
Oh, that is incredible news.
Helm to Duckett, bowls full, slapped away towards backward point. He's chasing after it. He does well to stop it out there, and they will come through for 2. It's Max Holden out there with a good bit of work.
Although I have to say, I've just come from a corporate event at Lord's yesterday, working on it. Unfortunately, we were allowed to partake in all that was laid on for the corporate affair for the day, and it was the biggest corporate day of the year at Lord's as well. So I can tell you that the food, pretty much anything you can imagine, was there yesterday.
Well, me and
desserts
Grace,
as well.
you know, the food really is make or break for us. It's big, it's a big part.
Oh, this
of
is
our
the
day
ground to
out.
come to then.
In again, Helm, balls and edged and gone. It's Duckett. He's edged behind, a goodish ball. He kind of went to play at it and withdraw, but it's caught the edge of the bat and it's flown through, and it's a good catch behind by Simpson, who's moving away to his left. He dives and he rolls, and Duckett is distraught as he stands there and has the slow walk off back towards the changing room.
That was a great catch, wasn't it?
It was.
Wow.
It was exactly what they need, isn't it, Middlesex? I mean, Nottinghamshire have just been so attacking in the last 10 overs or so, and just been racing away with it. And 83 for 2 sounds a lot better than 83 for 1 the way it was going.
That's amazing how things change. All of a sudden, 40 minutes to lunch, Middlesex will say now, look, turn that into 4. I mean, even 3 at this stage after where they were just a delivery ago is a turner. And Duckett as well, because he scores so quickly, can do so much damage. To have him out before 50, I think, having reached 37, to get him now is a big, big wicket.
And obviously a new batter coming in as well will hopefully slow the stem of runs as well. Yeah, they'll be hoping to get Joe Clark out early and add to that tally.
And Simpson as well. I mean, he's gone so far, he really had to take that in the end. That was the spectacular part of it. He moved so far. He's taken it virtually off the nose of slip, hasn't he?
Of first slip, yeah.
That was headed straight to the nose of Jack Davies in there, and he's gone so far and moved so quickly, and in the end took it so comfortably as well.
Quite an
really
underrated player is John Simpson.
Absolutely.
He's very handy with the bat as well.
Yeah, Jack Russell says in terms of his glovesmanship, he's world class in his opinion. Russell says, and I remember Mike Gatting always saying it's ridiculous to think that John Simpson will never play for England. But he has now. At least he got a List A call up. But yeah, certainly in other eras, Simpson certainly would have won many England caps you'd fancy. But that was brilliant from him. Having gone that far as well, actually, he was under a lot of pressure to take it, wasn't he? Because it was Slip's catch as such.
It looked silly if he dropped it.
Yeah.
One of them.
Yeah, he was almost in danger of pushing it away from the slips, having gone so far. If he'd have fingertipped it, he'd have pushed it away across in front of the slips. But brilliant, absolutely brilliant for him holding on. And he's taken some stunners this year. He really is having an exceptional season. He hit his best century, in my opinion, his best innings down at Cardiff, second game of the season against Glamorgan. I thought it was a stunning century. And with the gloves, yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant.
So it will be Helm to Joe Clark. 3 slips in place now as he's in and bowls. Good length defended straight back to the bowler, who underarms it. Over the top of Clark to Simpson behind the stumps. And Helm, who's taken quite a bit of tap this morning, will be pleased to get a reward. And the big reward as well of Duckett.
What are they looking for? Something's going up to the dressing room.
Somebody's moving up there, and Joe Clark's not happy.
Oh, just moves him along on the balcony. Is the lower tier the home dressing room? It is. So it was the home balcony. Oh no, not at the top. So it was the away dressing room down below.
Hellman and Bowles outside leg stump this time, and Clark leaves alone. Didn't fancy tickling that down in case of a thin edge behind. There's a fine leg in play.
I was wondering where the girdler had gone, because he's due in next, isn't he, for you? I was thinking, I didn't realise. Have you been sat behind us for long? I was probably looking over the wrong shoulder. I was looking behind. Is he here yet? 83 for 2. You've burgled a wicket, though, before you've gone, Kirsty, so you've made the Middlesex fans happy.
Disappointing. So in comes Hellman. Clark pulls away, not happy with something there, but somebody in the members.
Oh, still. Oh, yeah, look, what are they up to?
Oh, no, what are you doing?
Oh, no, right behind the arm as well.
Yeah. I've always wondered about, that, no sight screens and people in behind the arm. It must be, obviously when you play white ball cricket here, it's even worse with the white chairs.
I'm going through the grounds on TMS the other day where there are and aren't spectators below the sight screens.
Yeah. Helm, Bowles, Clark whipped off the hip. It's going to race across those practice wickets, chases in place, and it's a good stop if it has been saved. We'll never know, I suppose, as there's obviously no officials on the TV, but that's a good bit of work out there, and saved 1 run, I think.
I'm not sure.
They've ran 3 there.
Oh. Watching the replay, I'm not sure,
Was it
you
tight?
think it's 4?
I think it could have been.
Dave Bracegirdle doesn't think it's tight by the sounds of it at the back of the box.
He's saved 1 run anyway. Helm finishes his over, and he's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 27.
86 for 2. Can we gaffer tape you to the chair and see if we can buy you another wicket before Dave Bracegirdle comes back? Oh, keep going, he says. You're on at half past next, aren't you? DB. 86 for 2 it is. Here's Anderson. 2 slips, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. So a 5-4 field. Now Anderson to be pretty straight here against Clark, and that's exactly where he is first ball. Front foot defence from the right-hander. Yeah, the other thing on the way in this morning actually was the, it's changed now, it's cloud cover overhead as we've just said, but it was, the sun this morning was glorious. When you were in it, actually, you could really feel it on your arms, that heat and burn already at that, very early this morning. But it was either that, at the same time though, there was an extremely strong breeze as Anderson bowls. I had a little bit of shape on it, and watchfully Clark turns towards Holman at mid-wicket in the end. No run, it very much was leg-sided, but there was a bit of bend on that one.
Nothing worse than a breeze on a summer's day, is there?
Well, at 8 o'clock this morning it was a really cold breeze, so at one point you were feeling like, wow, my forearms are absolutely scorching. Maybe it was because I was out in the sun a lot yesterday, but then as soon as the breeze hit, you were all of a sudden really cold as Anderson passes the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's onto the pads, but going down surely. Half an appeal really from Anderson. It started behind the stumps, 86 for 2. Yeah, it was 2 real extremes. It was either the sunniest or the coldest. What's your favourite sunny ground? What ground springs to mind for you both when you think of sunshine? Which English ground? You think of a scorching condition? I was probably going for Hove. I was thinking of 4 days on Brighton. I always think that's the best away trip for me. If the sun's out, Brighton's the one. Anderson, full, and there is a little bit of movement out there for Anderson now, and a thick edge for Clark will pick up 2, possibly even 3 here away through the vacant point as cover retreats to collect, and they have got a couple. He was looking to the onside there, but that thick edge shot away all along the floor, but thick edge nonetheless.
Tell you what, I'm going to go quite rogue with a sunny ground I think of, and I think a lot of people may disagree, but every time I've played at Chester Street up in Durham,
not having that.
I love it
not
up there.
having that.
The northern sun, it's different.
Anderson's in, bowls, and this ball's clipped away to mid-wicket. There's no run. You've also stolen my punchline. I was going to say, as soon as the wind hit, it made me think of Chesterley Street.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to go to Chesterley Street.
I love Chester Street. It's one of my favourite grounds.
Not even Martin Emerson wants to go to Chesterley Street. He wants to be in Durham. No, it is good fun up in Chester. I've been there when it snowed though, which yeah.
Slightly different experience.
Although to be fair, it was snowing also at the Oval that day when it was snowing at Chesterley Street. As his Anderson in bowls, it's full, shaping away from the right-hander again, who watchfully drives To Roland Jones at mid-off. End of Anderson's fourth, none for 36, 88 for 2. What grounds makes you think, well, go on then, you're going to have to go the other way. Which ground makes you think of it? Which is the coldest ground you can think of then if it's not Chesterley Street?
What weather-wise?
Yeah, what springs to mind when you think of a ground? Like I say, if I'm thinking of the sun, I always think of Hove. When I think of the cold, I think of Chesterley Street.
I don't know, maybe.
I've been pretty cold at Old Trafford a few times.
Yeah.
I think.
And wet.
Yeah, had a few rain delays there. Yeah, I love Manchester, but
the driest is Chelmsford, isn't it? I think I'm right in saying
Chelmsford.
that Lancashire's the wettest of the county grounds, Manchester. Yeah, Chelmsford's the driest.
I had a couple of cold ones at Derby as well. In
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's no protection at Derby, is there? I guess. I mean, whistles around the ground. His helm in, bowls, and through to the keeper it goes. There's no run. 88 for 2.
I'm still
you were
thinking about
of
my
grounds, weren't
sunniest
you?
ground. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about commentating on the actual cricket that's happening in front of us.
There must be a ground that you think of
Yeah,
instantly
I
when you
think
think.
Taunton's coming to mind.
Yeah, I was thinking Taunton as well, but
I've played there a few times and it's been lovely conditions. It's quite nice to sit in the stands there as well. So I think that's getting my vote. But it was a great question, tricky question. And I'm back in the game now as Helm is in to bowl to Hamid. Full drives to mid-off, who comes round well to field. No run.
go on, we've gone from the driest then. What's the wettest ground you think of? Old Trafford, obviously. I've got another one in mind though. Whenever I think of rain, I always think of this ground, other than Old Trafford.
Headingley?
No, Wales. I'm going Cardiff. Cardiff. Always think, I don't know. Always seems to be a bit gloomy down in Cardiff whenever I'm there. Headingley and Worcester. Well, Worcester's usually underwater, isn't it? So.
That is true, and it is Helm in again to Hamid. There's a catching mid-wicket in play here. This one short of a length and defended into the point region, fielded by Holden.
What have we done? Hottest, coldest, wettest, driest.
Best atmosphere.
Best atmosphere. Go on then.
There's only one.
There's only one.
Edgbaston.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
Edgbaston.
Edgbaston. And specifically the Eric Hollies.
Here, says
Here.
Dave Bracegirdle.
I have been here when it's been a very vibey atmosphere as well.
I'm not having any of it. It's clearly Uxbridge all day long.
And it's Helm bowls to Hamid, this time defended again. Backward point field, looks like he tried to run that off the face kind of to third man region, but it's backward point is in play.
If you want atmosphere, you should go to Edgbaston for the 100 and see Kirsty Gordon behind those DJ decks.
I have fielded at deep square in front of the Hollies, and it's quite a daunting experience, I must say. It's certainly can't hear what the captain's calling you in, left, right. No chance. Helm bowls, full of a length, defended by Hamid. Max Holden very busy in there. He's fielded 3 out of the 5 balls this over.
It'd be a bit cruel to say worst atmosphere now, wouldn't it? We probably shouldn't do that extreme. We'll just go to the best, not the worst. Probably think of a few.
Wouldn't want to upset any listeners from other counties that may be listening.
Tuning across. Ooh. Which one are you going to go to? That one there for Dave Bracegirdle. You've got a moment, DB. I think.
Just going to do an update for Radio Nottingham as this one's forced into the offside by Hamid. A couple of runs, will it go all the way? It's just been dragged back inside. So they do settle for 2, 90 for 2. That's the end of the 20th over. So Knott's ticking along at 4.5 and over. Just going to be a quick update for Radio Nottingham, I think, in a second. Hamid's gone on to 33.
Wind picking up a little bit here. Hopefully the dark clouds overhead will soon blow away, but Nottinghamshire going along quite nicely. They won't want to lose another wicket before lunch. They're 90 for 2. Real acceleration given by Ben Duckett and Asiba Mead in a really flourishing second wicket partnership. But Duckett's just gone. He hedged behind, having made 37 earlier. Ben Slater out for 9, both caught at the wicket. Asiba Mead there since the start. He's on 33, just been joined by Joe Clark. Nottinghamshire 90 for 2.
They caught us on the hop a little bit there. They all of a sudden played the jingle and we thought, oh, they were a minute early. We had to throw the headset to Dave Bracegirdle. Well done, DB, with a dash from the back of the box. 90 for 2. Where are you coming into? Which seat do you want? Oh, he's all right. He's staying off for a minute. What's got you bit? Something's got it busy at the back. Here's Anderson. He's in, bowls, and this ball's full, driven back to him, and there's no run. 90 for 2. I think this is a big over for Anderson. If he doesn't get something here, then as Dave just said in his update for Radio Nottingham, I think it's Murtagh time. Murtagh under these clouds, throw him that ball and see what he can find before lunch. Little burst for 25 minutes or so. Likewise, Roland Jones actually just go straight back to the opening pair for maybe Roland Jones a little less, but the conditions are there overhead. Anderson bowls and onto the legs. That's clipped away fine of long leg. It's short boundary as well, so he won't get there. It races. Clark moves to 9, 94 for 2, Nottinghamshire.
It's absolutely raced away there for 4, and even with a fine leg in play, it's so short out there and in front of the Smith Cooper stand. The fine long leg had no chance.
You can hear the wind on the effects mic. It's picked up at the moment, actually, can't you? I'm just trying to see where it is. It's it almost sounds like it's rolling around a little bit, the effects mic somewhere. Anderson in. Oh, goes for the Yorker. It's dug out by Clark. I thought he'd really heavily bowled a full toss there. I was expecting that to be waist or knee high, but it dipped into the block hole. Maybe pace off. Bit of the blast in Anderson coming out, perhaps. Slow ball back of the hand.
Some of the hardest ones to play when it's the change up, whether it's accidental or not.
2 slips for Clark. High back lifts, tall in his crease. Anderson bowls to him. It's turned to mid wicket. Holman fields it almost like it's a hot potato there. It spat around out of his hand for a moment, but he gets the throw into Simpson.
Temperature's really dropped here, hasn't it, in the last 5 minutes?
It's blustery, isn't it?
Clouds have come over. I mean, Middlesex will be happy with that, won't they, as you say? Maybe get a bit more movement that they've been lacking in the last few overs, but it's a bit cold up here with the windows open, I must say.
Just looking at the Notts and Middlesex flags above the pavilion over there. Well, it's changed now as Anderson's in bowls, and this ball's driven only as far as Roland Jones at mid-off. Thought he got more of it and straighter of the fielder. They're swirling, either that it's blowing, that Anderson's running from below us at the Radcliffe Road end straight into the wind, or it then swings that it's blowing from his right to left, so aiding, the point being aiding a bit of a way swing, I think, for the bowling at the Radcliffe Road end, which again gives weight to the argument to get Murtagh on next over. Down below, Helm will be running wind at his back from the pavilion end now. 94 for 2.
Yeah, there's a number more jumpers on the Middlesex fielders as well than when the day started, I reckon.
Always find it a bit harder to commentate when the jumpers are on and you can't see the numbers on the back of the shirts. Quite hard from a distance.
So it will be Helm to continue, and he's into Hamid, defended off their back foot. There's no run there. It's a good length delivery.
Just seems to have found a bit of a heavier length, doesn't he, here, Helm? I mean, he took a bit of tap in his first couple of overs, but since getting his wicket, the big one of Duckett, he's tidied up a little bit and he's going nicely.
Yeah, the length's been much better in these last few overs. There's just a deep fine leg and a deep square leg in front that are on the boundary in play at the minute. And Helm in and bowls to Hamid, full and left alone outside off stump, and it pings through to the keeper behind the stumps. Just haven't seen any short aggressive deliveries yet this morning, and I wonder with the field set if there at least is the possibility, the option for Helm to go short at Hamid Heed and just give him something else to think about.
You're right, actually. I've seen a few dismissals that have gone that way in the county championship, so they might give it a go, as you say.
Helm, and again, balls full of a length, defended by Hamid into cover.
These are the quickest two as well for Middlesex, Helm and Anderson, when they, well, even without bending their back, the quickest two of Roland Jones and Mercer nowadays, obviously, age against the pair of them.
Yeah.
Roland Jones a fraction down. He was able to crank it up in the Durham match in the second innings, particularly against Durham. He was getting up to low 80s, just nudging 80 really, where he was low 70s in the first innings of that game, I remember.
Mert has always been slow, controlled and beautiful swing. And it's Helm in and balls back of a length and up on his tiptoes, sorry. He cuts away with a back foot punch through between cover and point for 4 runs. Beautifully played, well in control. It's come right out of the middle of the bat and raced away to the boundary.
1 century already against Middlesex this year at Lords in the opening innings of the game down there. Game remembered for Luke Fletcher's 50 at 11 in the first innings, and then his 50 as night watchman batting at 1. First time it's happened.
Opening the batting, yeah.
11 and 1 scored a 50 in the same game.
What a player. Helm, and again, this time full and driven, but mid-off collects, and there is no run. That was nicely driven there, but didn't quite manage to evade the mid-off fielder.
I was on a separate commentary that day. I was down the hallway on the Middlesex stream, and the BBC commentary had Dave Bracegirdle doing it, and the whole media centre shuddered. I'm trying to think whether it was, what was it, the second 50, was it? Or was it the run out? At one point, the whole media centre shuddered with the sound of the bellowing voice of Bracegirdle celebrating that run out, I think it was.
Helm, full, defended on the stumps, and that concludes the 22nd over.
And
I wonder if there'll be a change.
And I say celebrating in the sense that it was a wonderful moment to be celebrated. It was an
unbelievable run out.
It was his match. I mean, with the ball, with the bat, with the run out as well. Just everything happened in that game for Luke Fletcher. It was his game. It always will be.
Such a well-loved Nottinghamshire character as well, isn't he?
Indeed. I've got my wish. Mercer's back. He had to, really. It would have been a real oversight. But that's the danger sometimes of the captain as well, especially if the captain's a bowler or indeed an all-rounder, that they underbowl themselves. But club captain Tim Mercer back with the reins now after Pete Hanscom's departure. Quite rightly has himself back on here before lunch. Only 2 slips though. I have to say I'd be tempted right now. He's got a 5-4 field. I'd be tempted to go for a 3rd slip. Be it offer the covers to Clark at this stage. 98 for 2. Mercer's right arm over, the right-hander awaits, and forward, first ball, drive into mid-off, no run.
Doesn't look very happy with that mid-off. He's fumbled it and stood there with his arms crossed, looking at the ground below him as to why it's given him a nasty bobble.
It is always the ground's fault when you misfield, never the player's fault.
We'll have a change on the mics. Grace, I might send you down the other side of the box, because I don't know if Dave's got all his stuff set up there. Do you want to switch sides of me, and then Dave can jump in down the bottom. Thanks to Kirsty for now, as Mercer's in, bowls, and this is pushed defensively into the offside. 98 for 2 it remains. Yeah, it just feels at the moment that the, 20 minutes to lunch, the risk-reward of taking out the cover and putting them into a 3rd slip right now, I think I'd happily offer that cover to Clark, and that ball swinging, the conditions overhead as they are for Mercer. I think the risk of conceding a 4 is towards the risk of one flashing through 3rd slip at the moment. A vacant 3rd slip as Mercer bowls, and it's full driven, but the other way, wide of mid-on, and a attempted scramble at a stop from Anderson. He couldn't get there. I think he realised he had one grab at that, which he didn't get, and it's past him, diving to his right at mid-on. And that's the 100 up for Nottinghamshire. 102 for 2, Clark 13, Hamid 37. Welcome back, Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you very much. Yeah, generally, whoever's on top here, you get fairly fast-paced cricket. There was just a little bit of a lull, wasn't in the first half an hour or so, but since then they've absolutely rattled along 4.5 and over.
just over that, Notts 102 for 2. You look round some of the scores elsewhere, and generally when we reach lunch here on the first morning, whoever's batting, you tend to get more runs here in the opening session.
So bowls, battle length. It's defended to mid-on this occasion from Clark. They're clearly going very straight here with the 5-4 field, but again, like I say, I'd really just be... I mean, I'd bowl the same line as he's bowling at the moment, but like I said, I'd take that risk, whether it's cover goes into third or, I don't know, long leg. They've got a long leg and a deep square leg, and I know it's a short boundary there, but Murtaugh's so metronomical, isn't he, in his delivery, that I think I'd be a little bit more aggressive. I've just got a horrible feeling one's going to fly through the third slip in a moment as Murtaugh's in. He bowls to Clark, who punches off the back foot, and that races away for 4 beautifully in between cover and mid-off. Just able to rock back to Murtaugh, and at Murtaugh's pace, as soon as Clark was able to see it early enough and get on the back foot, he was going to have every chance of finding the boundary rope there.
Are we happy with this this term that's just popped into our game of Bazball?
Yeah.
Cricket played at a fast pace. I mean, like this, rattling along a boundary most overs. Obviously the England Test side and Brendan McCullum in charge, nicknamed Baz, but it seems they all keep referring to Bazball, don't they, for fast-paced cricket. I'm not sure about that.
Murtaugh in, bowls, and Clark uses his feet down the track outside the off stump and drives to mid-on, stretching for it, really finds it. I don't know if Murtaugh saw him coming and just pulled it a little bit wider there, but 106 for 2 at the end of the over. Mead has 37, Clark has 70. Does that come from football? Is that Ole ball that it's come from?
Well,
Bazball?
I don't know, but it keeps popping up in bits of commentary and the odd report I read. England producing cricket's new brand, Bazball.
Where does it come from? There was Ole ball, wasn't there, at Manchester United for a while? Who was there before that? There was another one. There was another one also before that.
We'll thank Kirsty and Grace for their company this morning. I think we ought to do the decent thing and let them slide in and try and get to the front of the queue.
I see.
For lunch, and they'll be right back with us afterwards. I'm sure you and I can.
Absolutely. Have we seen Mr. Howes yet? He was very busy next door.
He is very busy. He's an extremely busy man. 106 for 2. And guess what we've got here? Guess what we've got here for the first time this morning, but it's not a rarity in the county championship this year. Those of you watching the live stream will be able to make out the 2 umpires, Ben Debenham and Paul Baldwin, getting together, and we've got a microphone squeaking somewhere, and out there examining the ball. 106 for 2, and I think it's going to be a case of can we have the suitcase brought out, please?
Oh, they told him to get on with it for now, by the looks of it.
Oh, well, that was a...
It was a long examination, so get on with it. And I think Middlesex are saying, well, hold on a minute, you've looked at it for so long. I mean, if it's borderline as it is, then...
And now the ball's been handed back to the bowlers, so you'd think we'd be able to get on with cricket, but on comes the Notts 12th man with a towel for Joe Clark. Get on with it. 23 overs have gone. 106 for 2. England wicketless so far this morning, or to put it another way, New Zealand haven't lost a wicket. 246 for 5 in the test match, with Mitchell and Blundell going along nicely. Here's Tom Helm from the pavilion end, and he restarts with a delivery pitched in his own half of the track, and it loops high over Asiba Mead and through to the wicket keeper.
A bit of a waste that one, wasn't it? They've got the long leg back in the deep square, but that was a real long hop of a bumper.
Doesn't generally take on the short pitch ball.
Yeah.
Mead is more than happy to duck under.
Well, that's the thing, especially if it's that short. I mean, if you want to try and get at him, you've got to get it right into the left armpit, haven't you, to try and say, right, what are you going to do with it there?
106 for 2 as the sun puts in a welcome reappearance, as Mead just opens the face and runs it away through gully, but there isn't a gully there, so a single. 107 for 2. Yes, Mead made 112 at Lords when the sides met there. In the following game against Derbyshire, he was 93 not out when the winning runs were scored, and in the last match 59 against Leicestershire. So finding a little bit of form, but all credit to him, because these matches in and around the blast, they've been spread apart, haven't they, over the last few weeks. Difficult for red ball cricketers only to maintain their form. This one's past Joe Clark again. He was walking forward. We often see that with Clark. It really is a characteristic of his, whether it's something he will be encouraged to continue doing through his career, or whether some coaches will try and iron it out. But thus far in his career, he does still look to walk forward to an infinite number of deliveries. 107 for 2. Partnership of 24 at the moment for this third wicket. Clark scored 17 of them. There's Tom Helm. Just the 4 bowlers used thus far. Clark again getting on the front foot, squared up a little bit, pushes it to cover, and there's no run. So we are about 15 minutes or so away from the lunch break. The other Division 2 scores at Hove, Derbyshire batting 89 for 4, and at New Road, Worcestershire 68 for 5 against Glamorgan. Helm bowls. Clark has run this probably through where about 4th slip would have been, so angling it towards third man. Round to his left comes Luke Holman, who was on the backward point boundary, and they come back for a couple. 109 for 2. Should tell you the Division 1 scores as well, I guess. Essex have now slumped to 64 for 5 at home to Hampshire. They've just got back on after rain at Bristol. They lost over an hour there this morning. Gloucestershire 17 without loss against Lancashire. Northants 105 for 2 at home to Warwickshire. As Helm in again to Clark, moving about the crease and deflects it away onto the leg side for a single. 110 for 2. Joe Clark moves on to 20 at the end of that over, the 24th over. Helm 6 overs 1 for 37. The one championship score I haven't given you, sorry, 117 for 2 at the Oval against Kent. That tour match goes on at Grace Road, Leicestershire versus India. It's not first class, and several Indian players, of course, in the Leicestershire side as well. But Joey Everson is playing in that match for Nottinghamshire. A little disappointing to see that in neither Indian innings did he bowl. Now, whether that's because they've got an infinite number of bowlers and they're only playing him as a batter, or whether there's some sort of fitness issue that's preventing him from bowling, I'm not sure. But we're looking forward to a second innings later on today, as Leicestershire have just gone to the crease for the second time. 110 for 2 as Murtagh bowls to Joe Clark on 20, pushes it to mid-on. There's no run. Again, a little reminder, if anybody's listening in the ground, during the lunch interval there will be a book sale in the library. These are all books that over the years have been donated, and they've just been allowed to pile up boxes and boxes and boxes. And as I said, in the winter I went in just to see literally how many there were, and there was a squash court. One of the squash courts, it couldn't be used to play squash because from floor to ceiling, absolutely jam-packed with donated books, as this is driven to mid-off. And they've now got round to sorting them all out, cataloguing them, doing what they do in the library. And there's any number of books that have been donated that are duplicate. There's 5, 6, 7, 10 copies of each book. So they've obviously kept the books they require for the library, but the duplicate copies are all being sold off during the course of this game at the luncheon and tea intervals, if you want to go along to the library and have a bit of a look. 110 for 2.
Here's Mert. Oh, sorry, I popped off and left you alone after all that, didn't I? Here's Mercer, he's in, and down the track again comes Clark's defending the offside. Sun's out, it's glorious blues. In fact, in the space of me running out of the box and back in again, someone's flicked a switch. It's gorgeous out there now. And after, what's the opposite of London buses? Because after all those commentators, you were left on your own for a couple of deliveries. Apologies.
That was absolutely fine. I was just giving a bit of a plug to the book sale at lunch and tea. I was also just thinking, as you look down there, if the stumps weren't in, the players weren't on the field, the strip that they used the other night, 2 away from where we're playing, that actually looks the better wicket.
Yeah. Merta bowls. This ball's pushed away towards point, and there's no run. 110 for 1. I was just pondering actually, and this will come back to bite me at the end of the match, and Holman picks up a 10 for in the game. But you know, Bamba was the man to miss out here. It almost has the feel of actually of all of the Middlesex 4, the quartet that they've got in this game, then perhaps it was the odd man out, Bamba, who might have just skidded it through nicely. A little bit quicker than Merta, not quite as tall as Roland Jones or Helm. He might have been quite useful on this one, but you're always a better player when you're not in the side, aren't you? As Merta bowls, and it's pushed to mid-off. And no run. So we haven't seen any spin yet, so maybe they've spotted a little something that they think might be useful for Holman.
Well, you've got to have a spinner in the side, haven't you, for the overrate as much as anything else. We had a little bit of rain in these parts yesterday, and you can see the footmarks certainly now as Merta comes back for a second spell. You can certainly follow his track into the wicket, can't you?
Merta away from us. He rolls and defended into the onside, no run.
There is plenty of evidence, though, Kev, as you can see, but I don't think I've heard you comment on the bare patches during the Test match. Obviously, lots of hot weather, no rain at all, because can't get out there and give it a good soaking, and it's left the old outfield looking a bit raggedy. It has to be
parched,
said, yeah. So a bit of rain that did come down yesterday afternoon, I think they were very grateful for.
Yeah, it looks like a September.
Yeah.
After a fine summer, it doesn't necessarily always work that way, does it? You can have a better September and October than you do June and July, can't you? But Toby Roland Jones back at the pavilion end. Again, I think a good move, certainly just before lunch, 10 minutes before. It looks like desperate to get one more before the interval.
Well, sides either do that, don't they, and bring back the opening bowlers, or there's the almost customary over a spin before the break. I don't think that's going to happen there this time.
Well, unless they give Holman this end to replace Merta, because he came on, well, he said about 35. If he bowls through to lunch, he'll have had 35 minutes, and that after a 40-minute burst to begin with, because you'd like to see Merta go again after the interval, wouldn't you? So maybe just to break it up a little bit and throw Holman the ball before lunch at this end. 2 right-handers out there as well for the leg spinner. Just see if it buys a wicket.
It is Roland Jones then, 6 overs, 1 for 13 in his earlier spell. Bowls to Hamid, of course, was around to face that earlier spell. Pushes this out on the leg side, and there's no runs. Thinking back to Lords, of course, Stephen Mullaney, what a terrific match he had. He was heartbroken to be out for 92 in the first innings. First ball, wasn't it, of the second morning. But then in the second innings he more than made up for it, romping to a century from just 55 balls, and they say it's the quickest in county championship history for Notts since they started recording the number of balls. As Hamid pushes this into the offside. So how many years that goes back I don't know, but there was a period in time, wasn't there, where they just recorded centuries and 50s and whatever in time, and then it switched to balls faced, and Mullaney's 55-ball century at Lords a month, 6 weeks or so ago, whatever it was, is the quickest county championship 100 by a Nottinghamshire player in terms of balls faced.
Mentioning Mullaney, I liked your tweet earlier. Dial M for Merta and Mullaney.
110 for 2. That's one you always say, isn't it? And more to that as this is pushed back to the bowler. I heard you also mentioning, whilst you're on commentary with Kirsty and Grace, about Luke Fletcher's 250s at Lords. He's leading a one-man campaign to get it in the Guinness Book of Records. I don't think they're quite that specific. Apparently he is the only batter in the history of first-class cricket in the same match to get a half-century at 1 and a half-century at 11. Of course, he did it the other way around. Next delivery is defended by Hamid. If you can't remember, he came in at number 11 in the Nottinghamshire first innings, right at the back end, obviously, of the innings, and played his shots, got a 50, played nicely indeed. Then Middlesex battered, were all out right at the end of, was it day 2?
Sounds about right.
But there was time for 1 over left, and Luke, having batted so well in the first innings, said, "Can I face it?" Sort of a night watchman, as This next delivery played on the leg side by Hamid, so he went out, survived the evening, and the next morning went on at the top of the order and got his second half century of the game. Absolutely extraordinary.
Oh, it's bell to that.
But as you say, he had a decent all-round game. He threw the stumps down to run out Josh De Cares, who's not involved today. Picked up a couple of wickets as well, so he enjoyed his trip very much.
Yeah, he was in the squad as well, De Cares. I'll come back to that in a moment.
110 for 2. Next delivery worked away by Hamid. Now he might get a run this time. I thought there was somebody typing.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
But I think it's just the rustle of something instead near our FX microphone. Feet off the ground time if you're the superstitious sort. I had to say good morning to 2 or 3 magpies when I left home this morning, just driving down the lane towards the A46, and there were quite a lot of young bunny rabbits on the road as well. He sort of feared for them a little bit, and a lot of magpies about.
Here it's Mercer's got an earpiece in, hasn't he?
Yes.
Right on cue, he brought himself on, and now right on cue, he's brought Holman on. Good man, Tim.
Good time to bring the spinner. I seem to think Holman, and I'm not looking at a card here, I seem to think he went round the park in the first innings, but got a few wickets in the Nottinghamshire second innings at,
he got 3
at Lords. But he went for a few, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Couldn't land it, and 1 or 2 got him away.
This is actually quite a nice little pitch placement for the leg spinner, isn't it, if the right-handers are on. Turning it away from the right-hander with the short boundary and the onside for Hamid, and Clark's the temptation will be there to try and access that short boundary.
So this will be the 27th over of the innings.
Yeah, 28 for the morning.
Think we'll get 2 in?
Oh, you might. Yeah, might too. Slip goes down. Holman comes in and he bowls to Hamid onto the leg side first up, and it's tickled for 2 probably, just fine of the long leg. Back they come. 113 for 2. Nelson doesn't strike.
No, feet back down on the ground. Only there for the pause between overs.
It's the only time you and Martin Emerson allow me to put my feet on the desk anymore, isn't it? If Notts or Durham are batting and it's Nelson on the board. Go on, put your feet up, Kev. Holman in bowls, and this ball off the hip down the leg side. Just a bit of bounce though for Holman there, and it'll be a couple more, but I don't think he'll mind the bounce that he got from that one. They can turn it into 3. Well run. Leg buys. He remains on 41, 116 for 2. Applause for the running, but yeah, I don't think he'll mind the bounce that he got there. Holman. Mind you, I'd never put my feet on the desk here. It's a comfortable place to work. Trent Bridge, not so comfortable at Chesterley Street, so always got my feet up there. Nice comfy chairs, proper commentary chairs these, aren't they?
They are indeed.
Swivel cushion chairs.
I think your tablet actually is right in the very same spot that Martin Emerson's was when Hales hit the one into this commentary box. That's the mark there.
Wow.
It's not good radio, I know, mentioning that.
There's Holman. You could do it for the stream though. This ball's turned to mid-wicket, isn't it? Let me move the laptop out of the way.
Well,
Commentators can.
His tablet was sort of there, and the ball landed there. The mark is still there where Alex Hales hit the 6 into this box.
Holman again bowls, and this ball's clipped up to mid-on 1 and 16 for 2.
And everybody thinks I caught it clean and was such a good fielder, but it bounced there.
Wow.
There's a board behind us. Behind Kev here, it hit the board here.
Oh my.
And then came up, and then I caught it. The rebound off the wall behind Kev.
Someone pushed to cover, no runs. Did he catch it one hand off the wall?
Well, he just did that and popped up, and I just.
One-handed catch off the wall. There you go. That's out.
That's
out. One hand off the wall. One hand, one bounce. Holman bowls, drops that on short, and on the back foot, wristily works through square by Clark to move to 21, 117 for 2. So, I mean, this did a bit of damage here, didn't it? Has that been repaired? Was there an actual hole? Because it looks almost so it's been repaired a bit, or did it just?
It has been repaired a little bit.
Yeah. So, I mean, that must have splintered. It could have flown anywhere.
But it was an inch away from smashing his tablet.
Well, no, Martin Emerson, the splinters, that could have been an inch away from blinding him. He's always got a rotten bit of luck, hasn't he?
I think whenever we do again with Dave Bradley, and of course now Joe Clark is with Notts. I think Joe Clark smashed Dave Bradley's laptop.
Oh yes,
with a 6 somewhere.
Oh, was that Uxbridge?
I don't know. It was.
I think it was.
We are going to get another over. Roland Jones bowls as we're wittering away about broken laptops as Clark works it away for a single.
Your favourite ground of mine, Uxbridge. I'll tell you what it was. It wasn't a 6. It was morning practice, and they had a practice square in line with our commentary tent, which just to the side of the sight screen, and of course the ball. If it goes back past the bowler or back past, they've usually got what's the opposite of a dead stop, for the practice net in the morning. They've usually got somebody just patrolling to guard that the ball doesn't go down the ground into the spectators.
Next delivery from Roland Jones on its way. Hamid works it to leg. Decent stop at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So Dave and I were having a natter, and then all of a sudden, bang! About half an hour before the start of play or whatever, and his laptop was shattered. A ball driven straight back down the ground. Whether it ramped up off an advertising board in front of the commentary tent and then hit the back of Dave's laptop screen, but that was the end of the laptop, or the laptop screen anyway.
But that was Joe Clark apparently.
Yeah.
Hamid has 41. He's on strike, batted obviously since the start of play. Might get another one here, and will, as he pulls this shortish ball from Roland Jones down the ground. Looks as if the bowler had a word with him there. Well battered Hass, or words to that effect. He's had a couple of first-class hundreds against Middlesex now. Asib Hamid. We're into the BBC Radio Nottingham 1 o'clock news. So pretty sure this will be the final over of the day. There are 3 balls left. Averages 63 from his 6 previous matches against Middlesex. Hamid, here's Clark. He clips it to mid-wicket and will just get a single. Joe Clark, he has a best of 89 against Middlesex, averages 37. This is his 5th game against them. 2 balls left, 120 for 2.
No doubt whose morning it is, Dave, on 20 for 2. Nottingham should be very happy with this. When you win the toss and go to bat first, you could lose 3 or 4.
Scored quickly, haven't they? 120 minutes, 120 runs, 2 balls left. Like that sort of symmetry. Bouncer, left alone, goes through to John Simpson. The 2 men out, obviously, Slater. Ben Slater, the opener, made 9, caught behind off Toby Rowland-Jones, and Ben Duckett, he was also caught behind off Tom Helm for 37. 1 ball left. Might just all tie in nicely with BBC Radio Nottingham news.
I think Middlesex will like to hit the top of the off stump a little bit more regularly in the afternoon. Is that fair?
I think it is fair, yeah. And Hamid pushes it back to Roland Jones, who tried to play keepy-uppies, misses it. And that, I'm sure, will be lunch, or I think it'll be lunch. It will. 120 for 2. Well, I just wonder if we are going to get a cricket update. We might just get the chance to say to thank you for your company this morning, and let you get off for your lunch, Kevin. Have you any quick thoughts?
So 6 years since we've been here for a first-class game. Yeah, because of course we had the quarter-final here a few years back in the T20, didn't we, between these teams?
We can talk about that if you want.
No, thanks.
Thanks to Kev this morning. He'll be back after lunch. Thanks to Grace and Kirsty as well. We are going to do an update for Radio Nottingham. Well, the players are just leaving the field right now. What an entertaining morning's cricket that was. 120 minutes, 120 runs. Not so 120 for 2 at lunch. Both batsmen that were dismissed, the left-handers, Ben Slater for 9 and Ben Duckett for 37. Both caught behind a wicket for Toby Rowland-Jones and for Tom Helm. But Asib Hamid has played nicely, batting through the session for 42 not out. Joe Clark has joined him in a stand so far worth 37. He's on 23 not out. Very enjoyable morning. It's just got more and more blustery though. Let's hope the wind dies down for the resumption in 40 minutes time. At lunch, Nottinghamshire 120 for 2.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the start of the afternoon session here between Notts and Middlesex at lunch. Notts 120 for 2. They were put in by Tim Murtagh this morning, won the toss. Whether that was Middlesex's plan all along, we might not find out until Kevin Hand press gangs Tim Murtagh with one of his posing questions a little later on. We certainly know that Stephen Mullane and his side were happy to bat first, and Notts at lunch, as I say, 120 for 2, Slater out for 9, Ben Duckett 37. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham, Kev Hand here from BBC Radio London. We've got two lightning players. My word, that sounds dramatic, doesn't it? Kirsty Gordon will be with us before too long, but to talk you through the first over, you're a left arm quick, aren't you? Grace
Quick.
Ballinger.
I think quick might be a bit generous, but yeah.
Quicker than
left arm
Mercer.
seam.
Most are.
As he comes in. First ball of the over is Clark to face, and good ball outside off. Bit of movement actually, but just pushed into that cover gap in the offside and will be one.
Suitably fed and watered?
Yeah.
Have they looked after you?
Yeah, brilliant lunch
Good.
actually.
Good.
What did you go for?
Me, I've had a nice cheese sandwich and a sausage roll.
Oh, fair enough. I went for pie of
No,
the
I
day
shall
myself.
have some my dinner when I get home tonight. Watching a bit of Glasgow. I've not seen any yet. Apparently McCartney was good last night, but is it Diana Ross who's on tonight?
I wouldn't know, to be honest with you.
Oh.
My brother's there though. As Murtagh's in again, and another full ball on the stumps, driven nicely by Clark, but stopped by the mid-off fielder who comes round and throws it into the keeper.
Your brother's there at Glastonbury?
My brother's at Glastonbury, yeah.
In a tent or a motorhome, or is he performing? Or
He is a DJ, but he's not quite at the level of Glastonbury just yet, so I don't know. Yeah, he's just having a good time, I reckon. God knows what he's up to.
younger, older?
Older. He's 23.
Well, that's not old, is
No.
it? He'll be having the time of his life.
Acts like he's 19 at the best of times as well, so.
It's got quite breezy now, actually.
Yeah, it looks like it might just be aiding Murtagh a little bit. He's got a bit of movement for the first two balls of the session as he comes in again, and good ball outside off. Looks like just going away from Clark a little bit and left alone and back to the keeper, who whistles around the slip, Gordon.
Are you encouraged to do that? Wherever you feel, just fizz it back to the keeper and then start the whole process again.
Yeah, I think it's good. It keeps you busy in the field, doesn't it, and keeps the intensity high, and especially in these games, which obviously are a long time in the field, it's good to keep interested, isn't it? Good start for Murtagh then as he comes in again, fourth ball of the over. Another full ball on the stumps, and Clark can do nothing but defend it back to the bowler.
I think when we were at Lord's, who did she play for? The Sunrisers? Joe Gardner did the commentary with us.
Yes, yeah, I do know. Do know Joe Gardner.
And she was saying doesn't play any red ball cricket at all now.
No.
Solely white ball cricket. Are you the same?
Yeah, just white ball cricket, which is a shame. I think I'd quite like red ball cricket, and I think it's something that could definitely be introduced into the women's domestic game. But yeah, the only time I reckon I'd play red ball cricket at the moment was if I got the whites on for my Saturday club side, which I'm yet to do this year.
Which is?
Sutton Coldfield, back in Birmingham, as he come into bowl, and another ball very similar to the last, just defended in, but extra cover cleans it up and no run taken.
So there's no multi-day county cricket?
There's not, no. There's not, which is a shame. I think I've played one 3-day game in my time.
It is a shame, really, isn't it? Still, you have to go where the big bucks are.
Commentating for the BBC.
Final ball of the over. Slightly outside off, full again, and just patted into the cover region. End of the first over after lunch. Nottinghamshire 122 for 2.
Was Kev on air when you were talking about London spirit earlier? I don't think he was. I don't know if he heard that. She's
Blasphemy.
She's going to be a Lord's resident.
Ah, brilliant.
Yeah, no, very exciting.
That was part of Sponsors Day actually yesterday. That was at Lawsford. Of course, all of the confectionery that was supplied was all the sponsor stuff from the 100. So everything you could imagine was on display there. All the crisp packets.
I was thinking.
Are you not following?
No, I was thinking. What, last year's 100? Surely it'll be past the sell-by date. That's what I was thinking.
Here's Roland Jones to Hamid on 42. He bowls, and this ball's eased away out towards a deep point for a single. Hamid to 43. 1, 2, 3 for 2.
Yeah, it's all the different snacks. Do the players get copious boxes and boxes of them too? You haven't got to look at Kirsty before you answer. Just
I didn't play last year. I wouldn't know.
Oh, right.
Wasn't in the 100 last year.
What are the Spirit? They're all a particular brand, aren't they?
Tyrrells.
Tyrrells, the crisps. Yeah, there was loads of them yesterday. That's what there was. There was loads of those. Other crisps are available, of course. Roland Jones just brought mid-wicket in a little closer. Crouching down now, he bowls, and this is full and wide and outside the off stump. And Clark drives it effortlessly for 4. He moves to 29, 127 for 2.
It's hard being a bowler, isn't it, really? I mean, Grace, he didn't do a deal wrong there, did he? Just slightly over pitch, but I mean, Clark just leaned into it and just had 4 on the total.
Yeah, I think when you play on wickets as good as the ones that they make these days, and obviously the ground staff do a very good job, but sometimes you feel a bit hard done by as a bowler. You just sometimes feel like no matter where you bowl it, the batter's getting it away. And yeah, nice shot by Joe Clark. He's going well.
2 slips go down as well as that short mid-wicket. Roland Jones bowls, and down the leg side. Oh, it's a good stop by Simpson. I think it was only pad, it wasn't bat, so we won't know because I didn't get a run. But Simpson diving to his left, gets a real firm left glove on it. The ball only just trickles away from him. They don't take a run. That would have been salt in the wound. That have got away for 4 after the cover drive. Deep backward point, protecting that shorter boundary. No third in place, so just 2 slips. Deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. And Roland Jones in, bowls to Clark, who defends a length ball. Gets in behind it on the back foot to defend.
So Peter Milan, Kev, is coming in for Peter Hanscom.
Yeah.
Shaheen Shah Afridi was here at the start of the season. Gone. Is he likely to be seen again?
No, they were hoping he'd be back for this, but the agreement was actually that he would go back to that Pakistan series, and then he'd stay. He wasn't coming back. So yeah, just Peter Milan brought in as the replacement for Hanscom. As Roland Jones bowls and forward goes Clark, pushing away to the offside, no run. 127 for 2. Yeah, they went into that Derbyshire game without an overseas, as obviously they're doing so again here, Middlesex.
So there's potentially a spot up for grabs if, say, there's one of the New Zealand tourists that wants to hang around for the summer, or somebody that was here for
Daryl Mitchell was very popular last year. Very, very popular, Daryl Mitchell at Middlesex, and obviously...
Do you think his fee might have gone up a little bit?
Yes, exactly. I'm going to say he's not doing too badly at the moment either, is he? Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this is pushed to mid-on defensively, watchfully by Clark, and no run. 127
has he been snapped for the 100? I think he has.
Has he? Wouldn't be surprised. He played well last year.
He has, yeah.
Yeah, an all-rounder, isn't he? So useful to have.
End of the over, 127 for 2 after 30 overs here in the blustery commentary box on the 3rd floor of the Radcliffe Road End. Welcome to this part of the East Midlands. If you're joining us for the first time today, cast of thousands, hopefully it'll be 1,001 if we might get a little bit of Kevin Howells this afternoon to join us, and maybe even 1 or 2 more guests popping in. Rest assured there'll be some different voices for you throughout the day. Here's Tim Murtagh and here's Grace Ballinger.
Murtagh in for the first ball of his 10th over, Hamid's face, and leaves that one alone outside the offside. Looks to play it for a second, but left alone in the end, and Murtagh gets a ripple of applause from the slip cordon.
A question for you, Brace. What, everybody...
Brace and Grace.
Brace and Grace, there you go. Girdler in hand, we always said that was a West Country pub or something, wasn't it? Nottinghamshire, everybody says should be in Division 1. They're a Division 1 team. They really are. Were they to win Division 2 this year and end up in Division 2 next year? Pretty galling.
To into Hamid and outside off, punched away into the offside, but into cover and no run taken.
Must be a little bit of the chat around here, mustn't it?
Well,
it must be on people's minds, because
it's certainly been on mine, but you know, people just say there's not a deal you can do about it. I do think it's poor that we're into the season and we're already this deep into the season.
Yeah.
And in fact, I don't think we'll know until the end of the season what's going to happen next year. Is it not till the end of September where they're having the meeting to decide if it's going to be 14 games, 12 games, 10 games, no games, whether it's going to be 2 divisions or a conference or what it is.
And a full ball by Murta is driven away, but doesn't get anywhere as it's cleaned up in the cover point.
You know, it's not particularly good that you can be playing in a competition and you don't know what really you're playing for.
Exactly.
You know, obviously there is a Division 2 title or trophy up for grabs, but is there promotion?
The whole point of Division 2
is there promotion for 2 teams or for 3 teams or for no teams?
The whole point of Division 2 is you want to get back to Division 1, isn't it? I mean, Division 2 titles all well and good, but the fact of the matter is whether you finish first or second, you want to be back in Division 1. Is the whole point of it.
2 slips in against Hamid as that one is bowled pretty straight and just flicked around into the mid-wicket region. Square leg comes and cleans it up. 1 run taken.
You know, Notts have taken their punishment this year for finishing bottom in 2019, and then we had the Bob Willis Trophy year of 2020. Last year, I can't remember what happened last year. It was sort of the conference system, wasn't it? They ended up in Division 1. They ended up getting more points than anybody else. Ended up winning more games than anybody else, yet didn't win it.
Could be consigned to Division 2 for 2 years.
And then they decide we'll go back to 2019's finishing positions.
Murta again and slightly back of a length and just again flicked into the leg side, this time by Joe Clark, who will run back and get 2.
What do you reckon, Grace?
About what?
Contentious stuff, isn't it, all of it? No, there's...
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because we were talking this morning, and I was saying it, speaking to Danny Warren, the director of Sunrisers, the regional director, about the expansion that everybody's desperately calling for the women's game, for the regional game in particular, to expand the amount of games that they play. All this talk of contraction for the men's game.
Yeah, there's always something going on, isn't there? There's always some change to be had, and Murta comes in for the final ball of his over, which is a good full straight ball, which is driven to mid-on. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 130 for 2.
So how's your week split at the minute then, Grace? You say you're still studying English literature at Loughborough University. What do you class yourself as? A professional cricketer? Semi-professional cricketer?
Yeah, flip between the two really.
Depends who's asking.
So, yeah, probably semi-professional for me at the moment. Yeah, doing my studies at the same time.
And studies with English literature. You're speaking to an idiot here, as you've probably already gathered. Does that involve reading all the classics?
There's a bit of reading involved in English literature.
Bit of reading.
Yeah, a little bit more than I expected, unfortunately. Maybe I probably should have expected it, but no. All done for the year now, which is good, because it can be a little bit stressful.
And what were your big books this year?
Oh, too many.
There's Roland Jones from
Was it good?
Pavilion End. There's a flash outside the off stump and it's gone through to the keeper. I don't know if it's my end, Kevin.
Oh, you go ahead, don't worry.
But, so what were your big books this year that you had to read and digest and write about? And
quite a few actually. There's a Dan Lewis book called The Monk, which I really enjoyed. It's quite an old book. I did Frankenstein, probably the better known book.
Oh, I did Frankenstein at A-level.
Oh,
Picture of Dorian Gray, Oscar Wilde.
So it's not all Shakespeare and Jane Austen then?
No.
Of Mice and Men.
Hamid's on 44. Next delivery is pushed away there fairly gently by Asiba Mead. His 45th run, 131 for 2 knots, just setting the platform for what they hope will be something top side of 350. Clark back onto strike on 31. This pair have added 48 since Ben Duckett's dismissal. Scores his run so quickly, Duckett. It was a Huge blow, really, for Notts this morning. It was a big wicket for Middlesex to pick up. That second one, duck it out for 37. We've lost a cap. Skippers chasing after it. 131 for 2. You can probably hear how blustery it is on the effects microphone as Clark just helps this onto the leg side and makes his way down to the other end. Moves on to 32. No centuries yet this year for Joe Clark. Got I think it was 86 in the last game against Leicestershire. That's his top score so far this summer.
I was going to say, who's the bigger
89.
wicket? Who's the bigger? You know, if Middlesex claim one, he can have one right now. Which one do you think they should desperately be fearing or desperately wanting to take? Who would not really not want to lose right now? Who would not think that this he can get hold of the game now?
Now there's a question. 132 for 2. Next delivery in, and Hamid pushes it back to the bowler. That's on a par with you asking Kirsty this morning what the wettest ground she's played at.
Yeah.
They've both got differing reasons, which obviously will culminate in them trying to do the best for the team and for the total. I know Hasib Hamid, because I've spoken to him about it, he's a little disappointed that by this stage of his career best score is only 125. I know he's got ambitions to get a really big one.
A daddy ton.
Yeah. 132 for 2, and I know that's one of the things driving him on as he drives this into the offside for the 50th run of the partnership between Hamid and Joe Clark. Clark's monopolised the scoring. He's got 32 out of the 50. 133 for 2. But flip that round, I also know Joe Clark is desperate to get his first 100 of the summer, so he might be head down, digging in and looking for a big one all day. But I think right now, if you ask the Middlesex bowlers, the Middlesex skipper, the Middlesex supporters, they just want to see the end of the partnership and get a new one out there. Both very capable players. Good career averages. Clark has had some huge scores in the past, but me desperate for a big one. He says, that's it, Clark on the pad. There might be the wicket. Feeling was it was perhaps just outside the line, and Toby Rowland-Jones looks a little amazed or a little aghast back at umpire Debenham, and now goes over and has a little bit of a chat to the umpire. 133 for 2 about why it wasn't given. Maybe just got outside the line.
Looks like it might have hurt him a bit actually. He's got a bit of a limp on, just having a little look, I think. But yeah, didn't look too convincing, I don't think. I don't think we'll see a replay, so
I'll scrub back on the stream. That's the way to do it, isn't it?
Yes, if Kirsty's listening in the production room, may just get another opportunity just to have a look at it again.
Murta comes in, first ball is over, Hamid to face, and outside off, punched away, but straight into the fielders there. Field slightly more spread than it was in the first session, with just the 2 slips in, and now a cover and an extra cover, offering a bit of protection in the offside.
There you go. Have a look. Hit back leg, didn't it? I think.
Ooh.
Outside the line.
Maybe slightly. Doesn't look the worst of shouts. I reckon I would have gone up for that one.
Yeah, I don't think it was the worst shout. That's for sure. It's the best LBW shout of the day. Let's put it that way. But just outside the line, I think.
Yeah. Looks like it as Murta's in again, and good ball outside off, carrying through nicely to the keeper, but left alone by Hamid.
Started getting the old speed gun. The speed's popping up on the live stream, and those last 2, I noticed they're Murta 69.9 miles an hour. You've not got to be express quick to get the job done. Don't think he'd take that as being hugely flattering though. 69.9.
Yeah, Murta. No, that's about Murta. All right, just nudging 70. Rowland-Jones, I was going to say actually 77. He did just nudge it into the 80s slightly earlier this season at Lords.
And it's short outside off by Murta, and it's just flashed away by Hamid and will run away for 4 through the third man region. Brings Hamid up onto his 50. 50 not out off 89 deliveries with 7 fours. It's a good start for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, well battered by Haas, as they know him here. That's 4th time he's passed 50. He's had the 1 century match at Lords against Middlesex, 93 not out against Derbyshire, 59 against Leicestershire and 53 against Worcestershire. So now the 5th time he's passed 50.
Oh, our line's gone down again on the BBC. We're still on the stream though, so keep going, Grace. You keep talking.
A 4 ball in response by Murtagh and goes nowhere as no run is taken as mid-wicket goes to clear that up, and we're still on.
I've rock and rolled on the. We'll still be on the stream, so we'll always be on the stream. It's just the BBC line when it drops off.
Back on.
I've rock and rolled on the stream. What do you reckon? Brace and grace. I'm going to put it to the jury of brace and grace.
It looked outside the line with at first viewing.
There's the ball just striking the back pad. Height may have been an issue where it's striking the back
maybe
pad.
Maybe a little bit of height, but it is his back leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Murtagh into Hamid again, and a bit like the last 4 ball on the stumps and just defended away by Hamid.
Kirsty, you're going to have to be judge and jury on this.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Striking in line, going over the top. In that back pad there.
Gone.
Gone.
Third umpire's given it out.
Yeah, we have literally gone upstairs. Only 1 step upstairs at the back of the box for Kirsty.
Reliable source of Kirsty Gordon. Yeah, that is true. Final ball of the over, in, and another ball just patted away. Defended off the stumps by Hamid, and that ends the 33rd over. Nottinghamshire 137 for 2.
I've probably overstayed my welcome, haven't I? I should get out of here. Kirsty can come and replace me. I've done 20 minutes when I should have done 15 after lunch. Sorry, Kirsty. Company was too good with brace and grace.
Kev seems to be working on his own roster here, which is absolutely fabulous because.
Oh, have you got something else in mind?
No,
is that right?
No,
I don't know.
No.
I thought I'd missed a trick there. I might have missed a conversation.
You can come back here in a moment or two if you wish. 137 for 2. Aeroplane just flies over the top of the Batman board. Do you know it was the Batman board over there, Grace?
No.
So if you see the scoreboard as a new over starts with Roland Jones bowling to Clark and he pushes it back. The aeroplane's there now over the stand. Oh, bear with me because we've just lost connection to the internet. Let's push it back. But the scoreboard, the things on the top, the silhouette looks like Batman's ears. So we call it the Batman board.
I'm with you.
I'm delighted that the scoreboard has brightened up though. We can now read the names quite clearly.
Yes. Yeah. Good work, everybody. Next delivery on its way. Roland Jones bowls, and Joe Clark, who's on 32, pushes it back to the bowler. So Notts put into bat. I beg your pardon. Notts winning the toss, opting to bat. I don't think they'll have minded that at all, especially the nasty fasts. James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher, and Dane Patterson get their feet up today, and hopefully, from their perspective, Notts can have a good day with the bat, so they won't be required to have a bowl until either late on or until tomorrow morning. Nice looking shot this time, partially parried in the covers, and there's no run. 137 for 2.
Just seems to be going quite nicely here, don't they? Clark and Hamid starting to build a nice partnership, both scoring at a relatively quick rate, and yeah, as you say, I think Nottinghamshire will be pleased with the way they've gone.
Certainly the most challenging period this morning, right at the start, obviously, with the new ball, and Murtagh and Roland Jones, who are clearly the standout bowlers, were operating. And again, it's very difficult for the two Nottinghamshire batters here just to get any sort of momentum, as this is played on the onside. But when that change came this morning, Helm from one end, Anderson from the other, they absolutely rattled along. Suddenly both bowlers had figures of 3 overs none for 30 or so. Then Helm dismissed Duckett, and it all just slowed down a little bit once again. As Roland Jones into his 11th over, bowls, shortish delivery. Joe Clark got into a position there to try and hook the ball away, but decided to leave it alone.
Yeah, these two not offering a bad ball at all, so making it much more challenging for the Nottinghamshire pair to score, and it's probably just the slight difference in the class of these two versus the first change bowlers who the Notts player were able to get on top of.
Here comes Roland Jones once more, and Clark gets a stride in, he eases it into the covers, and there's no run. 137 for 2. Had a very brief Test career, Toby Roland Jones, and that was, I think, primarily due to injury. Came in, played 2 or 3 games, and not really impressive, but then picked up a knock, and again, like so many before him and since, has sort of fallen to the back of the queue. Consistent performer for Middlesex over the years, as is Tim Murter, who's going to bowl the next over.
Seems to be the case with a lot of the fast bowlers, actually, doesn't it, in the men's test at the moment? Lots of injuries, lots of stress fractures, but
yeah.
I don't know what the answer is really. Is Mercer comes in again, 2 slips in play to Hamid, who defends a good ball after stumps into the covers.
Test match, New Zealand now 258 for 5, Blundell 49, Mitchell 44. They're combining again, so New Zealand lead by 227. And there's 5 wickets left. What is it? It's day 4 today, isn't it? So could be a cracker tomorrow again.
England to break that dreaded partnership first, though.
Mercer comes in, and slightly shorter ball, slightly wider as well, outside off, but a good diving stop in the covers after a decent drive from Hamid. Could be an overthrow as it throws back into the stumps, but won't be, and no run taken in the end after a bit of commotion from the Middlesex fielders.
An eventful ball for no run.
Do you reckon the Test match could be lining up to be another good one? The one here was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I reckon so. If a couple of wickets this afternoon, and it could be day 5.
Mercer comes in again, straight ball flicked by Hamid, and fine leg comes in, picks it up for 1 run, and another slightly loose throw, but keeper does well to tidy it up.
Without getting into the internal politics of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, which we really don't want to go to. It'll be very interesting to see how much cricket is left for day 5, because of course here they I won't say they quite literally threw the doors open. You had to get your tickets in advance, but they were free for the final day, weren't they?
Yeah, an excellent incentive by Trent Bridge and the ECB to get a full house in here on day 5.
Mercer in again, a straight ball, just ran off the face of the bat into the gap on the leg side, and 1 taken to the fielder out on the boundary. Yeah, it was brilliant, wasn't it? Final day free, but we had training, didn't we?
No,
on
I was
that
devastated.
Day. Yeah, it was pretty gutting. We said to the head coach, can we get the day off? But it wasn't meant to be.
So I'll put the same question to Grace, and I'll put to you, Kirsty. Do you describe yourself now as a full-time professional cricketer?
Yeah, for me, I am, yeah. Finished my studies. I've got a contract at Lightning, so yeah, I'm do class myself as that these days.
Mercer in again, and another full ball on the stumps, just defended away by Hamid.
So how does the next week or 2 look in terms of practice days and match days?
Yeah, we've normally got about 3 training days in the week for cricket, and then 2 or 3 gyms, couple of runs, and building up to our first Rachel Hayhoe-Flint game on Saturday.
And that's a home game? That's
a home game, yeah. It's at Hazelgrave in Loughborough against the Western Storm. So looking to get some first points on the board in the 50 over comp.
Final ball of Mercer's over, and as he comes in, and another full delivery, and just defended away into the point region, and comes to the end of his 12th over. Nottinghamshire 139 for 2.
Joe Clark 33, Asiba Mead 51. Nicely set now, aren't they? This partnership 56. What will be the Middlesex plans? Asiba Mead has just called for a drink and maybe a change of gloves. The 12th man's out there. Not entirely sure who's doing it. Oh, it's Sol Budinger. When we get the binoculars, we can clearly see on. He turns there now. You can see his number 1 visible through his day-glow orange shirt, day-glow orange bib rather. 139 for 2.
The sun's just breaking out again, which is nice. Hopefully the clouds will part and we'll have a nice sunny afternoon.
It's quite a pleasant day actually to both to play and to watch, I guess, as Clark drives this crisply to wideish mid off. The skipper puts the dive in, prevents any runs. Just saw 1 over of spin from Luke Holman before lunch. Imagine Murtagh will go to the change bowlers of Anderson and Helm next. Give them another go. There is Roland Jones, bowls, and Clark eases it into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Middlesex will be hoping that the change bowlers can be hot on that line and length straight away in their second spells if they turn to them. Because this has been a real tight spell of bowling from Roland Jones and Tim Murtagh as well.
Here comes Roland Jones from the pavilion end, lengthy approach. It's hit back to him. I don't know if he deliberately tried to deflect it towards the stumps there, or it just hit his boot and went in that direction, but Hamid hadn't gone out of his ground. 139 for 2. He was run out earlier in the season, Asib Hamid, like that. Ben Duckett drilled one straight back in the Glamorgan game, and the ball struck James Wheel's boot onto the stumps, and Hamid was out. Horrible way to go.
It's the worst way to get out, hasn't it, that? Shocking.
139 for 2. Next delivery played away on the offside by Clark. There's no run. Not a good way to get out either if you drill it into the bat of your batting partner at the non-striker's end. Did you see that in the test match the other day?
Yeah, that was crazy. Not seen one like that, to be fair. In a test match as well, that's pretty devastating, isn't it? But it was great awareness from Alex Lees at mid-on to, I guess, keep his eyes on the ball when it was coming and going in a completely different direction.
139 for 2. Next one is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Sort of bizarre one. This time last week we were at Stanley Park, Blackpool, for the other Lightning side. Lancashire Lightning playing Notts in the Blast, and Ben Duckett went down on one knee very deliberately to scoop it fine. Dane Velas, the Lancashire keeper, anticipated it, moved to his right, and Duckett's shot hit him on the helmet and just ballooned up in the air, so Velas could take a catch off his own assist, really, off his own helmet. This next one's pushed to mid-on, and there's no run.
It was still a very good catch, actually, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Obviously with the helmet on.
It's a no ball, actually, there, just signalled a little belatedly. Maybe the call on the field would have been nice and prompt, but Ben Debenham turned round and then signalled seemingly a little bit belatedly to us. But 2 runs, 141 for 2.
It's been quite difficult as a wicket-keeper when the ball goes straight up to have the awareness of where it is with the helmet on, etc. So unlucky for Duckett, but a great catch in the end from Dane.
Yes, with to consult the regulations, this one's clipped up to mid-on, there's no run. It stays 141 for 2 at the end of the over. Apparently it changed in 2017. That's I'm only a few years behind. I didn't think you could be out of the keeper's helmet, but in 2017 they changed it to be live, to be a part of the wicket keeper, and not a dead ball. It's a rotten way to get out. 141 for 2. Lovely day, lovely conditions here at Trent Bridge. If that breeze would stop, it would be perfect. And we're enjoying a real old tussle between the top 2 in the Division 2 table, Notts and Middlesex.
Yeah, crowd just starting to get a bit busier as well, I think. Got a decent number in at Trent Bridge today. There's 1 slip and 1 gully in for Hamid as Murtagh comes in, and a straight ball driven straight back past the bowler and will run away for 4. It's a glorious shot by Hamid. Brings him up to 55 not out, and a great start to the over for Nottinghamshire, 145 for 2.
Nice looking drive, wasn't it?
It's got to be the best shot in the book, hasn't it? An on drive between mid-on and the stumps.
Yes, it's how you know you're in good form.
That's what us all-rounders dream of, isn't it, Grace?
See plenty of them when me and Kirsty are batting. Smurfs comes in again in response to the first ball of the over, and wider outside off and left alone, and runs through to the keeper.
I mean, if you're going to play the game, you might as well play the game, hadn't you? And be an all-rounder. It is the best thing to be, because then if you miss out as a bowler, obviously you've got a chance, and likewise, you know, the other way round. You can always sort of redeem yourself, but you know, you might as well throw yourself into the game and pretty much get involved. Yeah.
We're trying to get up the order.
Kirsty's looking for a genuine batting spot in the game this week, I heard, as Mert comes in. Again, another full ball driven, but cleaned up by mid-off and no run is taken.
It's like when you hear youngsters say, well, enjoy batting and enjoy bowling, but don't enjoy fielding. If you don't enjoy fielding, cricket's not for you, really, because it doesn't matter how good you are with the bat or the ball. Probably 95% of this game is fielding, isn't it? You've got to do your share of fielding.
Yeah, that is true.
Totally agree, and the more you enjoy it, the quicker the time passes as well, the more you get out of it.
Murter in again to Hamid, and slightly shorter and slightly straighter, and just flicked round into the fine leg region, and will be one.
Go out there, it's absolutely bone hard, but you know that mentioned earlier, that little bit of rain we had here yesterday, you can, you know, just got a bit of moisture into the grass out there, and you can clearly see every footmark that Tim Murtagh made on his way from the end of his bowling mark right the way up to the crease. This curved, mazy run in.
Yeah, he's bowled a few, hasn't he, this morning? I mean, into his 13th over now, and he's gone well. No wickets actually, but gone for just 36, and he's bowled pretty consistent areas and restricted Nottinghamshire where he can, as he comes in to bowl Clark to face and straight and just patted to mid-on by Clark.
Quite a little phase this, I think. Both Hamid and Clark know that they can't keep going for much longer. That's 40 minutes now that we've had since the lunch break. You'd imagine there'll be a change just around the corner, and maybe they'll in fact Hell now is loosening up already. You'd imagine that they'll look to try and get on top of both Helm and Anderson when they come on like they did this morning.
Yeah, they certainly managed to this morning, but did bring the wicket of Ben Duckett from Tom Helmers. Murtagh comes in for the final ball of his over, and a good delivery on the stumps and patted back for a dot. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 146 for 2.
Well, interestingly, just after our discussion earlier about day 5 at Trent Bridge, Yorkshire have announced that there will be free entry to the final day at Headingley. So good on them, another good initiative, and hopefully they'll have the same result in terms of the number of people in, but hopefully the same result with a big England chase on day 5.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how those tickets go. A lot of cricket left, maybe on day 4 in the Test match. Might not be a lot of cricket left, of course, in the Test match. Might be done today, but again, the feel-good factor.
Mitchell at the crease.
The feel-good factor there is nice to see. Is a lovely delivery from Roland Jones, bowling to Asib Hamid there. Just seemed to push that one through a little quicker, 76.9 miles an hour, and Hamid made the gesture with his hand afterwards towards Joe Clark. That one just wobbled a bit, hit the seam and wobbled a bit. Seems as if Middlesex playing a bit of a guessing game with their catching cord, and the one slip there is Jack Davis. He went across, it was almost sort of 2.5 slip, and maybe he's come back probably 1.5 now. He's just a little bit wider than normal, so John Simpson will know that anything to his right, as long as it's not too far, he can go for. The next one's steered into the offside, and there's no run. Decent crowd in, as we've been saying. The strip is pretty much in line with the main pavilion door here at Trent Bridge. So the players, particularly the Nottinghamshire players on the top balcony, have Spoken about them earlier. Got a good view, almost right behind the arm. Next delivery is outside the off peg, and Hamid opens the face, tries to chop it away through gully. Can't beat the field.
Seems like the wind's picked up again slightly. It's just, I think it would be a glorious day if it wasn't for the wind, but it's just getting a little bit chilly up here again, and I suppose it won't do the bowlers any harm as they look to break this partnership.
Surface true and hard, it's played pretty well. I beg your pardon, Roland Jones bowls, and Mead gets a stride in, leaves it alone and hops back. And there we go, the 3 paces towards the umpire, and turns and makes his way back. All very deliberate and all very repetitive. Places the right foot, then the left, and then a tap of the bat. Roland Jones bowls to him, pushes this to mid-on, and there's no run. Run rate for pretty much all of the morning session was over 4.5. It's down to 3.6 and over right now. So I think that's a multitude of factors. I think Hamid and Clark are both looking to play the long game, realise that this partnership is hugely important, but they also realise that there might be 1 or 2 scoring opportunities when the change bowlers come on. From Middlesex's part, they're desperate to break this stand with Roland Jones and Burt, and the last ball is pushed back to the bowler. 146 for 2 Nottinghamshire here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio London at Trent Bridge, with a cast of thousands today. Dave Bracegirdle, Kevin Hand. Kevin Howells will be with us at some point. He's here grafting away for BBC Radio 5 live today. And from Lightning Cricket, we've got Grace Ballinger and Kirsty Gordon. And we are going to get a bowling change.
Yeah, it will be Tom Helm to come back on from, I think he came on for the Pavilion end before, but he's changed ends and bowled. It's relatively expensive in the morning session. 6 overs for 37 wickets, that'd be good. 37 runs, but did get that all-important wicket of Ben Duckett. And it will be 2 slipped in place for his first ball, which will be against Clark. Deep square and a deep fine leg. Cover, extra cover, point, and second slip's just moved into gully as Helm comes into bowl, first ball of his second spell. It's in, and it's a good ball, short, and just kind of forces Clark to play a defensive shot, and looks slightly uncomfortable there.
Yeah, it looked like the pace slightly rushed him there. I suppose having just been facing Roland Jones and Murtagh, kind of steady high 70s, early 80s, it's a potential that Helm just rushed him with that first ball, a bit quicker off the surface, and probably up in the low to mid 80s there, I imagine.
Yeah, I think you might be right, and looks like there'll be a slight fielding change and coverage pushed back to the boundary. Slightly surprising actually. It's quite defensive, but it's almost a point actually, a deep point, if you will. Helm, number 7 on his shirt, runs into bowl, Clark to face. Much fuller delivery and driven nicely by Clark, but straight to mid off and no run taken.
Yeah, I agree with you, quite a defensive field. Obviously it is a good partnership here building, and they want to not let it get away from them, but at the same time they need to keep finding ways to create pressure and hopefully create an opportunity.
Yeah, wicket is certainly what they need here. Partnership creeping up to 63 off 126 deliveries between Clark and Hamid. There's Helm in, and good ball on the stumps, edged into the square leg boundary by Clark as they jog across for a single. You can hear on the effects mic the wind really starting to pick up again. Clouds coming overcast as Kevin Howell comes in and joins us in the commentary box.
I thought I better had, otherwise there'd be accusations flying around of me being lazy and just popping in for the Haribo at the back. Which is partly true, to be fair. In fact,
We've
it's only
heard
true.
that bag rustling
Yes,
numerous times.
Numerous. It hasn't always been me. It can't always have been me. Maybe it was.
Hellman, Hamid to face, and good ball, attempted to kind of work into the offside, but unsuccessful, and no run taken as the ball flies back to mid-off.
I tell you what, you've got a few more windows open in this room to the one I'm in. It's a bit breezy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a
Just
little bit
speaking
cold.
about the wind picking up, yeah.
But at least it's dry. And pretty bright. It got a bit cloudy, isn't it? About 45 minutes in that morning session, but it's pretty bright again now.
Hellman, good delivery, just patted into the offside by Hamid, who's now 56 not out of 109 deliveries, and no run is taken.
Well, this is a much better start to his second spell than the first one, where his first over went for 9, I think. A couple of boundaries. He's held a much better length and forcing Hamid and Clark to do something if they want to rotate the strike.
Yeah, I'd agree. Much heavier length as he comes in again. Final ball of his 7th over, and slightly shorter and just flicked around into the mid-wicket region. Should just be one, as it is cleaned up by Toby Rowland-Jones, and is just one. End of the 39th over, Nottinghamshire 148 for 2.
But do you, either of you, both of you, get just a sneaking feeling, even though at the moment I think that maybe you've got a little bit better bowling-wise, that Nottinghamshire have got a fairly early grip on this, do you not think?
Yeah, I was just about to say this, actually. They seem, I mean, the runs haven't exactly been flourishing in them since we've come back after lunch, but they just seem very comfortable. There hasn't been any edges, there hasn't been any real plays and misses. They just seem to be settling in quite nicely, Hamid and Clark.
I'm trying to think, and that's the word. They seem settled. Seem settled in there.
Yeah, it looks to be Rowland-Jones as well to continue. And news from the Test match: they've broke that all-elusive partnership. Mitchell out, LBW to Potts. Rowland-Jones to continue here. Balls to Hamid, defends into the point region. Good length delivery. It's important news for England. Mitchell's been the thorn in their back for all these Test matches so far. So who knows what will happen now?
Yes, but I mean that is big news. It's very important news. But it's, you know, that idea they had down here at Trent Bridge of offering free tickets for the last day of a Test match sent Yorkies into a cold sweat. Cold sweat.
They've had to follow suit. Rowland-Jones bowls, it's full, and it's tempted to be driven down the ground by Hamid, but he doesn't really get all of it, and mid-off collects.
Everybody's got to now, haven't they? 5 days of Test matches.
They've certainly set a precedent, and the success of it as well, with, we were just speaking about it earlier, the full crowd and the brilliant result. Everyone will be wanting to copy, but they'll know Trent Bridge were the trailblazers. Rowland-Jones in again to Hamid. Short of length, clipped off the hip, and they'll get one into that vacant mid-wicket region. So there's just a mid-on, a wide mid-on in play, and a deep square leg.
You know, the England thing, and I don't mean to pick on any one player, but I'm going to. You know, there are question marks over Crawley in that lineup, and I'm just wondering whether they're going to be looking seriously at Hamid for the second part of the summer here. I mean, he just looks the business, doesn't he, again?
And Rowland-Jones is in this time to Clark, and bowls full, defended. Not full, sorry, that was actually more back of a length and defended. Yeah, I think he's... I want to say he's been unlucky, and I'm willing to be criticised for that, because I believe sometimes you do make your own luck. But, you know, to that brutal Ashes series where, you know, they lost every game, and he was one of many that failed, but obviously seems to be the one that's taken the fall, and along with Rory Burns as well, the two openers. as Roland Jones bowls to Clark, and this time driven beautifully past the stumps, but it's well fielded by mid-on as he collects and rolls and fires it into Simpson behind the stumps.
Well, from my perspective, looking at things at the moment, and I don't know what Notts are saying about Hamid privately as well as publicly, but I just got a feeling as though Notts were not that satisfied with Hamid being called back at the time that he was. They just felt he needed a little bit more time. And then when it goes all wrong for him, they're thinking, well, you know, if only maybe you'd listened.
We told you so.
So, yeah, well.
Roland Jones in to Clark, defended, good length delivery and just pushed in to cover, and that concludes the 40th over. So 40 overs gone, Nottinghamshire are 149 for 2 with Clark and Hamid going well on 34 and 58 respectively.
I mean, it's a point I could, you know, talk to both of you about as well, but just settling on Hamid here for a moment, it's a trust between those involved with England and the county game, in the men's game I'm talking about here, and it's them saying, what do you think? We can see the runs he's scoring, we can have a look at the footage now, we can watch it live on the streams, you know, as people are doing here now. We can see he's looking okay, but what do you think in the dressing room? Do you think he's right? Do you think he's ready? And unless the answer comes back and say, yes, now's the time. I mean, Notts never want to lose him, of course, but now's the time. They basically, communication really important.
Helm comes in, and first ball of the over, really glorious shot by Hamid, driven really nicely, relatively full ball, but straight into the extra cover region. No run is taken.
I mean, without asking you, obviously, to divulge too much of your own careers, whether right now or in the past, I just wonder, have there been moments when actually you've, in your own private moments, thought, well, yeah, I'm going great guns, and then your coaches have maybe said, well, just hold back a little bit and all that sort of stuff, and you realise, yeah, actually you're sensible, you know, we listen to you, and you've got a different perspective on where I am within my own game at the moment?
Helm comes in again and bowls, and good ball on the stumps, hitting that good length here, Helm, and Hamid can do little more with it than just defend it into the cover region.
Yeah, I think you've got a great point there. I think the ECB would certainly benefit from, well, they do benefit from having a close relationship with the counties and I suppose in our case, potentially the regions. But yeah, it's an interesting dynamic and quite a difficult one, I suppose. Obviously, there's players that are centrally contracted, but the ones that are not, if you want to call them up, I guess the communication is really vital.
Helm in again to Hamid, and
Shot.
a short ball just driven beautifully by Hamid and will run away for 4 despite there being fielder out on the cover boundary. It's a glorious shot, perhaps shot of the day, and brings Hamid up onto 62 not out. Nottinghamshire 153 for 2.
Yeah, I suppose I don't really have an answer to your posed point / question.
The point I'm making
is I think it's very valid.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps it's a bit harsh, you know, to players like yourself to ask, but I just think that sometimes maybe the coaches, with their experience, can have a better handle on where you are right now than maybe even you yourself, which sounds a bit strange, but I wonder if that is the case.
Helm in again and rectifies his slightly loose delivery of the ball before with another good length ball on the stumps, and Hamid defends it to mid-off.
I mean, if anybody from England went to Hamid and said, "Are you ready?" He's not ever going to say.
He's never going to turn it down.
No.
Yeah. And of course, the coaches are working with him day in, day out, and but sometimes you're not ready, and sometimes it's the best thing that ever happens. You know, maybe Durham would have said, "Oh, we don't know if Matthew Potts is ready," but he's absolutely thriving in his role at the minute with England.
Yeah.
Helm bowls again, and slightly fuller and slightly straighter, and just flicked around by Hamid, and they will run away to get to 2. Stopped nicely by Roland Jones, who makes a diving stop near the boundary, and they actually end up running 3.
Good
which
running
gets
there.
a ripple of applause from the Nottinghamshire fans.
But yeah, there'll be definitely a part of Hamid that feels like maybe he's blown his opportunity again, his second opportunity, obviously having been made his test debut as a real youngster. It's a very tricky dynamic.
Final ball of the over then, and Helm comes in, and good length ball to finish the over, and Clark goes back and just defends it back to the bowler. Nottinghamshire 156 for 2.
I'd suggest that Australia is never the best place really to make a comeback, is it, really?
It's very hostile.
You needed to have settled in a little bit more, probably. That, which is why I'd quite like him to, maybe to have a bit of a look.
I suppose it's exactly the opportunity that Lees is getting at the minute, having a run in the team in a new environment. More successful environment.
That's the other thing. I mean, I'm fascinated again from your two perspectives. That a coach and a captain can seemingly make so much difference. The idea that somebody can go in and just say, we're going to have a bit more fun. Now, surely you two have been having fun out there playing your cricket anyway, haven't you? I mean, what's your take on this idea? That a coach and a captain goes in and says, we've just got to relax a little bit more and enjoy it a little bit more. Does it actually register with you? Do you know what they're talking about? Because surely you're always feeling like that. You're always trying to aim for the enjoyment, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I think it's really important, and it's something we've been speaking about within our side actually at the moment, and we're actually coming off the back of a pretty difficult T20 campaign, so I think it's so important just to get back to enjoying games.
So the bowling change this time is Anderson in, quick and short and played off the hip by Hamid out to square leg for 1. So Anderson with a change of ends again as he replaces Toby Rowland-Jones. Yeah, we've had quite a big change at Lightning over the last 12 months, new coach, and it does completely change the environment. Not always in certainly bad to good, in obviously there's a lot of different dynamics, but just different personality comes in and they have different ways of operating, and it can completely change the mindset of players. Anderson in and bowls short to Clark, tries to pull but doesn't really get hold of it, and it just falls short, and mid-wicket collects there. Anderson looking like he has a little bit more pace than he did this morning. He just didn't look as quick this morning and was fairly expensive, but these first 2 balls look to have a bit more pace behind him. He comes again to Clark, full this time and driven through the leg side, clipped off his hip, beats mid-wicket in the ring, square leg, working hard to get round but won't quite get there, and it trickles not even over the line, just onto the rope for 4 runs. It was beautifully timed by Clark to almost the biggest region of the boundary over there, and square leg couldn't do enough.
Looked nice, that, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Sounded nice.
Beautifully timed, great balance to play a shot like that.
Playing nicely through the leg side, Joe Clark. There's been a couple where he's just driven it through to the rope there.
Anderson in again, short, clipped off the hip this time in a similar region, but won't go for 4 this time. They will just get 2 as square leg is able to come round and collect. But yeah, it's crazy to see the transformation that England have had, but yeah, I am a big advocate of, if the environment's not right and things are not going to plan, then you do need to change things, and England were unfortunately in a horrible streak of losing games, and sometimes you can be blindsided by what needs to happen when you're so closely involved. Anderson bowls full to Clark, and it's missed his outside edge. He half played at that, left his bat out, and it's sailed past the outside edge into Simpson's gloves.
Well, I guess there can be no better time than taking over something when things are pretty low and results are not that good. But I've always been fascinated by the overseas element of coaches and captains, actually. I mean, I'll give you an example here in a moment's time.
Anderson bowls to Clark, back of a length, defended. Well defended under his eyes as it bounces just in the popping crease and rolls through to Simpson, and that concludes the over. There was the boundary in it, but looked good from Anderson, better than his first spell as well, and decent bit of pace.
Because as you can both gather, I've been around for a little bit now. It's long in the tooth. But in the men's county game, we had a period where you had Stephen Fleming, who was captain here at Notts, and you had Shane Warne down at Hampshire for a time. And the way they went about their cricket and leading their teams, and also in situations of creating victories and when others might have gone for a draw, they've been a bit more maybe cautious. As overseas, there's something about them where they would make wins, they would create wins from nowhere seemingly, and they would go for the win over, and they wouldn't mind if they lost, in the sense they prefer the risk for the win. And I thought, to me, that is a little bit because as overseas, you're coming along and you can, I mean, I cheekily say this because you can dash away at the end of September. You haven't got to face the members' meetings in the winter to explain yourself. But I just wonder if there is that little bit of a freedom when you're an overseas coach going somewhere else to express yourself a little bit more, maybe. You don't feel there's so much pressure.
Helm comes into bowl and 2 straight and flicked round by Hamid, and that evades even the fine leg fielder and races past the boundary for 4.
Because you've got Trevor Bayliss, of course, who completely different character to Brendan McCullum. But at the same time, obviously he came from overseas, and there was talk of Jason Gillespie might have got the job instead of Bayliss. But it was Bayliss. He's been around the world. You know, got Chris Silverwood, who's now down with Sri Lanka, and they're having a good time against the Aussies down there, albeit in limited overs cricket. I just wonder if you can express yourself a little bit more than some of the English coaches might feel they can. I think they'd be wrong to say they can't express themselves, but I wonder if it does come with a little bit extra baggage.
Helm comes in again, looking to respond to the previous boundary, and again just flowed out for 4. Short ball outside off and just flashed that by Hamid, and check drive runs through back to the backward point region. Back-to-back 4s then for Hamid, who races on to 74 not out. Nottinghamshire 171 for 2.
I don't think it's something I've ever thought of before, but I think you raise a really great point, and maybe it is that patrioticness almost, that there's less meaningful. Obviously the job means a lot and I'm not disregarding that, but there's that less
different
internal
attitude. You are coming quite literally from a different place,
country,
from a different place to it, aren't you?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Interesting.
In comes in Helm again, and another full delivery and driven nicely by Hamid, but straight into the hands of extra cover. No run taken.
But also there can be no doubt that coaches do now. It's no good trying to just to earn your reputation by staying in the domestic game in whatever country. You do have to go out and experience the franchise. You have to experience international cricket elsewhere and domestic cricket elsewhere around the world. You've got to go and get that CV from all around the globe now, haven't you?
Just the 1 slip in as Helm comes in, and again it will race away for 4. Edge by Hamid. Think good ball from the bowler and slightly does Hamid, and again we'll race away for 4. And it just seems like everything is in Nottinghamshire's favour at the moment. Now partnership has quickly moved on to 92 runs between these two off just 152 deliveries. You just sense Nottinghamshire are really on top now.
Yeah, when things like that go your way, you know it's you're on top a little bit. Goodness, this wind has really picked up, hasn't it? But yeah, Hamid played that with really soft hands as well, so it was never going to carry even if there was a slip in place. But third man is vacant and 4 runs it is.
12 runs so far from the over then as Helm comes in again, and a better length delivery on the stumps will be just 1 as it is flicked out to the deep square leg boundary.
Can I ask either of you what you think Hamid's strengths are, watching him bat here, and they have obviously over the years?
He seems, well, going off today, he's played a pretty chanceless innings, hasn't he? He seems to know when to capitalise on bad balls, and he also knows when to hang around. We saw that slightly slower spell just after lunch, and things picking up again here. He just seems to know his own game pretty well. That's how it comes across. Final ball of the over then, and Clark to face. Good straight ball, and Clark can do little except just defend it into the mid-on region. And the end of the over, a good one for Nottingham, who take 13 from it. 176 for 2.
Yeah, Hamid's cashed in really well on anything straight. He's flicked well off his pads and driven through mid-on as well, and so he got done quite a few times in Australia with the real quicks of Australian cricket, and hopefully that's something he's learnt from and improved on leaving the ball outside off stump. But yeah, cashed in really well with anything on the stumps.
So there's one thing, of course, about the structure of this season within the men's competition here, is the fact that we've now got these rounds of championship matches just popping up in the middle of the white ball T20.
Anderson in and bowls short, and Hamid ducks, leaves the bat slightly hanging in the air, but was never in doubt as he ducks out of that one. A fine leg and a square leg in play, so needs to be precise if he's going to pool between the two fielders.
And it was always said, and was proven by scorecards, that if you just pop up a red ball game in the middle of white ball, that you're going to see lots of wickets fall, because the batters have got themselves in the mindset of white ball and T20.
In and ball short again, this time not close to the batter as Hamid looks towards the square leg umpire for a signal. Was quite wide outside off stump, he didn't even have to move in the end.
And of course you're always going to get the odd game which will sort of go away from what I'm saying, but we haven't actually seen that in the last round we played, the previous one to this, that really didn't happen. We saw some big scores again, the matches that went deep into the fourth and final day on quite a lot of them.
Anderson bowls this time short, but only just short, and Gully misfields that, and it's going to race down. Backward point comes round to field. It will be 2 runs. Not quite as short that time, and Hamid was able to deflect, and Gully will be disappointed with that misfield there.
And this morning, actually, we did see quite a few wickets fall around the country.
Yeah, Essex were 5 down, weren't they, quite early?
Yeah, they're now 7 down, so it's not really got much better for them. But they're up against Hampshire. They've got a really strong attack, Hampshire.
Yeah.
Essex 117 for 7. But some of the other matches, although there were early wickets fall, they've settled down a little bit.
Anderson in again, back of a length this time, defended and dropped in, and they'll sneak through for a quick single. Good running there from Nottinghamshire, looking to capitalise on even the good balls here as well.
Of course, it's not just batters who are going out with the mindset of having to reset, if you like, to red ball over white ball. It's about the lengths of the bowlers are bowling, and all sorts of things change. But anyway, the scores as they now stand: Derbyshire 154 for 4 away to Sussex.
Anderson into Clark, back of a length, defended by Clark. Well played.
Shan Masood is out now for 46, was this morning, but he got to 1,000 runs, the first to do so in the championship of either division. Say their way to Sussex at Hove. Worcestershire are now 134 for 5 against Glamorgan, but they were in all sorts of trouble. Pollock was out without scoring, Libby 4, Azar 21, Cornwall 25, D'Oliveira 3, but now Barnard and Roderick put together a partnership for Worcestershire.
Anderson back of a length bowls to Clark, who defends, and that concludes Anderson's 7th over, not 179 for 2.
So Ed Barnard's not out 47, Gareth Roderick not out 25, so a recovery there at New Road for Worcestershire. So 3 matches in the 2nd division. In Division 1, mentioned that Essex score, they were 16 for 3, I think, at one point. Just instead of me trying to make it up, why don't I look at it to give you the correct
you are right.
Yeah, well, thank you. And that doesn't happen often, so it needs to be repeated. And then they were 56 for 5, but now find themselves 119 for 7. It's not really got much better. Ian Holland picked up 2 in 3 deliveries. Keith Parker, one of my favourite cricketers, he's 1 for 45 over there at the moment. But Hampshire second in the table. Surrey leaders, 205 for 2 against Kent. Burns made 24, Patel a 40, but Hamlin not out 85. Young cricketer Ben Geddes is not out on 51, so going on nicely the Oval against Kent. Gloucestershire, they've had rain in Bristol, but Gloucestershire 78 for 1 against 3rd place Lancashire, and Northamptonshire 205 for 4. Emilio Gay made 70, but Keogh is on 53, not out of 48 balls, so Northants 205 for 4 against Warwickshire.
And there has been a change of bowling. Holman and his spinners come on for Hellman. Good first ball, Fullen. Brings Mead forward into a defensive shot. Relatively spread field, just the one slip in, a deep cover, deep square just in front, and a very wide fine. Mid on and mid off, just pushed slightly further back as this ball is driven, but straight into the hands of extra cover, who does well. Clean it up. Good start then for Holman, 2 dots. Bowled just the 1 over before lunch.
Just got a feeling, we're talking about getting a feeling of Nottinghamshire getting a bit of a grip on this.
Another full ball and attempted to be driven through the leg side, but again straight into the hands of mid on.
Very easy to say from here, but also at the same time I felt the last couple of overs maybe Middlesex just looking and sounding a little bit flat out there as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think as Holman comes in again and slightly shorter and flicked around by Hamid quite comfortably into the leg side and will be one. Yeah, I think it's hard when you're being dominated by another side. I mean, you wanna keep the energy up and you wanna keep pushing on. That's what's needed really, but you are right, they have gone a little bit quiet out there. Clark to face then his first ball of the session against Holman. Comes in and good delivery on the stumps. Clark can do little but defend it back to the bowler, and good start here from the bowler. It's hitting good areas. Final volley over, then he comes in and very similar to the last ball. Good ball on the stumps and defended away. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 180 for 2.
So as Yorkshire people just get their head around something for nothing tomorrow, although believe me, like all venues, they'll turn up and they'll more than pay their money for the hot dogs or the burgers or the chips.
And the alcoholic beverages, I'm sure.
Yeah, there'll be a little bit of that going on. But that's smart. But there's one other thing that has come to light in the last couple of days, is people using this or talking more about how Jack Leach all of a sudden seems to be performing better in an England shirt because he's been made to feel part of the team. Now, knowing Joe Root, who's a decent bloke as a captain, he would be going out of his way to make people feel as though they were part of the team.
Sorry, yeah. Anderson bowls short, Hamid plays into the leg side well. Fielded by mid-wicket, who comes round into the square leg region to field. Dot ball.
So again, I find that quite strange.
I find that bizarre as well, yeah.
However, it does appear it could be the case.
Yeah. I thought he wasn't particularly good in the first. Didn't think he was brilliant at Trent Bridge. It seems to be Headingley that he's kind of come into his own.
Yeah, I wonder if we read things into things.
Anderson in short, Hamid ducks. Dot ball. I wonder whether, obviously, maybe it's nothing to do with Joe Root and such. It's more he felt less secure in his position. There were other spin options. You know, Don Bess was around. There was always discussion of would Leach play, would Bess play, whereas now it seems they're saying, Leach, you're playing, you're our first choice spinner.
And Moeen Ali coming along and saying,
yeah,
hey.
Of course. Anderson in and bowls full, this time defended by Hamid.
Adil Rashid. Sorry.
No, go for it.
Adil Rashid all of a sudden saying, hey, you know, I might fancy go Test cricket again. So, whilst all that's going on, you say, hold on, I'm still here, everybody.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Obviously, we've got no idea what kind of conversations are going on behind the scenes.
No, so we'll just make it up.
So we're just guessing.
Yeah, we'll make it up.
Anderson into Hamid, bowls back of a length, clipped off the hip. Running hard, looking for 2, but Helm collects. It will just be 1 run. Good fielding down at long leg.
Anyway, I enjoyed it, but now I shall see you later, because it's very close to me making sure I'm at the front of the queue for the scones.
Oh, of course.
A little while to go yet, but, you know, someone's got to make sure. Yeah. I've got to test it for you, everybody.
Or
okay?
maybe hoping that you can get back in for seconds.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. But very true. But very true.
Anderson in again to Clark. Bowls full, clipped off the hip again, straight to the man at deep backward square. We'll get 1 run for that. Runs just flowing here at the minute. Doesn't look like there's much pressure being created.
No, I'd have to agree. As we said, the field's have gone pretty defensive, and partially understandable because, I mean, the batters are going nicely, but you just feel that this partnership is really what needs to be broken, and it doesn't look like doing so at the moment, in honesty.
Anderson in and bowls short, Hamid ducks, and that will conclude the 46th over. Yeah, I have to say, obviously, like you say, they have to be looking to go a little bit defensive, but I just wonder if they have a real plan on how they're going to get this third wicket partnership broken. It feels like the minute they're waiting for Nottinghamshire to make a mistake.
Almost reluctant to come back into the commentary box because
I am one of these superstitious ones that do believe in absolute nonsense like the curse of the commentator.
He did. He locked me out the back of the box in case I came back on and took a wicket.
It was just going along so nicely there with you, Kirsty. But I'm back, Kev's back, and here's Luke Holman bowling. Delivery to Clark and slammed into the offside. Who's that under there? Is that Stoneman?
Let's have a look. I think that's Eskenazi. Where's Stoneman gone? Let me see if I can find where he's disappeared to.
Here's Holman. It's a good start, isn't it, Dave? First ball we get there. Oh, well, we nearly found out who he was there, because the second ball was just an inch or two short of the fielder. 182 for 2.
I think you're right, it is Stoneman, because Eskenazi is out at deep mid-wicket. Of course, Eskenazi no longer the captain, Mercer the captain.
Like a broken clock, Kevin. Right every now and again. Holman bowls. This one has gone fine. It may have been off the pad. Joe Clark has been kept pretty quiet since lunch. They're applauding because whatever happens, whether it's runs or leg byes, I think it is runs, it's the 100 partnership brought up between Clark and Hamid. They've got there from 175 deliveries, and Asib Hamid has just outscored his partner 53 to Joe Clark's 43. And after the fall of Ben Duckett, he just felt it might take a little bit of time to get the momentum going again, but certainly against the change bowlers, this pair have really ticked along nicely as this is pushed back to Holman. Martin Anderson, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 52. They've really tucked into him. Just a couple of overs from Tom Helm in that last spell as well. Holman bowls, leg spinner, and this one's heaved away through the leg side by Joe Clark for 4. Almost before the ball had reached the ropes, Clark was turning and asking the Notts dressing room balcony if he can have some spare gloves. 188 for 2. We're going to be into the murky world of bonus points before too long. Middlesex need one more wicket to get their first bowling bonus point. Notts are just a couple of big blows away from reaching 200 at 188 for 2. Clark stands bat, menacingly held aloft, brings it down, and he's edged and caught superbly at slip. That is a magnificent catch, and Joe Clark has to go for 47. That is as good as you get. Sam Robson, absolutely take a bow, young man. What a terrific catch there. Holman bowled the leggy, Clark backed away to cut it. Much finer than anticipated. It was whistling over Robson's left shoulder. Reflex action, and he hung on. Terrific catch. The board giving it, in fact, to Jack Davis. 188 for 3. We'll sort that out in the fullness of time. It's a bowling bonus point to Middlesex. Joe Clark goes 47 from 92 balls with 6 fours.
Didn't he do well? I feel all Bruce Forsyth. Didn't he do well? Whoever it was, I'm pretty sure it was Robson.
Outstanding catch.
Davis being a wicket keeper, it could be that they've put in him a slip. He's not a regular in the Championship side, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't Robson in there. He was, well, that was one of the arguments for Robson actually being promoted back to the England side, to try and solve some of the problems they've had in the slips, because he's such a good slip fielder. But whoever it was, and we will solve it out in the goodness and time, I'm still sticking with it's Robson, but
well,
I probably shouldn't die on this hill, to be fair.
He took his cap off straight away, and he was certainly a fair-haired young man. I would have, had you not been here, my stab in the dark would have been in
Don't
Sam
say
Robson.
Davis. Oh,
no, it would have
man.
been Sam Robson, but Davis has been in at first when there's been
he has
2 or more slips today.
When the seamers have been on, it's been Davis.
So
Such a sharp catch, so like you say, looking to cut it, it always comes off the kind of edge of the bat so high and quickly as well. It's excellent slip catching.
Mark's with us on Twitter at Brace Cricket. Absolute blinder of a catch, Dave. That one, he says.
And the mannerisms, everything says Robson to me.
Yeah. Went quickly.
But it's going to be Davis now, you can guarantee it. I'm trying to get it on our stream to see if I can get a really close-up look.
It went quickly and it's stuck.
I've corrected it, it's Robson. Hooray!
Well done, Kev.
Thank you. As you said, a broken clock.
Should have left Kirsty to it, and Kirsty and Grace, they were thinking along nicely. No.
So who was the curse? Was it me or you? Was it
That brings Lyndon James to the crease. He's not on strike for a moment. It's Asib Hamid, and with Kevin Hand to talk you through the over.
Anderson bowls, and Hamid solidly behind this one, defending. It's a big moment for Middlesex. They've wasted a long while for that wicket. They really need to turn one into two quickly here, don't they? It's been a frustrating afternoon for them. I don't think they've been too frustrated with this morning, but they'd have come out after lunch wanting to perhaps correct a few things of this morning, and they haven't, I don't think. So well done, Luke Holman. Anderson's in, bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside for a quick single by Hamid off the back foot, moves to 85 on 91 for 3. I was pondering this morning whether they'd, depending on how they looked at the surface, whether they'd go 5 seamers and drop Holman, or whether they'd go 4 seamers and drop Anderson and use Holman as the all-rounder, so that Bamber played. Now again, he might have a niggle or something, we don't know.
Runs, do you reckon, Holman, to play the all-rounder role?
Well, between he and Anderson, both are probably light on runs at the moment, so yeah, that's why.
You've got to have a spinner in for the over 8 as much as anything.
You do, and the other option there could have been Josh de Carey's. As Anderson bowls full, this ball's bumped to mid-on by James, his first ball faced. Yeah, whether they've given Jack Davies the nod over Robbie White, whether de Carey's got the nod and he could have played as the spinner.
Lyndon James this year, 284 runs, average of 40, maiden century up at Durham. The game there.
Anderson bowls on the back foot. James defends. So yeah, that was the one ponderance. So definitely they were right to go with Holman.
He's broken the big partnership.
He has, and he's bowled well, hasn't he? I think he's only had 3 overs,
yeah,
but he's done okay.
His one before tee, obviously, just to try and sneak another one in from Roland Jones was not as good, but his one since lunch have been good.
Anderson, a good bouncer. James gets underneath it. Through it goes to Simpson. Yeah, he's had a mixed year with the ball and with the bat, Holman, but he's allowed that. He's 21 and he's a leg spinner. So.
It's exciting. There's quite a few young leg spinners around the country.
Yeah.
I've been watching a bit of Raheen Ahmed at Leicestershire.
Yeah.
He's obviously played a brilliant role in the Under-19 World Cup, and
Notts will sign him soon.
Hey. Got their own young leg spinner, Calvin Harrison.
Anderson's in, bowls, this ball's pushed away into the onside, quick single.
Hello.
Oh, yes, no. It was always there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Roland Jones coming down from mid-on. It was wide enough of him. It was more a straight mid-wicket that it angled through.
2 if they'd gone quickly.
yeah, like you said, Calvin Harrison here, and young Archie Lenham at Sussex as well is it's a decent young bowler as well.
It's amazing how spinners come through so early nowadays. I mean, this hasn't been the history of it, has it? You know, if you're a spinner, you've got to wait until your mid-20s really to get a proper look. And what was the Phil Tufnell saying? Don't show them to me until their age begins in a 3. You know, that was the old way of thinking about spinners, wasn't it? As Anderson bowls and this ball's full, Hamid defends it back up the track. I wonder, is it T20 and also the rise of the fact that wrist spin plays such a big role in the short format now as well, that, you know, finding a wrist spinner, if kind of young homegrown wrist spinners can play T20 for you.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things that in there. One, definitely what you said, the rise of short format franchise cricket, and there's probably more people. They want to be the next Shane Warne, they want to be the next Rashid Khan, Adil Rashid. You know, it's leg spin, and, you know, growing as, you know, previously might have been a less attractive skill to bowl, whereas now it's wanted, and young people are probably growing up wanting to be a leg spinner, and potentially with the lack of really, really high quality spinners we've had in England since maybe Graham Swan in red ball format, maybe there's an attraction to develop them from a younger age.
Slight delay whilst Hamid has been equipped with yet another set of gloves.
He picked up a 10 for last year, Holman, as a 21-year-old leg spinner. That was in the match where Middlesex hit their highest first-class score.
He's going to bowl to Lyndon James, who drives his first ball from the leg spinner out into the offside. We'll come back for 2. Nice-looking shot from Lyndon. He got a duck in the last match against Derbyshire at Derby. We had Ben at I beg your pardon, that was at Leicester. Ben Slater was driving him to and fro, because Notts didn't stay in Leicester. They travelled each day, and Ben Slater-Kevin did a bit on commentary and said he was always really, really low in the car. First duck of his career. Well, he'll get plenty more, that's for sure. 194 for 3. Said he really had to search through the glove box to find some nice music to lift poor old Lyndon. But he's away in this innings. He's on 3. 194 for 3. Still blustery, as you can hear from time to time. There's Holman bowling, and another single there. The running's not been absolutely great between this pair up to this point. 195 for 3.
Is that something that's gone with Hamid, or am I making that up? That Hamid over the years his running has been
a bit questionable.
Yeah. Am I imagining that, or is it? I could be imagining it. You can put me right on that, Dave. It's just, it's one of those things. Am I right in saying?
No, not noticeably since he came to Notts. I don't know if it was a Lancashire issue, but not here. I was just saying earlier, I think the only time I've seen him run out was unluckily when Duckett drilled one straight back at the bowler in the Glamorgan match, and it deflected onto the stump, so he's run out at the non-striker's end.
Of course, we mentioned Josh De Carey's. It was De Carey's that was run out by Holman, wasn't it? By
Luke Fletcher.
Yeah,
one of the great Nottinghamshire moments of the season so far, as he drives into the offside. That's a lovely shot from Asib Hamid, and it's gone for 4, and Notts are within 1 of a first batting bonus point. I can't watch Luke Holman playing without a quick burst of "Hey there, homely girl." Do you remember that, Eddie Holman?
I'm looking at you, Kirsty.
Great soul classic. Great.
You're looking at Grace.
Great
I'm
soul
way too
classic.
young for that.
Grace is going next door to ask Kevin House.
You can't be. You can't be too young for the classics.
On that, I will not disagree with you.
Eddie Holman.
Still never heard of him.
Magnificent soul singer. 199 for 3. Don't think it was spelled the same, but that's by the by. Well, it's when we've never let facts get in the way of a good story.
Exactly. It's when Holman and Holden are batting together, though, that I wish you luck.
Well,
I'm going to go upstairs to the 6th floor again at that point.
You'll be having a bout of Pato and Pato a little later on. Next delivery is on its way down now, and it's blocked by Asib Hamid. 199 for 3. I don't think they all played at Lords, did they? Dane Patterson didn't play in that one. But yes, we've got Pato and Pato all playing in this one. Liam Patterson-White, James Pattinson and Dane Patterson. End of the over. 49 have gone, so we've just sneaked past the halfway stage in the day. 49 have gone, 47 to go. And with a bit of luck, we'll be finished by 7 o'clock.
Well, this was a Pete Hanscom thing where he fixed the Middlesex over rate, because I'm sure, as you'll remember well, Bracers, Middlesex went down in 2017 on a slow over rate, -2, and they went down by a point.
I didn't hear about that.
Did I ever tell you the one about the crossbow bolt at the Oval?
No, I've not heard that.
The rake at Taunton?
Tom Hellman. Anderson has been hit out of the attack, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, that's a bit of a blow for Anderson. Again, he's having a bit of a funny season. He's bowled well, actually, and he bowled well at Lords, if you remember. He was the best of the bowlers against Fletcher. Fletcher took everybody to pieces apart from Anderson, really, didn't he? Go on, what have I said?
It's my end or yours? Lyndon James is on strike anyway, and it's pushed to mid-on. Yeah, the one saving grace was he wasn't hit out of the attack by Luke Fletcher.
Yeah.
199 for 3.
But otherwise, his bowling's been very good this season up to now. But the blast can do that as well, can't it? Can knock you off. He's had a good line and length in the championship this year, but not his best today.
Kiwis are 7 down now.
How many ahead?
Bracewell has gone to Jack Leach. We'll have a look in a moment. 199 for 7 here as Lyndon James punches it into the offside. England lead by 273 with 3 wickets left.
New Zealand lead by 273.
Yes, yeah, them as well. Lyndon James for the Middlesex supporters. We've got tuning in and viewing that aren't too aware of him. Product of Oakham School, the same as Stuart Broad, all-rounder.
He played in the game at Lords, didn't he, James?
Yeah, he's played all but one of the games this season. Next ball is deflected onto the leg side. Got his maiden century up at Chesterley Street, the game against Durham, and hugely talented, tall young man, as you'll be able to see. And there's a lot to like about him. He's skippered the seconds and is one of those that you'd like to think maybe 10 years down the line, with respect to everybody else that'll be playing 10 years down the line, I imagine his name would be on the Nottinghamshire board there in the pavilion as a list of county captains. He's that sort. He's a leader. He's a lovely young man, very positive young man. He pushes us into the offside, 199 for 3, but hopefully he'll be enticed to stay and play red ball cricket here at Trent Bridge throughout his years, and you can only predict good things for him in the future.
How are Durham looking? He scored his maiden century up there. You said, how are Durham looking to you?
They weren't particularly good. Not rolled them
2.5 dayer.
Yeah.
Middlesex did them at Lords,
yeah.
with Stokes as well.
James is on strike, and
Sure.
he goes from 4 to 8 with a lovely bit of timing outside the off stump. Wasn't a great amount of foot movement, but they didn't have to be. It just sat up there and he punched it away square of the wicket for 4. Notts, they got off the first couple of games, Sussex away, Durham away, the first 2 away games with comfortable wins, but in between I was mightily impressed by Glamorgan that came here and won. It's a good game of cricket. They've got some good players. Sam Northeast is a good player. Marnus Labuschagne, Michael Neser bowled well, and it was a good game of cricket. And Glamorgan, the only side to beat Notts so far. They look strong. This is down the leg side. They've tailed away
Glamorgan
lately. Yeah, the only side to beat Notts. 203 for 3.
The next week, Middlesex went down there and battered them at Cardiff. So that was quite a big game for
Was that
Middlesex.
when Marnus Labuschagne got ducket with a bit of seam?
Yeah.
And then Labuschagne got Afridi'd at Cardiff
Yes, again.
But Roland Jones had him on a piece of string, Labuschagne. He was bowling beautifully from the Cathedral Road end. Afridi didn't do much from the other end to Labuschagne, apart from take the wickets.
Yeah.
And of course that got the headlines, that he picked him up again. But so who are going to be, of those that you've seen so far, who are going to be Middlesex's main rivals to be promoted to Division 2 next year with Notts, Braces?
Glamorgan.
I was teasing you about the being promoted to Division 2 next year.
How promoted Division?
Yeah.
Were you in Division 3 last year?
Yes.
But you didn't win Division 3?
No. Lost it at Canterbury on the final round. They had won all of it.
Who's
up
into
to then.
this? We seem to have swapped over, don't we?
We're all taking a turn. I'm not sure what's going on.
Have a turn, Kirsty.
But it's Holman with his leg spin again then from this end, and it's pushed out to long off for 1. They've put a long off back for Hamid, but I think he's going to come into the ring now to Lyndon James, who's only on 8. Have a go at the new batter.
Did miss the big moment, of course, when Notts got a batting point. They are 204 for 3 now.
Holman in and bowls short of a length and clipped really, really finely by Lyndon James, and that is going to race away towards the members section and the changing rooms for 4 runs.
You're talking yourself down, Braces. I'm sure you mentioned it.
Did I? Okay.
I'm sure you did.
Certainly mentioned the Middlesex bowling point.
Yeah, that was a bit before though, wasn't it? No, I'm sure you did. But yeah, it feels like they need a wicket pretty quickly again, Middlesex here.
Yep, Holman in to James this time, better line and length, and forwards comes James and defends into the offside.
He's landing it really well here, Holman. And again, we talk about it a lot with wrist spinners, don't we? That that it takes a while sometimes to settle into a spell and land it on a good spot. Just get your release right.
Holman to James in, well bowled again and defended. Yeah, totally agree. Sometimes, well, especially with young leg spinners, you quite regularly see the odd drag down, the odd full toss, and completely understandably, but
even some of the older ones, first over, they can drag a few down, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But no, Holman's been on the money as he comes in and bowls again. This time Fuller, almost a Yorker there, and it's kept out by Lyndon James, who is now on 12.
I think that's what first, with his leg spin, I particularly enjoyed Holman. You just notice that a young guy, leg spinner, and he's really nonchalant about everything he does. He's just going and Toss it up there onto a spot straight away. Ball after ball.
Holman in again, this time a bit quicker and flatter, and it's carved out towards the cover point boundary for 1 run.
He's trying something, isn't he? Just see after those last 2 deliveries, he walked away thinking about the release, what he did.
Yeah. And the over, he's rattling through his overs, which will be what Middlesex need.
But yeah, he's a big fella for a 21-year-old, Luke Holman. Really broad shoulders and a fine batter. So he'll come in at 7. Simpson, the wicket keeper, at 6. Holman at 7. Anderson at 8, which is a bit of a slide from Anderson because again he was seen as a genuine all-rounder, perhaps even with the potential to be a better batter than bowler. That's not panning out this season. But Holman, they've always said to me that you couldn't quite decide with Holman whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler. I think the way this season's gone, they've perhaps started to lean towards he'll be a better batter, but he's young, he's 21. I mean, his leg spin can...
A lot of time to develop the craft of both, I suppose, batting and leg spin.
Is Helm from the pavilion end, bowling to Lyndon James, who's on, well, he was on 13. He's cut the first ball away at the start of the over to pick up a boundary to go on to 17. And Lyndon James just finding his timing right at the start of the innings. 1 or 2 people have sent messages as we've been switching about and getting everybody a good turn on the mic today. Sorry if we've overlooked 1 or 2. Sarah Gosling saw the photograph of both of our shirts this morning. I don't know where your Middlesex shirt's gone anyway, but Sarah said although she's a Notts fan, she does actually like the pink on your Middlesex shirt. Mike Brown's in Guernsey. Wish I could get to the game. Circumstances dictate they've got to miss this one, but enjoying the commentary. Thanks, Mike, as this one's pushed into the offside. Trevor Arbon, we must have been talking about scheduling. He says, I'm struggling to get my head around some of the scheduling that we've seen this season. Tuned in, enjoying the coverage. Nigel's with us, Mark's with us, John's with us, Rob Collins with us. Lots of people that have sent messages through the course of the day. Many, many thanks. Keep them coming at Brace Cricket and at Kevin
Hand BBC.
There we are. And this next one comes in from Helm, and it's played away to point. Kirsty, yours is at Kirsty.
Is this my Twitter handle?
Yeah.
Kirsty Gordon 97.
97, and it's at Grace Ballinger. She's either wishing me peace or signalling that it's 2 from the back of the box. If you want to follow the girls or send them a message, very much enjoyed the company today. 213 for 3. I think Kirsty's with us tomorrow.
Are you sure that was peace she was signalling?
Well, that's what I was wondering. Next delivery, it's looked pretty cool at the back of the box there as this is steered into the offside. She said it was a brother that's gone to Glastonbury this weekend. It seems as if she's got all the right symbols and signals anyway. But, Grace,
I can tell you that she does as well.
Grace is off to read all about English literature tomorrow, but Kirsty's back with us in the morning for a second day.
Yep, looking forward to it, especially after the morning so far here. It's been a good day's cricket, and hopefully the game will be poised nicely.
You might get to see the nasty fast bowler bowling tomorrow if they can feed Mr. Pattinson some raw meat for breakfast. It's usually fun. Tom Helm with the ball in hand, if we get it right. Lyndon James on strike. This has gone down the leg side. He's gone very quickly to 17, Lyndon James, from 23 balls. Asiba Mead on 90.
It has been noted that Middlesex do have missed Shaheen Shah Afridi. And you mentioned nasty fast bowlers. And he wasn't nasty, he was just fast. I mean, it was rare that he was ever peppering anyone. He was attacking those stumps, left arm over.
No, I think if Shaheen Shah Afridi sort of gave me a bit of a spray and tried to get me riled at the crease, I'd probably laugh back at him with all due respect. This one's clipped away for a single for Lyndon James. Moves on to 18, 214 for 3. But if James Pattinson does it to you, it's a different kettle of fish. He gets a little bit of white line fever, I think, once he crosses the rope. And,
I see what you mean in terms of personality. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one thing Middlesex are lacking in the bowling department. All the bowlers kind of bowling mid-70s to low 80s, and maybe somebody with that bit of express pace. They're just lacking that differential in the attack.
They're trying the old ball trick here. Now, umpire the ball's gone out.
Tried it before lunch, didn't they?
Well, both umpires are getting involved. While Kevin Howells was in here, I heard him, talking about Asiba Mead and the elevation back in. They are actually asking for the suitcase to be brought out, so the ball is going to be changed. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Just back on a year ago with Mead getting called back for England, at that stage he'd only scored 2 centuries for Notts in 2 years, and both came in the same game. So it was a little strange even for those of us that were watching. He was playing okay, but 200s and both came in the same game on a flatbed at Worcester. So it was perhaps a little premature that he could.
You wonder if it's like a potential pick. They do that sometimes, because you could argue that Ollie Pope really hasn't been scoring that many runs, and bats at number. Yeah. Is it 5 or 6 he bats for Surrey? And all of a sudden he's England's new number 3. But yeah, unfortunately it didn't work for Hasib on this winter, last summer and winter, but he's going nicely today and hopefully can continue to do so over the coming weeks.
Yeah, I did. Well, you asked me the question, didn't you? I did point out then he's still only got a career best of 125. I mean, there's plenty of players who would love a first-class high score of 125, but he's scored 10 centuries now, so 10. In fact, no, 9 first-class hundreds. If he was obviously to get there, it would be his 10th. But the previous 9 have all been between 100 and 125. And it is something that he says he wants to put right before long. Get a really big one. Got a fire engine, as you can probably hear, coming towards the ground down the Loughborough Road. Loughborough Road, not the Roughborough Road, the Loughborough Road. Thought we were going to need them this morning.
There's been an awful lot of ball changes this year, would you say? More so than previous years?
A phenomenal amount. There's some games where
it's crazy the amount they get through.
We've had 3 or 4 ball changes in a session, but isn't that the first today?
First today, I think, yeah, as it's Holman to continue. And he bowls, and it's a big slash outside off stump from James, but it's into the vacant cover region as the man on the boundary fields. I think that's Anderson out there. But I don't think he was fully in control of that, and I'm sure Point would have been interested for a split second as it skewed off the bat. So Hamid on 90, the nervous 90s, as they sometimes call them. That's Holman into Hasib. Back of a length and pushed into the cover gap again as Anderson fields out there.
9 first-class hundreds, 2 against Middlesex. If he gets 9 more runs, Kev, I mean, that's 3 out of 10 against Middlesex.
Yeah. And Middlesex, they're no mugs. We talked about Shaheen Sharafridi having gone and Ethan Bamber not playing today, but he's still talking about Mercer and Roland Jones and co.
Holman in and balls driven, this time to James, who says no run as mid-off collects.
Helm
precisely.
Helm at the start of the season, until he got a side strain, was having as good a run in first-class cricket as I think he's had. Game after game, he was putting in some real performances.
This one bowled slightly straighter and defended into the leg side.
The England clamour was growing for him at that point. He got a good wicket today, of course.
Yeah, he got a very important wicket of Ben Duckett, who we know can be so destructive. Holman in, back of a length, clipped off the hip into the leg side and backward square collects. That is Tom Helm out there.
Was I gulping? Sorry.
No, it's not that. I was going to say I just got
a whiff.
A waft of something. Well, it certainly wasn't ordinary tea, but it's mint tea.
I'll tell you where I got the mint from in a moment.
Last ball of Holman's over. He bowls Fuller, leg side driven and beats mid-wicket, but they'll just jog through for 1.
Why is that a thing, mint tea?
Oh, you can't beat a bit of mint tea to settle you down after a meal, can you? Kirsty, you with me on that one? Mint tea, fresh mint, not peppermint.
Never.
No?
Never once have I consumed
mint tea,
some sort of condiment like that. I'm more of a simple coffee coffee girl or a
protein shake.
an English breakfast tea.
I bet you have to have your share of protein shakes.
Oh, here and there.
One of our first. Before you
Grace.
press that, you've got one answer. Before one of our first broadcasts together at Lord's, Dave Bracegirdle, he was disgusted by the fact that I drank the tea offering of vanilla and was it vanilla and raspberry?
You're weird. You're just weird.
No, turning your nose up at that. Fine. You don't even need the mic for that, do you?
Not for
Turn
me.
the nose up. I've got two on the go: lemon and ginger, and fresh mint tea. There was actually a fresh mint on our pudding downstairs, so I took the bit of fresh mint, put it in there with some hot water.
Did you have some pudding? The girls missed out.
Oh, did they?
What did you have? Apple pie and custard or some such?
It was a lemon sponge with custard.
Grace is back to bring some sanity.
I don't know about that.
Lord help us. This is clipped away through a wide mid-on by Hamid, and he's going to pick up a couple here to move to 94. Helm starting the 54th over of the innings, 220 for 3.
Did you have say grace before your meal? How many times does that get thrown in your direction then? Who's going to say grace? Grace.
It's not the first time I've heard that one. Probably won't be the last either.
Brace was the great one, wasn't it? Which David Townsend came up with when he just had a flight somewhere and he got off at the other end and tweeted, "The last thing I want to think of if the plane's going down is brace." As this ball's full from Helm, clipped down to deep square for 2 by Hamid. He moves to 96 and the commentary moves to Dave Bracegirdle with Nottinghamshire on 222 for 3.
Crikey.
Go on, talk him out, Braces.
I was going to say, I forgot you've got this.
You do it, don't you?
Well, I can do.
Home commentator calls
It'd
the
be
milestones.
nice. It'd be nice, but you know what I'm like with the old jinxy thing.
Ah.
You know, you don't want to get the lad out. He's played nicely today. I can't recall a chance that he's given. Seba Mead is played very nicely indeed. Obviously been there since the start at 11. This is his 149th ball, drilled into the offside. Very well battered indeed, Haas. As Seba Mead goes to his 10th first-class century, his 3rd against Middlesex, and his 4th for Nottinghamshire. And that's been a terrific effort, coming from 149 balls with 14 fours, and the Notts players come out onto the balcony, all applaud them. There's plenty standing around the ground as well. Now that is good to see. Both the members and just, well, the general public that's paid to come in along today and watch this game, all standing up and rising to greet a Seba Mead, and straight away, if I know him, it'll be right back to business. Thank you, Kevin.
See, a lovely shot it was as well. Helm, what can he produce in response? He's got 1 for 76 today. He bowls and up on his toes. Hamid defends 1 for 76 from 11.4 now for Helm. He won't enjoy that at all. Looking up at the scoreboard. Tough for he and Anderson so far today.
Seems like a good toss to win from Nottingham. They've just been on top of the game, I'd say, for the entirety of the day. And yeah, obviously going very nicely.
Here's Helm. Slip goes down, gully as well. Helm bowls and a short one. Hamid sways inside. He nearly ducked into it, didn't he? But at the last moment managed to sway his head inside the line of it. So you have to give him credit in the end because he did it all well. But I was worried that he'd ducked into that one and got himself in a spot of bother. But not to be. Oh, Kirsty told me a while ago, but we got distracted by something. An 8th wicket had fallen in the test. Southey was out.
9 down now.
9 down now. There we go. Thank you, Kirsty.
They'll want value for money for tomorrow if they've got to go in. They'll want a bit of cricket, even if it's free.
Helm bowls, and this is worked backwards, go on the leg side for a single by Hamid. He's on to 101, 227 for 3. It is day 4 tomorrow of the test, isn't it? Or is it day 5?
It's day 4 today, isn't it?
It's day 4 today, is it?
Day 5 tomorrow.
Oh, blimey, it's been a good series, hasn't it? This has to be one of the better series in terms of like the longevity of it as well. They've all had, you know, 5th day finishes.
Just a shame it's done and dusted so quickly. 3 tests and gone. You know, used to love the old 5 tests and 2 or 3 county games in between and all the rest of it. Back in the days of yore, 227 for 3.
Oh, has he gone? I was going to get out of the way for Kevin Howells. He's gone again.
Well,
He came in, pinched a sweet, and he's off.
Literally just comes in for the sweets and
Yeah.
intervals
I
and
think
leaves.
we may need a confectionery run between close of play tonight and start of play tomorrow morning.
Can I put a halo over my head and say I have not touched one of them today? Been very good, very disciplined.
I had a few in that break at Mr.
And of course, if the Lightning coaches are listening as well, neither have Kirsty or Gray, so they've disappeared somehow.
Holman bowls, turned away into the offside, and there's no run. 2:27 for 3. What's the sponsor here for the Trent Rockets? What's the confectionery? It's not the sugary sweets then.
Skips.
Skips.
Yeah, Skips. Yeah, that's right.
The worst.
Yeah.
Crisp.
Why? Because they're so good, or?
Oh, no, I don't like them.
Oh.
Welsh Fire hula hoops. I know that.
That's a good one.
Holman bowls and gets him. Hamid gets himself into a real mess on that. Not really sure what he was doing. Maybe he just judged the length wrong, because he ended up hauling the bat across the line at it, and it was an ugly swipe in the end from Hamid. And no, I think I'm doing him. I think I'm probably being too kind on him. It was a bit of a heave-ho into the onside, and he's missed it. Takes the top of leg, and well, a shot perhaps out of character from Hasib Hamid. He's gone for 101. It's not going to be a daddy ton today. No. For Hamid, 231 minutes, 154 deliveries, 14 fours. It is an outstanding century, but he will be very disappointed with the way it's ended. 227 for 4. Well bowled, Luke Holman.
Yeah, told you, he just got this thing between 100 and 125. I mean, he'll take 101, wouldn't he, at the start of the day? But that's what he'll be thinking about, I'm sure. But he's got his 10th first-class 100, and now he's just softened up the Middlesex bowlers for Stephen Mullaney, and mentioned it earlier. If those of you that weren't following the match, what was it, month 4, 5, 6 weeks or so ago at Lord's, Mullaney absolutely in sublime form. 92 in the first innings and 100 not out off just 55 balls in the second. Seemed to like the Middlesex bowlers. It'd be just typical cricket, wouldn't it, if he gets a low one today? But he comes to the crease with certainly a platform there. 227 for 4.
They just about take a wicket to keep themselves in sight, don't they, Middlesex? Yeah, I mean, they really need to put 2 more on the board right now, don't they, to even feel anywhere close to a relatively happy position. It's still a long way from it, but could they? How long to bowl till tea? They've got 8, 9, 9.5 overs.
I think on there, if Notts were bowled out for 350, Middlesex would say they've had a good...
Yeah, Holman bowls to Mullaney, who's patiently forward and pushes back up the track. What Hamid perhaps wishes he'd done.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can restrict Notts to 350. I wouldn't have thought they'd been too unhappy, and that's still definitely possible.
That's where Hamid will be most frustrated. He doesn't need any of us to tell him. You know, he'll be most frustrated with himself. The time was there for him.
Yeah.
You know, before tea on day 1. Holman bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside by Mullaney watchfully again, just trapping the bat down on it. Yeah, he quite happily could have been batting until tea tomorrow. There's no rush. He's got batters around him who can score quicker, if required. Oh, New Zealand have gone. How many for England to win? As Holman bowls, and this ball's driven out to deep cover for a single. 228 for 4. 295 to win. Oh, who's got the 5 for Leach?
10 in the match then.
Yeah. Can Bairstow upstage him for a second time? Upstaged him in the first innings, didn't he? It's Holman bowls, just drops this one a little bit short, and James waits on the back foot, and it defends into the offside. I think perhaps the googly. I think James was patiently on the back foot, waiting to see if it was going to turn away from him, but it actually held its line straight on, and he just eases it. 228 for 4 after 55, and Hamid was bowled by Holman, top of off, but an ugly way across the line from Hamid on 101.
Wasn't it? Tim Murtagh coming back into the attack. 2 right-handers at the crease still, but from the fall of the next wicket, then we run into the lefties. The next 3 are all lefties. Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White and James Pattinson, before we finish with 2 right-handers again, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. Is this Murtagh's first spell from the pavilion end?
Yes. Yes, it is.
It's one of those grounds, I mean, perhaps you'd know better, Grace. It's one of those grounds where there's no, certainly to the spectator at least, no obvious difference. You know, we do have Stuart Broad always prefers to bowl from the pavilion. Luke Fletcher always prefers to bowl from this end, but there's no obvious difference. We very often see bowlers switch around.
Yeah, there's no massive difference. I mean, personally, I've bowled from both ends. I think it just depends on the wind on the day. As Murtagh starts his first over from the pavilion end and starts with a low full toss and a diving catch attempt. Did it carry? I'm not too sure to mid-wicket, and I think it did.
Yeah,
it's the sub to Carey's.
I think he'll be disappointed not to take that one. I mean, that really would have shifted the momentum in Middlesex's favour. Not a great ball, a low full toss, but probably should have been a wicket nonetheless. And
that could be a big moment.
You don't want to do that as a sub, do you? Especially when it's the captain, the bowler.
Yes. Because again, they could have gone with De Carey's today and played Bamber instead of Holman, but obviously right now that's a very good decision. They played Holman 2 for 28.
Well, he's been sent out to have a think about his actions onto the boundary as Murtagh comes in, and that short down leg side and just a slight leg glance and will race away for 4, and that brings James on to 24 not out, and just another loose delivery there from Murtagh. We don't see too many from him, but there's 2 in a row.
Don't know Jack Davis at all, Kevin. Well, what blanks can you fill?
Yeah, 21-year-old wicket keeper. Yeah, a 21-year-old wicket keeper batter. He was England under 19. Again, like Robbie White, had to wait a lot. Well, wait a long time for the gloves. He hasn't had them really. Simpson, it's going to be very difficult to get the gloves off him for many years still.
Murtagh comes in again and better ball, good length on the off stump and just driven away by James into the mid-off for no run.
Henley, off the top of my head, is his club, and yeah, really nice guy. Davies, lovely to have a NAS with him. In fact, he and Josh De Carey's, I think that was the first time I met De Carey's. It was at a T20 at the Oval, in a break in a commentary stint that I had. Whether the other voice was with myself and Mark Church that night, they were picked up on TV in the stands just next to us. So I went and sat down and watched an over or 2 with them.
Murtagh again, 1 slip in place and a good ball outside off left alone and races through to the keeper.
Gubbins happened to take a wicket with his part-time leg spin at that point. It was when he was still with Middlesex before transferring down to Hampshire, and the pair of them, their heads hit their hands. They're never going to hear the end of this, are we? But yeah, both seem good characters. Davis in particular is always good for a chat. Seen, I think, as quite a tenacious player. Could be both gritty, but also can open up, as we've seen in the Blast. A couple of good innings this year from him.
Full ball from Martin. I thought that had been hit a lot harder than it was. Driven, but ended up just trickling straight back to mid-off. Thought that was just going to race away for 4.
Yeah, it looked as if it was just going to the onside of straight and would be thudding into the advertising boards in front of the pavilion, but it wasn't. Full committee balcony today, the one the other end of the pavilion from the players' dressing room.
Final ball of his 14th over, then he comes in slightly back of the length, just pushes James back, but just pats it into mid-wicket, and no run taken. Nottinghamshire 233 for 4 after 56 overs so far gone.
I'm told that Mike Pasty Harris and Harry Latchman are the 2 guests of honour today. The 2 that...
It was Harry. I didn't catch who the second was when you said it. It's Harry Latchman. He was the president a couple of years back.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, both played for Notts and for Middlesex.
Yeah.
There is there's a possibility we might get one or either of them or both.
Is this dependent on whether they get here before or after tea?
This is it, isn't it?
Or is it even lunch? Is it too late now?
Probably depends if they shut the bar in the committee room or not. I don't know, but it'd be nice to get them across. But yeah, we've both spent quite a lot of time with Harry, haven't we? Came to one cricket writers' lunch with us, didn't he? As Holman starts a new over, bowling to Stephen Mullaney. Just deflected this off his hip.
Did I miss that one? I can't remember Harry being at the table at a cricket writers' lunch with us.
Don't know if it was at
Frank Watson was sat alongside me for the last one, and
I don't know if he's on our table or not.
I see.
But, there's certainly
in attendance.
I've certainly got some photos of Mr. Emerson and myself with Harry. Next one is pushed into the offside. They'll take a single. 235 for 4.
Grace will correct my English on this, but who was propping up whom in the picture? Who was propping up who? The three of you. Who was holding the other two up?
In which? Oh right, yeah. There's Holman. In again, the leg spinner. Mullaney plays it to backward point. Might run hard and get 2 here. In fact, they'll just amble back for a second, really. Arjuna Ranatunga would have got 2 there. 237 for 5. Mullaney on to 5. It was a nervy old start. Very nearly slapped Tim Murtaugh's ball into the hands of the subfielder, Josh DeCares. Crack, it's blustery. Refused point blank to shut the windows. I know the girls have commented a time or two, and I've thought, should we close the windows for them? But 237 for 4. They'll bring a jacket next time. Stephen Mullaney on 5. They're not skipper. Has had a pretty good season with the bat to this point. Plays this into the offside, and there's no run. Mullaney averaging just under 61, 2 centuries and 2 50s as well. Began the season with 192 at Hove against Sussex. Next delivery from Holman. Top spinner, I think. It certainly didn't shape away from Mullaney, who just pushed it back to the bowler. 237 for 4. So we've had 57 overs, 7 overs to go until the tea break if the spinner stays on. I would imagine the scones will be there in about 15 or 20 minutes.
Could they be there already though?
No,
So it's 20 to 4 now.
Maybe. If you want to go and
Where's Kevin House?
have a look. 237 for 4. Blue skies over Trent Bridge. You might just have caught a glimpse of them there. Those of you watching the live stream, we appreciate not everybody's watching the live stream. There's some of you in your cars, some of you listening on your laptops in offices and workplaces and homes and trying to follow the test match and follow this. And if you're watching the live stream, hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Murtagh in then, and good ball, slight back of a length on the stumps, and just brings James forward into a defensive shot. Field's relatively spread, got the one slip in the gully in for James with a deep cover point, deep square just in front of square, and a fine leg.
What's the close of play score going to be, Grace?
Oh. Tell you what, I have absolutely no idea. I reckon they'll lose 2 more wickets.
Ooh.
As Murtagh comes in again, and similar to the last ball, but just gets a bit of an outside edge, runs through to gully along the floor.
Did you know there were a pair of owls just suddenly doing it?
2 more wickets, then I reckon their run rate would maintain. So for another 40 overs, goodness me, he's going to have to lie down in a dark room.
It's impossible, isn't it, to guess this pair might put 200 on. They both might go in the next over.
And a second new ball, you never know if that burgles a couple at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, only time will tell as Murtagh comes in again. Back of a length ball just outside off, punched away on the back foot, but no run taken.
And it's an extraordinary looking pitch, isn't it? If we go back to we were about 8:30 this morning, weren't we, Braces? If you go back to then, we saw that pitch. Greener than a hippie drinking creme de menthe in a recycling factory was the David Townsend line on a green pitch.
Until they actually stuck the sticks in, I wasn't entirely sure which one they were playing on.
I mean, when we saw it, I thought, goodness me, this is going to do a bit.
Even though I came yesterday and only one strip was covered, so I knew roughly where they were playing.
Murtagh in again then, and good ball on the stumps, good length, and just defended into the cover region by James.
Yeah, if you were to turn up now and the stumps weren't in, and you said, right, it's one of those 3 tracks in descending order, which one do you think it is? This one would be the last one you'd have said, but
it would.
It's played really well, hasn't it?
It generally does here, to be fair.
Yeah.
We're starting to get the shadow from the floodlight at the side of the Smith Cooper stand there.
Oh, has it got a name now? It has.
Starting to creep onto the field.
As Mert comes in again, and fuller ball on the leg stump, but driven quite nicely by James, but goes straight to the mid-on fielder and no run is taken.
There will be a period after tea where that shadow is right on the strip, and I always imagine that'll be a little difficult then for the batsman.
Last time I was here, I'm sure it was still called the Newsstand.
The Newsstand, back in 2016, maybe. Maybe.
Even for the T20, when would that have been? 20...
We haven't talked about that, have we?
18, yeah. 2018, 2019.
Knott's only 10-wicket win in the 20 years of the blast.
No.
Final ball of his 15th over, Mert comes in and good ball on the stump to finish. Good over, dot ball, and Nottinghamshire 237 for 4.
Sorry, it's not as though Middlesex had AB de Villiers in that team. And Owen Morgan.
And Owen Morgan, yeah.
Probably David Milan still at that point. Maybe Paul Sterling as well.
I'll have a look whilst you tell the listeners what's happening out there in the middle.
Unless they were absent for international reasons, I think there's no doubt that quartet were playing.
Certainly Morgan and de Villiers were playing.
Yeah, because they were the stars of Somerset.
Headmaster's in the room.
Oh, he's complaining the lights are on. He's thinking of the planet. Go on then, turn them off. Well done, well done. Speaking of hippies.
I bet he's been to Glastonbury.
Yeah. Here goes Holman. He bowls to Mulaney on 5, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. There's no. We were talking about very green things in comparison to this track.
Like playing 2 games overseas in March.
Don't get him going. Don't get him going. I'd be all for 2 games overseas in March, but
Holman bowls, and this ball's crunched away out to deep cover for a single. Mulaney moves to 6.
But I'd still want me 14 or me 16 over here as well.
That was put actually to the ICC and the BBC. Who was the ICC chief who did the TMS interview? It was put to him about the greenness of the amount of tours that happen nowadays. Holman again bowls, and this is driven away out to deep cover, a single more. James on 26.
5th of September 2019, Middlesex 160 for 8. The side that included Sterling, Milan, Eskenazi, de Villiers, Morgan, Simpson, Roland Jones, Helm, Souter, Finn and Mujib.
Gee, that was a good team.
Nottinghamshire 165 without loss.
Holman bowls, Mulaney pushes back up the track.
16 overs, Alex Hales 74 not out. Alex Hales 83 not out.
Battered them, didn't he?
Chris Nash 74 not out.
Yeah.
Quarter final of the blast.
Oh, I took a thumping the other day as well.
That was the last time you were here.
Holman slip in place to Mulaney, the right-hander, just pushes back up the track to the leg spinner. Top ball, once coming over. I mean, there was some serious hope coming into that game, and that's the reason why. That was a pretty experienced T20 side, and that's been the argument this year, that there's not much experience. They've kind of ditched a lot of that side that didn't win anything. As Holman bowls, this is cut out to a deep point for a single. Mulaney moves to 7, 240 for 4.
I saw you tweeting the other day some nonsense about Middlesex should move heaven and earth to get Paul Sterling back.
He's not done much for Birmingham, is that what you're going to say?
Well, no, but that was right, wasn't it? That was the context of you.
Yeah. Well, as an overseas, he lives in Battersea, so you don't have to pay any of the flights or the accommodation or anything. You just have to pay him his wages.
Oh, just because he's local, then you'll.
Well, also because he's a bit good. He's a bit good.
You'll find a space for him in your starting 11.
He's a bit good, Paul Sterling. 34. Was it against your lot? He hit 34 this year.
No, he actually got a first baller against Notts this year.
I set myself up there, didn't I? Yeah, Sterling. They've got runs at the top of the order, and Eskenazi, Holden, and Cracknell at the moment. It is that de Villiers role almost in the middle order.
5 overs to go before tea as Tim Murter, the Middlesex skipper, bowls to Stephen Mulaney, the Notts skipper. So Is it Dial M for Murder, the TV programme that you're always referencing? That's why it becomes Dial M for Murder, I see. 2:40 for 4.
Was it TV or was it? It was a Hitchcock film, wasn't it?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh, that sounds.
Dial M for Murder.
Sounds possible.
Yeah.
10. For
Hitchcockian, is that what you'd call it? It was a hit.
No, that's definitely not what I'd call it. 10 for a second batting point for Notts. Murter in with the familiar running style, with the ball almost held down by his hip. Pushed into the offside, fielded by Holden, no run.
He's almost like Nareen running in at pace, isn't he? Like he's holding that ball, but Narine running in at pace, holding that ball behind him, hiding it a little bit. Yeah, it's distinctive.
Very much so. Notts were 120 for 2 at lunch, so they've doubled that score this afternoon. 120 for 2 in the first session, 120 for 2 in the second session, but we've still got 4 overs and 4 balls left. Notts have lost Clark for 47 and a Mead for 101 since lunch, as Mullaney plays this to mid-wicket. 2 wickets to the leg spinner Holman and 1 apiece to Helm and Roland Jones so far. Anderson expensive. Nothing for Murter. Although he has had, we think, Mullaney dropped. It was an effort from...
Murta's reaction suggested it was a drop.
Yeah, I thought it was as well. Very low down. It's one of those where handball and ground were all coming together at the same juncture. This is pushed back to Murter, and he tried to be clever there and let the ball run up his boot and into his hand, and it didn't. It just shot off at a right angle. So closing in on the tea break. Around about 10 to 4 now. So we're going to be
closing in on the close at this rate.
It'll be 20-25
You're
minutes.
on with it.
Behind schedule.
Bring back Hanscom.
Next delivery. Just defended by Stephen Mullaney.
He did. He honestly sold all this all overnight, braces. So 1 year, they even had Owen Morgan for a long stint in the Championship. Right, Morgan, it is your job to make sure that the over rate is naught at all times. So the fielders get round, the bowlers hurry up.
Now what's Murter going to do here?
Short run up. He does it a fair few times. Just every now and again he decides to turn around and bowl.
Comes in off about 4 paces. Stephen Mullaney had made him wait anyway, because he'd gone for a bit of a walk, and then when Murter bowls over pitched outside off stump and Mullaney caresses it through the offside, that was very nice as far as Stephen Mullaney was concerned, and seemed a little fruitless from the Middlesex angle.
He was seeking inspiration from Andre Adams running in off that length. He used to run in off about 4 or 5 paces in the end, didn't he?
Perhaps a little bit longer than that.
Really?
But, yeah.
Fortunately, kind of just bowled him down a half volley, didn't he, in the end?
Aye.
Comparing chalk and cheese, aren't you, Andre Adams and Tim Murter?
Well, Adams was all right.
We're only jesting, folks. We're only jesting. 2:44 for 4 after 60.
But yeah, honestly, Pete Hanscom came in and solved all of this. So Morgan was us, he couldn't solve it. Nobody could solve a Middlesex over rate. And Hanscom came in overnight, Middlesex were 0 over 8, done at 6 o'clock every night. It was brilliant. I miss Pete Hanscom. He's gone, and so's the over rate, -2. Even with Holman having bowled 9. This one's driven up to mid-off by James on 26.
Nick's been in touch, certainly can't complain at the moment at the match situation or how they've played. It's interesting though, he says, Dave, Clark was out.
Holman again bowls leg side and turned away by James for a single down towards long leg, deep backward square coming around. James on 27.
Clark was out the very ball I said he would be. That was the next ball after he'd slogged one, and then Hamid was out straight after his ton, also as expected. You might be onto something there, Nick.
Holman, leg side again, turn off the hip on this occasion though by Mullaney, single out to deep backward square. Move to 12.
It's a really ugly out of character shot from Hamid, the one he got out to, wasn't it? Really was.
Well, yeah, exactly. It was out of character, out of time for the match, out of place, wasn't it, in this instance? It hasn't opened the door for Middlesex, fortunately for Hamid and Nottinghamshire. As Holman bowls, a lot of flying. This ball's pushed back to him by James. Yeah, I mean, he's a good player of spin, isn't he? Hamid, it was unnecessary. 2 for 37 for Holman. Bowls, and this ball's driven up to mid-off. The thing with Holman as well is he looks reasonably innocuous, doesn't he? Because he just kind of ambles in, meanders in. Because he just kind of shrugs everything off. There's no great showmanship, which I think is a decent word in comparison to another pretty decent leg spinner. You know, he just can't get on with it. But he still managed to return figures, and something seems to happen as he's in now. Bowls and leg stump half volley. He's turned to mid-wicket. He gets away with that one.
It's hard to remember one match ago, let alone whatever it was, 4 or 5 weeks ago. It just seemed something there in the memory bank that when he came on at Lords, whoever was in really got after him, and then he struggled. Yeah. There was a sequence of full tosses that were slapped out of the ground, and obviously then the batters were on top, and his performance suffered. And I think first innings he went for plenty, didn't he?
Well, he did down at Hove as well against Pujara, but then came back well in the second innings, if memory serves. But yeah, no, he's had his moments this year with the ball, and in the blast as well. Likewise in the blast, he's picked up a good few wickets as well. And
as you say, a young leg spinner, very well worth persisting with. He's definitely got something.
Will be Malay needs to continue them from the pavilion end as he comes in, and good ball on the stumps, patted back, and manages to get a hand to it, and it just trickles to mid-off.
I was reading a tweet from Jason Gillespie the other day, big fan of the county game, mate of all of ours really, isn't he? From the old Yorkshire and Sussex days. He was always great with the BBC commentators. He loved getting involved in it and having a chat with us all and messing around on Twitter. But he was talking about, the balance for a coach, about getting involved, when you get involved, how you get involved, to what extent you get involved, with the player, whether you're just there to support, whether it's technical.
Just the one slip in now for Murtagh as he comes in, Malay into place, and that's just flicked around into the leg side, and they manage to get a quick single despite a good diving throw attempt at the fielder there. Could have been out, could have been close, I reckon.
Yeah, just tried to wristily get it away as he was diving forward, as you say, Stoneman. Just couldn't get the power into it that he wanted. But with Holman, I wonder with Holman whether it almost strikes me as the two ways about it. It's either he's going to have to learn this himself and get on with it, or he either needs to speed it up a little bit, it feels, his leg spin, or he needs to get more revs on it. One of the two needs to happen, whether that's got to happen through an intervention of a coach, or and what always takes me back to it is that Shane Warne documentary, which I'm sure we all watched over the winter, where he wasn't this genius from a young age, was he? They really worked hard on him just before the ball of the century, really, wasn't it?
Martin in again, James to face, and good ball on the stumps again, defended into the off-stump region, and no run is taken.
I'm trying to remember who it was. He was given a particular coach, a particular mentor, after a couple of disciplinary problems as well with the either Australia A or Australia under-19s, whatever it was. And he was banished for a little while, but he was sent out to... the name's completely gone from me, but anyway, he was sent out to this coach, and he worked really hard with him, and he became his mentor for his career. And
Terry Jenner.
Yes, thank you, Terry Jenner. So Holman, I don't know, I'm caught in between that kind of summary of it, but also what Jason Gillespie was saying.
Martin again, and on the stumps, attempt to flick away by James, but into the hands of mid-wicket.
What he was saying about coaching in general, not just about, or not in any way in reference to Luke Holman, he was just talking about that balance of coaching, of when and how much it intervenes.
Found Holman's figures not hard to find. In the match at Lords, first innings 8 overs, no maidens, none for 61. Second innings 13 overs, no maidens, 3 for 77. No maidens in 20 odd overs.
Martin again, and short pushes James back, but again just defended.
Yeah, none in 10 here actually for Holman.
21-0, 3 for 134.
I mean, he's the kind of player, especially at 21, he's one of those you just say, I'd prefer him in my side than the opposition. Whichever it is, and it could be both, but whichever discipline takes off for him, one of the two, you fancy one, will, batting or bowling. If they both do, then he could be a player with the world at his feet, really. He's already pretty good at both.
Final ball of the 62nd over of the day, and it's a full ball on leg stump and just defended to mid-on, and that ends the over. Nottingham 247 for 4.
Because as bad a shot as it was by Hamid, you know, he'll admit it was a pretty wretched one. You look back on it in the replay, it looks just as bad, doesn't it? I was trying to not talk him down too much on what I saw, and then I looked at the replay and I was like, well, you can't really hide from that. That's an ugly shot. But from Holman's perspective, it was a leg spinner hitting the top of off stump, so it was a very good ball.
In fact, Damien has just said he's just been listening to TMS. So I don't know if he was listening to TMS or 5 Live, and says Kevin Howells has just on the radio torn Nasiba Mead off a strip.
Oh, good man, Howelsy. Could have been worse. He could have torn us off a strip. We haven't upset him today, fortunately.
2 overs to go until tea.
Oh, he's tweeting. He might be tweeting something about us.
It's going to be Luke Holman bowling to Stephen Mullaney, who's edged and dropped a fancy.
Did it carry? I don't think it did it? By the reactions. At first I thought drop, but the reactions are saying it didn't carry, I'd say.
247 for 4. If we get the chance to have a little look, we may do now. Holman bowling to the not skipper Stephen Mullaney, edged, and you might be right. Might just be short of that, or short of slip. Next delivery on its way. Mullaney gets it go through to John Simpson. 247 for 4. So we're right on the tea break, folks. 1 over after this one. And
he's taken 1 screamer there already, hasn't he, Robson?
Yes. That was to get rid of Joe Clark. Holman in again to Mullaney off the back foot. Oh, a little push and run there. That was it was one of those that you wouldn't be surprised if they'd turned down just before the tea break, but they safely got home after all. It was a little tight, but they both went. 248 for 4. We're nearly 2/3 of the way through this opening day. Game moving on nicely, certainly as far as knots are concerned. 248 for 4. Middlesex need a good session to end this first day, and they can turn it all round again. Lyndon James has been a little quiet, I think, since Stephen Mullaney came out, has pushed this to mid-off.
The only way I could see Middlesex coming out of this day happy now is if they were to take 4 wickets after tea.
Yeah.
8 down at stumps, they might think, all right. But I still don't think they haven't bowled well enough today, have they?
Holman bowls wide of the off peg, and Lyndon James drives it out to deep point for a single. 249 for 4.
You know, I'm looking at the seamers in particular.
Yeah, I think this is a good wicket. I think if they were to bowl knots out for 350 or under, they'd consider that a decent
but
effort.
The only issue I've got with that is I think by their standards, their accuracy hasn't been great today. I don't think they've nagged the top of off stump enough.
Holman, final ball of the penultimate over, and Mullaney throws his head back. He thinks he's missed out there, and Holman through 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 39, 1 over to go before the tea break this afternoon. Knots have lost. Joe Clark caught at slip by Robson. It really was a wonderful catch, thickish outside edge from the bowling of Holman for 47. That was 188 for 3, and then it became 227 for 4 just after Nasiba Mead had reached his 100 from 149 deliveries. He was bowled by Holman, a really ugly swish across the line for 101. And crikey, crikey.
He does have a first-class wicket now, would you believe? He's got one this year. Mark Stoneman's into the attack.
I was just about to say Middlesex's equivalent of Ben Slater coming on for 1 over before tea is about to happen here. Mark Stoneman, of course, played that magnificent knock for Surrey in the one-day final, eventually eclipsed by Hale's even better knock. But Notts and Mark Stoneman go back a long way.
Was it?
Yeah, same
was
final.
It?
When he
What year was that?
2017. Stoneman got 144 not out, was it?
And then Isleworth's
Hales got his 184.
Isleworth's Hales stopped Surrey winning.
First ball for Stoneman, then it's a full ball driven into the cover region. I think you're always a bit nervous.
Hillingdon born, wasn't he?
Hillingdon was.
As he comes in again and slightly shorter and just worked through the backward point gap. Pass slip for 1.
Oh, 250 up. Second batting point.
Nottinghamshire 250 for 4 off 63.2 overs.
Now, you either want to stand out there with sunglasses on or you want to bowl. You can't do both, Mr. Stoneman.
We were going through that.
Fine. That's a club fine.
We were going through that early this season. Bowlers that bowl with shades on. Willie Carsick always did.
Whoa!
Oh,
Dead
wins.
ball. Umpire's hat has gone away on the breeze.
Oh, it's acceptable as a spin up from the back of the box.
No,
Yeah,
that's
there
a
you go.
fine. That's
You're
a
in trouble.
fine.
Kirsty does it.
Club fine.
Stoneman in again and relatively full delivery, dispatched over. Extra cover for 4, a couple bounces, and to be fair, looked like it could have gone straight up for a second. Don't think he fully got a hold of it.
I mean, the Cryer catch went up, didn't it? And fortunately for Mulaney, the ball didn't.
It was a short boundary out there, but not the most convincing of hits. But
I don't know. I think Mulaney knew what he was doing looking at the replay now. At first, I thought, I'm not so sure. More the timing of it was the issue.
he comes in again, and low full toss just patted out to mid-on, which is now out at long on just for a 1, brings Mulaney on to 19.
At first I was with you, I thought, what's he done there? And he's going to regret that, but then I looked at the replay and I thought, oh, actually, he was quite happy with that. Yeah, he's just chipped it over nonchalantly. It was the timing of it into the day, wasn't it? You know, just before tea to do it.
Stoneman comes in again, quicker, shorter, and punched off the back foot out to long on for another single.
Was I being harsh, Grace? I don't think Middlesex have hit the top of off stump regularly enough today.
No, I don't think so. I think they started, the opening bowlers went quite nicely, and then I just think they were quite defensive as soon as partnership started to be built. And last ball before tea, short down leg side, but will be a dot. And Nottinghamshire end their session 256 for 4.
But equally, I think they were a little erratic to allow those partnerships to begin as well.
Yeah, I agree.
They haven't bogged Nottinghamshire down at any point. So yeah, I mean they'll be disappointed. There's no two ways about it. I don't think they bowled well today. And if Nottinghamshire go in the final 32 as they've gone in the first 64, then they're going to be what, 380 tonight. 380 for 6. You said 2 more. You fancy they'll lose 2 more today, Nottinghamshire, at the rate this is going. And if they do, there's every chance there'll be 380 on the board overnight. Brace us.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Kirsty. We'll all be back in around about 20 minutes' time when the players return for the final session of the day. There's a mad rush from the commentary box to go and see what's on offer. I'll make do with me slice of jam roly-poly, and we'll all be back with you in 20 minutes' time. We'll speak to you then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. You join us in ample time for the start of the post-tea session here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 256 for 4. Couple of sessions that I think you'd probably just have to shade them both towards Notts. Middlesex only getting 2 wickets in each session. Notts did win the toss, opt to bat first. They lost Ben Slater early on, then Ben Duckett out for 37. It was 120 for 2 at lunch, but this afternoon Asiba Mead played very nicely to go on to reach his 10th first class 100 before falling straight afterwards. A really ugly shot across the line, totally out of character. He went, and Joe Clark by then had also fallen for 47. 256 for 4. We're about to get underway with our cast of thousands. We may have Kevin Howells in at some stage. Grace Ballinger. Oh God. Grace Ballinger's with us, so too Kevin Hand. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and here's Kirsty Gordon.
Holman in to bowl the first over after the tea break. First ball's full and it's driven from James, but it's a dot ball.
Apologise for throwing that on you just then.
Not at all.
You appeared most ready out of all of us to take the over. Should have had Kevin as his mid-mouthful.
Holman in again and bowls full on leg stump and driven straight to the man at mid-wicket. Another dot ball. Holman hasn't bowled many loose deliveries in his spell. 11.2 overs and got 2 very key wickets. In he comes again now to James, this time wide outside off stump, and it's driven through the covers. Will just be one as there's a man out there. On the drive.
Didn't go downstairs. Is the press box still a popular place at tea time as it usually is?
Yep, there was a number of people in there eating their scones. Little delay, but in comes Holman again now. Mullaney leaves outside the off stump.
Seem to push that one through a little quicker, well
little
outside
quicker
the off
and
stump.
flatter, yeah. Just one slip in play here for Holman as he comes in and bowls to Mullaney. This one's flighted a little bit more and on leg stump, and Mullaney's able to clip it off his hip and into backwards square leg for a single. A lot of starts for the Nottinghamshire players today. Only Ben Slater dismissed in single figures and Duckett into the 30s, and Joe Clark 48, and both these two here 31 and 20 respectively have got a nice little start. As Holman's in to James, who drives to mid-on for a dot ball. And Notts will be hoping that at least one of these two can convert into a big score today.
I'm always the one about building up pressure, trying to get wickets through building pressure. Middlesex have used 6 bowlers. There's only 2 of them bowled maidens today. Anderson 9 overs, no maidens. Helm 12 overs, no maidens. Holman 12 overs, no maidens. And alright, Mark Stoneman's only bowled the 1 over before tea, which went for 7. But that's a total of 34 overs between those 4 bowlers without a single maiden.
Yeah, it's only really been the 2 openers, and Roland Jones and Murtagh, that were able to build like a really good amount of pressure and consistent top of off bowling. And Holman, to be fair, has bowled quite consistently, but always trickier being a leg spinner on day 1.
Stoneman comes in again for his second over and slightly short, but just driven on the back foot straight back to him. And slightly more spread field here. We're seeing a deep cover, a long on, a long off, and a cow and a square. So lots of fielders out, as that is flicked through the backward point region for 2 by Mullaney.
Yeah, I thought it was just going to be a token Mark Stoneman over before tea, but they've obviously seen something they like or want to work on the over rate, which is -2. But Mark Stoneman means it's spin at both ends to begin this session.
Exactly what you said here. It's very difficult to create pressure when there's 5 men on the boundary.
Second ball short outside off and just cut away out to that cover boundary and just ambling a single. Yeah, 5 out on the boundary, so as you say, field very spread. partnership between these two, just building up now 34, as that's another short ball which is just patted back to the bowler.
Lyndon James has just been ruthlessly efficient to this point. You struggle to remember any eye-catching shots, yet he's into the 30s.
Flashes at that one, but driven full ball straight into the hands of extra cover along the floor and top ball.
Just got very good technique, very orthodox.
Final ball of the over then, short down leg and just flicked out onto the leg side boundary. Will be just a single taken, and 2 overs after tea, Nottinghamshire 262 for 4.
Yeah, 4 from that one. Don't know how long Murtagh will persist with Stoneman. Not too long, I wouldn't have thought. He's not going to get a great deal of assistance, is he? Not seen that much of him as a bowler throughout his career, but certainly not a great turner of a ball, and he's going to struggle, I think, to tie these two down for lengthy periods.
Yeah, you can only really see him making a breakthrough if there's a lapse in concentration from one of the Nottinghamshire pair at the crease. So Holman to continue from the pavilion end, bowls back of a length and played off the back through the covers to deep cover. Anderson out there who fields. Even Holman with the field spread here, as although he's picked up 2 wickets, it seems relatively easy for these two to just keep picking off singles and ticking over it around 4 and over. As he's in bowls Fuller this time, driven again, same region, but extra cover comes round to field that no run.
Yeah, it just seems all a bit easy for the Nottinghamshire batters at the moment. Just no real pressure applied, field spread, and yeah, it's interesting to know what the Middlesex plan is here.
Holman in again, bowls, good length, well played off the back foot from Mullaney, defends.
Mark Stoneman, first class debut 2007, first class bowling 336 balls, 1 wicket for 243. What is the plan?
That's Holman's, and again quicker outside off, left alone by Mullaney. Yeah, that is those stats not great reading, are they, from a bowling perspective? Holman back of a length and cut away from Mullaney, straight to the man at backward point. Another dot ball. Yeah, you speak about batting partnerships and then bowling partnerships here. I think Holman needs somebody at the other end who's going to create that pressure as well and bowl some dot balls, as Mullaney flicks this one off the hip and down to square leg for a single to finish the over.
Contrast that though with his white ball bowling form, where he's bowled 4 balls in List A cricket, 1 for none. So
exceptional.
So he's a white ball bowler.
But he will be continuing from the pavilion end.
Yep.
So it seems.
He's going to have a go. 1 for 243 before this particular innings.
It's the bowling captain trying to burgle away to the new ball.
Well, yeah, 13 overs away from a second new ball.
Stoneman in again. And relatively full, slow delivery, just driven out to that relatively wide long off for 1.
Did they ever get this ball changed when they tried twice at least?
It's been changed once, yeah. Kev at the back of the box, not too far behind us.
Stoneman into James, and not bad areas actually, just forces James back, and he
Bit
just
quicker that one.
Yeah, a little bit, just flicks it to.
What do you do here then?
Trying all the tricks of the trade.
Just keep taking 5 or 6 and over to keep him on.
That one, he comes down the track too, but some shouts from the Middlesex team. I don't know what for really, as that is just driven out to the cover fielder.
Yeah, I would. In a game like this where you're going well, just keep milking him for 4s, 5s, even 6s. Yeah, take advantage.
Stoneman in quicker again and shorter, but quite comfortably played by Mullaney, who just flicks it out to deep mid wicket. Just all seems a bit too easy, doesn't it, for Nottingham?
But Stoneman can be saying they're not hitting me for boundaries, Skip.
As he's in again, and Again, pretty quick delivery, makes a diving stop as that's hit straight back at him, but just fingertips to it and it will be another single.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gambling on a bit of impatience, especially from Mullany, to look for something more expansive and create an opportunity.
He just goes back to that one and defends it back. Bit of respect for the bowling, and that ends Stoneman's third over. He's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 15.
Bit of respect for the world-class white ball bowler.
White ball specialist.
Yeah, it could be the plan to steal a few overs and maybe give Stoneman or Murtagh a few to warm up before they get the new ball. I'd have liked to see Anderson again. I know he hasn't been brilliant today, but with his pace, I think he is somebody who could create something. As Holman's in again, back of a length, punched through the covers, anticipated by extra cover, who tries to get round to cut it off, but they get through anyway.
Thought so. I've got a selfie here, me and Mark Stoneman.
Where have you pulled that from? The archives?
Yeah. It's after the Lord's final in 2017. He was a sorry player then. So.
Holman's in again, defended this time by Mullany. He's on the back foot to a foolish ball, and Holman's got his hands on his head as he felt there was a half chance there that he could have had an LBW shot, but comes off Mullany's bat into the leg side. This one quicker through the air and cut, beats backward point, covers in pursuit. They're going to run 2, but it's going to beat the man at deep cover and race away to the boundary for 4. You could tell what Holman was trying to do there, just varying his pace, but that one was too wide and Mullany cashed in. Moves on to 30.
Yeah, again, these two, just seems that the partnership's just creeping up for the Nottinghamshire batters, and these two now about to approach their 50 partnership, and yeah, 273 for 4. Middlesex in a bit of trouble.
Holman in and bowls, and this one left alone by Mullany. Had nicer shape to it, that one. Bit of dip, bit of flight, but not much purchase off the wicket. Obviously only day 1, so I'm sure Holman will be bowling a few more overs later in the match. That one better length. Mullany back and defends on a length. Yeah, like we've been saying, they seem pretty content to cash in here and there and just pick up what's on offer elsewhere. Tick along at 4s, 5s if they can. So Holman's in again. This one fuller and driven by Mullany, out to the man at deep cover again. And that concludes the 69th over of the day.
Just another over of milking, wasn't it? And
low risk.
Lots of just progressed very nicely in the 5 overs we've had since tea. And typical me, I don't think I made a note of the tea time score. I'll find it in a second.
It will be Stoneman to continue again as he comes in, and first ball is a relatively straight delivery, just comes off the edge of Mullany's bat and runs into the mid-wicket region for 1.
I'm speaking rubbish, ignore me.
Okay.
256 for 4, the tea time score. There we are, we found it.
Mid-off has come in as he bowls that one shorter, and again just manages to just get past the bowler and run a single to the long gone boundary.
So that's 20 they've added, mostly in singles, been the 1 boundary, but mostly in singles, in just over 5 overs, so just steady progress.
Yeah, mid-off came in there for James, who's been the more steady of the partnership, and back out for Mullany, maybe trying to make something happen.
Decent delivery, just relatively good length, and just kind of defended into the point region by Mullany for no run. He comes in again and a bit quicker, bit shorter, and Mulaney just rocks back and punches it through that gap at cover and get a single, and that brings up the 50 partnership for James and Mulaney. 50 off 92 balls. They're going nicely and really starting to put the pressure on Middlesex again.
Yeah, Mulaney the dominant partner, 33 out of that stand of 50.
Stoneman in again, and this one just flicked round slightly for the ball but can't get past mid-wicket.
It's interesting, Mulaney's now faced 51 balls, he's 33 not out, and the match at Lords already mentioned, he got a century in 55 balls there. It's really going.
Final ball the over, slightly further outside off, and slashed that again by James, but straight to the cover fielder, and that ends the over. Slightly better one actually for Stoneman.
Yeah, his figures, I was going to tell you his figures, they've just disappeared off the board. I'm sure they'll come back in a second. There are only 3 singles from that particular over.
Yeah, I think he's bowled us 4 overs for 18 runs.
Look at these partnerships, 74 for the second, 105, 39, and this one currently worth 50 with power to add, and that's going to get the job done after the openers had been prized apart for just 9.
Yeah, like I said, some solid partnerships and some really good starts from the Nottinghamshire batters, and I'm sure there'll be a few frustrations in the changing room that the men out haven't kicked on, but these two are certainly continuing where others have left off. As Holman's in back of a length, defended by Mulaney. Holman into his 15th over now. There's no signs of any seamers warming up, ready for a third spell.
There's that second new ball 9 overs away now, Kirsty. So.
Holman in, defends again. Yeah, do you reckon we're going to see this combination for another 9 overs?
Well, maybe, unless they physically have to be removed from the attack because they they suddenly go for a couple of 15+ run overs.
Holman in again. Mulaney pushes through the covers, tries to get it through that gap, but extra cover, anticipates it well and gets round.
It's a bit of a phony war, both sides playing low risk cricket here. Middlesex more than happy just to concede 3 or 4 runs and over, not seemingly happy just to try and tick along at something perhaps just a little more than that 4 or 5 and over, and see what happens when we get onto that second near ball.
Holman in this time, a bit wider and a bit quicker and left alone by Mulaney. I'm sure he was tempted there to cut it that one as well, but he did leave it alone. Yeah, I just wonder if we might see the 2 openers just a couple of overs shy of the new ball to get loose. Holman bowls this one, cut by Mulaney, and Slip was interested for a minute, but it's beaten backward point, this time to his left, and it runs down, but he will get round and they'll run 3 to that big boundary down there. Yeah, I just wonder if they'll, use up an over with the old ball so that they're as fresh as can be when that new ball gets into their hand. But if not, it might be Stoneman to have a little spell of 7 or 8 overs.
Yes, I'd be surprised if we see either Murtagh or Roland Jones until after the 80th over. It'll be just 1 over with the old ball that could be better used with the new one.
Holman in, bowls mid-off is lurking, kind of halfway between the boundary and I suppose a traditional mid-off in the ring, and they're able to sneak through for 1 to finish the 71st over.
Chat going on there with the skipper and the bowler. Or is that the sort of chat that your captain has with you when he says that'll do, or do you think he's just said, I wonder, eyes on the skipper? He's not pointed at anybody else, has he?
No one else is warming up as such yet, but
no. Generally when you have that sort of chat, then you see the skipper turn around and point to somebody and then point to an end, and it's time. But I think from the body language there that we could see, or I could see, looks as if Holman will continue.
Stoneman to continue then from the pavilion end, and first ball is driven beautifully through the offside and straight past the extra fielder and over the rope. Great shot from James there, just a bit too much, a bit too full, I think. And don't think much turn or much dip or anything really on that ball, and races away for 4.
Mark Stoneman's got theories, and his next theory is if I go round the wicket to Lyndon James, I'll be able to tie him down.
Short third been brought across the short fine as he bowls, and that one outside off and just cut through to the point boundary for 1.
Yeah, he had mid-off up to James and presumably part of a plan, but Lyndon James is too good on that occasion.
What would Mulaney do here as he comes in, better ball, better delivery, and they managed to sneak a 1. Extra cover fielder, direct hit at the stumps, but Mulaney safely home.
There was nobody backing up though, was there?
No. Maybe a bit of frustration coming in there from the Middlesex fielders.
It's a good job he hit the stumps, and also good that it didn't ricochet away, because they often can when they hit the stumps.
Back
James.
over the wicket.
Oh yeah, back over. He's trying a few different things here, Stoneman, as he comes in again, and slow delivery, just patted out to long on there. Just all seems a bit easy for Nottinghamshire at the moment.
It does.
288 for 4.
Shouldn't bowl in sunglasses. Don't deserve any wickets to be bowling sunglasses.
Stoneman just moves one of his fielders a yard to his left as he comes in, bowls a full ball, which is just patted to cover. Dot ball. Stoneman at the end of his mark then for the final ball of his 5th over. He's so far gone for 25.
Do you think he's actually got a mark there?
He's just wandering around, isn't he? Around that area. As he comes in. Short down leg, and I think it was a quicker ball attempt, but ended up just being a bit of a drag down, and keeper tidies it up, and not the best ball to end the over. Nottingham 288 for 4.
Again having a little look there, Mark Stoneman. I think, has he taken his sweater every over? I don't know. He deliberately asked the umpire for his sweater there. I've not been watching him closely enough to see if he's been doing that every over. Certainly Holman's going to get another one, but interesting to see what they do at the other end now. But the Stoneman experiment, if we can call it that, has well pretty much handed Notts 25 runs from 5 overs.
He's having a word with the skipper now.
Looks like there's a bowler warming up down there at the short fine region. Can't quite tell who it is from here. Maybe Tom Helm. One slip in then for Holman.
Holman in, bowls wide of off stump and driven from James straight to the man at deep cover for a single. Just over pitch there by Holman, sorry, making it relatively easy there. And
they are just helping themselves, aren't they? Literally at the moment. You know, 10 overs of this is 40 or 50 runs on the total.
Holman in again, better delivery there, but it's swept behind square by Mulaney. The first time he's looked to show that type of proactivity and aggression, as there's only one deep square who's quite in front of square actually, and it's a safe shot there behind square. So he steps across and sweeps hard. 4 runs to Mulaney, he moves to 41.
In the Test match, England 51 for 2.
Holman in again to Mulaney. Wide outside off, driven through to deep cover for 1. Who's the second wicket gone then?
I presume it's Crawley. Just 1 or 2 comments about him. Just lead me to believe he was potentially on. Yeah, Crawley caught Williamson, bowled Bracewell for 25. England required 245 more at 51 for 2.
Holman to James, wide outside off stump, driven, great bit of fielding back to recovery as he gets a hand on it and allows cover to come round in field. That was certainly going to beat the man on the boundary for 4 if
that was Stoneman with the stop.
Yeah, hadn't intervened there.
Backing up his spin bowling partner.
That was an excellent stop there at extra cover. Definitely saved 3. So Holman's in again. This time slightly slower outside off, and Mulaney just rocks back and nudges it into that gap again at cover, and it's another run.
I presume you two are perfectly happy carrying on for the next 5 minutes. I'll bring Kevin here alongside me at the end of the over.
Holman in again, bowls and defended by James. A rare dot ball. So that over goes for a healthy 8 runs. That's back-to-back overs of 8 runs for Nottinghamshire. They're really on top here. And are we going to see a change? I believe we are. Looks to be Mr. Anderson, who will be bowling from the pavilion end. The change I called for, Grace.
It is indeed. Sadly not Jimmy Anderson, who I'd quite like to see coming on here, because I think it was time for a change though, and I think it'll be interesting to see what a bit of seam can do here, and might make the Nottinghamshire batters work a bit harder for their runs. Can't imagine it's been the most pleasant of viewing for a Middlesex supporter in the last 10 overs or so.
No, it's been a tough one, hasn't it? And I mean, what's he gone at? 56 off his 9 overs so far, Anderson. And he's the man ahead of the new ball that they'll try and say, we'll keep the runs down at this stage. He's a much better bowler than those figures suggest, and he's had a much better season than those figures suggest. So it feels like a bad day at the office. It doesn't feel like a wretched day at the office. It just hasn't been quite good enough on a pitch that's clearly playing well against a side that are equally playing well. And this happened at Lords. You know, Nottinghamshire were just the better team for 3 days, and on the 4th day, Robson and rain saved Middlesex. Century from Sam Robson.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, but you've also got to bear in mind that the outfield's so quick and it's clearly a good deck to bat on, so...
Yeah, it's a very, very short boundary, isn't there? I mean, if there was a 30-yard circle in place, how far would that boundary be beyond it?
Not far at the shortest point out there by the Smith-Cooper stand. And it will be Anderson to go again from the pavilion end, and Mulaney to face his first ball. That is relatively sharp outside off, as it's just driven, and another front foot no ball, but also 2 off the bat, so they'll get 4 for that, and that brings up Nottinghamshire's 300.
Great running that, actually. It's kind of dissected deep third and deep backward point, and they've scampered through for 2.
There's been a few front foot no balls today. Obviously no free hit, but still don't want them. 2 runs off them.
Extra count 15.
And a 3rd batting point for Notts.
Yes, new ball can't come quickly enough for Middlesex.
Fine square and point out on the boundaries he runs in, and that was quick outside off, and Mulaney attempts to play it, but plays and misses, and looks to be bowling good areas there.
Just moved away a little, didn't it? That one from
Yeah,
Anderson.
We spoke about his figures not being particularly healthy earlier, but I think his second spell was much better than the first, and maybe his third spell will be even better as well.
As he comes in again. Again, outside off, but just played away into the point area, and no run is taken, as you hear that loud no call from Lyndon James.
I think the worry for Middlesex would be that their stronger hand in this game is the bowling. I mean, they've got Robson and Stoneman at the top, so that's phenomenal. Eskenazi started the season with a century against Derbyshire at Lords, but then broke a bone in that match and missed a fair while.
Anthony again, short on the leg side, and it is taken on, but bounces a couple of times ahead of Tom Helm down at fine leg, and no chance in the end. For a split second, thought that could have been the breakthrough, but just not quite enough on it.
And with that, I was just saying to Bracegirdle as we exchange the mic, I just fancy Nottinghamshire will bowl better than Middlesex have bowled, and if they do get in amongst them quickly at the top, then Middlesex are looking down a fair old score here.
Anderson in, bowls to James again under the short ball, but James ducks it and goes straight through to the keeper.
They were hoping to have Peter Milan for this one, no Pete Hanscom, as he's gone back. So they were hoping to have Peter Milan, but a visa issue keeping him out of this one. But yeah, you've got Robson, Stoneman and Eskenazi, and then you've got Davis, Holden, and then either side of John Simpson, Davis and Holden, and Holman and Anderson.
Anderson again, short outside off, played off the back foot, but tied it up nicely by point, and another dot ball.
Yeah, and that Notts attack are pretty scary looking as well. Where Middlesex have probably been let down as that first change, but I can't imagine Nottinghamshire's first change bowlers going at 10s, I think it was, that Middlesex's went at for a little while.
Final ball of his 10th over, then Anderson comes in, another short ball again taken on, but through the mid-wicket region, and will race away for 4 to that long boundary. That brings up to 50 for Lyndon James off 81 deliveries.
Well batted Lyndon James, he's looked in control there. For his 81 balls he's faced, for his 50 runs, he's been very assured and confident since he's come to the crease, and rarely a mistimed ball has he faced.
Yeah, he's looked good and definitely chanceless, just rebuilding where his team weren't in a spot of danger but lost a couple of big wickets, so yeah, these two go in nicely and looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that Hamid dismissal could have opened something for Middlesex, and that was the real frustration, I guess, from a Nottinghamshire perspective. Obviously from a Hamid perspective, disappointment that he didn't take his score on, but he's sort of done a fabulous job of just moving things on. Once more from then.
So looks to be another change. Both spinners have parted ways.
No, it's Holman. Still Holman.
I stand corrected.
The other one, the other two they could go to. I wouldn't go to Max Holden, I don't think, an off spinner to 2 right-handers. He doesn't bowl as much off spin as he used to. But Sam Robson's leg spin would be worth a go here before the new ball.
So it is Holman to continue here. 17th over as he bowls. Foolish on leg stump, but it's driven to mid-wicket for a dot ball.
Would they bring him on at the pavilion end though, Robson? Let him bowl in tandem with Holman. Anything short,
yeah, that short
or wise.
Boundary outside off is
Can't drag anything
be
down,
quite
can they?
tempting, wouldn't it? Full and driven down the ground by Mullaney, but the man at mid-wicket does well to come round and field it. Mullaney looks to trying to go through the gears here. He's on 46 and only faced 68 balls as well, so been the aggressor of the two. Holman in again, bowls outside off stump, and Mullaney getting frustrated now as that was there to be driven, he felt, but he's miscued it to extra cover. Maybe a little bit of frustration and a bit of pressure building finally here for Middlesex as Holman comes in and bowls to Mullaney. Back of a length, defended into mid-wicket. It's a good start to the over.
Yeah, you want to score runs before the new ball, don't you? But equally, I think, much like Hamid, you know, these two are well set. I don't think they've got anything to fear of that new ball when it comes. You know, obviously it'll be difficult, but that's the game, isn't it?
Holman in again. Back of a length, this time tickled round the corner by Mullaney as the line was straight enough and deep backward of square fields. Yeah, definitely, I think, you know, when you set, the new ball comes on, I think it's can sometimes advantage the batting team. It comes off the bat quicker, and as long as you stay disciplined, it's like you say, they shouldn't be fearful of it. Holman in this time to James, who drives, looks for a single, mid-on comes round, but it's easily made, and it was a well-timed, well-judged single there as that concludes Holman's 17 overs. He's bowled 2 for 63.
So Hamid's got 2 centuries against Middlesex this season now, and Mullaney could be thinking about it again here as well. 92 in the first innings at Lord's and a 58 ball 100 in the second innings as well for Mullaney. Was it Notts' quickest 50 in first class cricket, wasn't it?
Surely.
Mullaney got Nottinghamshire's quickest championship 100.
Championship 100.
Balls. It was 55 for the 100, 50-80 batted in.
50-80 batted and all 55 for the 100.
307 for 4 then, Notts, as Anderson comes in and a 4 ball on the stumps is kept up well by James and no run taken. Got the the 4 fielders out on the boundary now, the cover, third, fine and square. No slips and point, cover, mid on, mid off and mid wicket. spread field for these two set batters as Anderson comes in again and short outside off, punched nicely but straight into the hands of extra cover.
Just feel the wind picking up again, but the sun is shining down beautifully on the ground now after a bit of a cloudy, overcast period from maybe 11 o'clock to lunchtime-ish, 12 o'clock to lunchtime maybe.
It's been quite nice since after tea, to be fair, as Anderson comes in again and good ball on the stumps. James can do little more and keep it out. Yeah, I mean, you can see, if you can't see on the live stream, but half the ground is just in the sun, and then it looks quite nice there, but if you look over at the Smith Cooper stand, it looks pretty cold in the shade, especially when the wind picks up. Two different scenes splitting the ground as Anderson comes in again. Fourth ball of his over and back of the length on the stumps, and again just punched away by James.
Yeah, Anderson looking to bowl with a good bit of control here, which is what Middlesex need. He's bowled a couple of short balls, one of which was mistimed, but one of which was nailed through mid-wicket to bring up Lyndon James's 50, so just wonder whether that's put him off that tactic or whether he's keeping it up his sleeve.
Well, he's just about to run into bowl there, but it looks like something might have got into Lyndon James's eye or something, maybe. I'm not sure, but he's back, ready to go again. Anderson back at the end of his mark as he runs in. In, bowls and short down leg, but just flicked away, but straight into the hands of mid-wicket once again. And yeah, as you say, they just needed a bit of pressure, and I think you said last over, Kirsty, that it was just starting to build again with Holman, and it seems now that Anderson's come on, these two bowling quite well together, senses a bit more pressure building.
Yeah, certainly. Then those 10 overs after tea, there's having to work a little bit harder for their boundaries at least.
Anderson again, and outside off, flashed away, but
snicked.
Third man cannot get past that. Just a bit of an edge by James, but will run away for 4. Things just seeming to go Nottinghamshire's way at the moment, and at the end of the 76th over, they are 311 for 4.
Yeah, no slip in play there, so 4 runs all day for Lyndon James. Wasn't probably the first full shot he's played all day, if I can remember.
Yeah, I think so, but also quite a safe. I mean, there's no slips there. Probably can flash at them there, and it's probably quite low risk.
Yeah, you feel like he's certainly seeing it well enough. So Mullaney on 47 is on strike as Holman continues from the pavilion end. Slip in play, deep backward square, deep square in front. Mid-wicket in the ring, mid-on, mid-off, or kind of lurking, probably about 35 yards or so. Mullaney drives and extra cover. Mark Stoneman does well to get round and save a run for his team there. As Tom Helm awaits on the cover boundary, signalling for something to his 12th man. Holman in and bowls full. Mullaney drives and again fielded well by Mark Stoneman, who's saving his team a number of runs here. Maybe after costing them a few with the ball.
He's got to do anything to get himself back. Wasn't the worst bowling spell I've ever seen, but probably not the best.
Look, Holman in again, this time really full and driven again straight to Mark Stoneman, and can sense the frustration down there from Mullaney, who feels like he could have cashed in on at least one of those 3. 3 dots nonetheless to Holman. He's in again to Mullaney. Full defended this time. Solid defensive shot there. So he takes the dot and asks the umpire how many balls are remaining in the over. Holman tosses the ball from arm to arm, hand to hand, and he's in, back of a length. Tries to punch it off the back foot through the cover region, but it just falls to backward point again, and Mullaney, the frustration builds. As he has a number of balls he feels like he could have gotten away through the offside. Last ball of Holman's 18th over then, full, and there is the pressure release from Mullaney as he goes downtown, over the top, couple of bounces and over the rope for 4. you sensed something was building, and the pressure built from Mulaney, and he's got it away, and that will be his 50 as well, off of 77 balls. 5 fours it included, a couple of really good shots for 4 through the covers and over mid-off as well. This to continue to build. The partnership moves on to 88, both past 50 in the last few overs as well.
Third time in 3 innings he's passed 50 against Middlesex this season. So what's he got, an aggregate of 243 runs in 3 innings, with 2 red inkers so far against
Not
Middlesex.
bad stats.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's just bowling attacks you fancy, aren't there? And maybe there's nothing in it, or maybe there is something in it.
He's a good player as well, though, as an England under-19, as he was. And may not have gone on to get the honours at the highest level, but distinguished Nottinghamshire player, hasn't he? Been for all these years.
Yeah, he's a very, very high-class player.
As Anderson comes in for Boomend and back of a length, but just flicked into mid-wicket, who attempts to run Mulaney out at the other end, but they weren't even taking a run, so it is all in vain.
Done a little bit of work with Mulaney. Myself, he came in and did a little bit of kind of coach experience when I was with England, and really enjoyed working with him actually. And think he is quite new to coaching, but no, he was really cool to work with and shared a lot of insight.
Another short ball again by Anderson, but just flicked round by Lyndon James to the 2 men out there who raced to collect it at the square leg and the fine leg boundary, and managed to get it right in front of him there, Holman.
He spoke a lot about his approach to batting and kind of the differences in his technique between Championship cricket and T20 cricket. Spoke a little bit about his stance and bat lift and things like that differ for him when he flits between the formats.
Anderson into Mulaney here then, and a fuller ball on leg stump, and brings Mulaney forward, but straight to mid-wicket and no run taken.
His finest hour for me will forever be, though, that stint at Old Trafford. Lancashire versus Middlesex 2014. He was the summariser on Radio 5 Sports Extra with Kevin Howes, myself, Scott Reed, and he was the summariser for those 4 days. The loser went down that year from Division 1. So Lancashire relegated 2014.
Anderson again short down the leg side and just flicked away for 4, and it looks like
he had no idea where that
down
went.
there, Tom Helm I think it is, just totally lost it in the sun and just ran in the opposite direction with his arms in the air, asking, don't know what you expect me to do, but not too sure what happened there, because I don't even think the sun's particularly out.
I don't think he would have got to it anyway, to be fair to him, but yeah, he certainly didn't help himself.
Yeah, not sure what went
He's
on
out there for that exact reason as well, I think. He's kind of 10 yards off the boundary potentially for that mistimed hook shot, so hopefully he doesn't do that if it goes straight up in the air.
I'm not sure, don't think it can be the sun when the sun's not out and he's got sunglasses and a cap on, but that one's fuller and just flicked away to him on the floor. This time he gets right to it.
I think there might have been a bit of a sarcastic cheer there from his teammates as well, who applaud him for collecting the ball.
Yeah, not too sure what happened there at all, but Nottinghamshire move on to 321 for 4. Final ball of the over then, James to face, and must have just maybe missed. I don't know if was that hit Anderson that pulled out of his
Did the
mark,
bails
or
come
was it
off?
James?
I think the bails came off.
So yeah.
So he's on 249 runs against Middlesex this season now, Mulaney. Out only once.
Back at the end of his mark, Anderson. In he comes for the final ball of his 12th over, and it's a good full ball on the stumps, driven back past him to mid-on, but no run is taken as it's thrown back into the keeper. 321 for 4 off 78 overs, Nottinghamshire.
2 overs to the new ball then. I'm sure Middlesex will take it when it is first offered. They need something.
Mercer's warming up, isn't he?
Yeah.
And that's the thing, I think, the Stoneman move was just to try and buy those quick overs after tee, to not have Anderson bowling from tee to the new ball. Could they have used Sam Robson? Possibly. I think Robson could have been an option. His leg spin. Holman, I mean, Robson's one of those bowlers who just every now and again he buys you a wicket.
Yeah, might have been the one to get the breakthrough. Something different sometimes, and yeah, part-time spin can sometimes just be the one, can't it? So it'll be Holman, presumably with his last over for the time being. Still got a slip in play and 2 men back out on the leg side and 1 through the cover point region. As Holman is in, bowls full, defended by Mullaney. A bit of an inside edge on it, but fairly solid nonetheless.
Or have you seen that Lees has gone as well as Crawley in the
Lees
test?
was
Or Lees was
run
first,
out
sorry,
first,
Crawley's
yeah.
gone out. The clamour for Hamid and Robson to be recalled grows.
Holman in again, full, driven by Mullaney, nicely into the gap for a single. Deep cover collects. Yeah, it was a bit of a calamitous run out, poor communication. Crawley drove to mid-off and they waited to see if he had fielded it cleanly, which Trent Bolt did, and Lee, was halfway down the wicket and couldn't make it back. As Holman comes in again, driven this time by James straight to Stoneman at extra cover. Couple of quicks warming up down here at mid-on and mid-off. Presumably Roland Jones and Murtagh. Holman in straight, well bowled, lovely delivery, defended by James, well respected. That had lovely shape on it. Bit of flight, bit of dip.
Spinners Union.
Can appreciate a good strong delivery. 2 to come then. As Holman's in, this time shorter, quicker and flicked off the hip by James, will be 1 run. As the partnership moves on to 96. That wind just picking up again as the sun goes behind a cloud. Probably be quite chilly, I reckon, when the sun goes away. Jumper on, jumper off weather, as I like to call it.
I'd agree.
Holman in, last ball then, and it's defended by Mullaney. Ball was full on leg stump and he respects the good delivery.
Looks like the sun's covered the whole of the ground now, everywhere in the shade, and again, that Smith Cooper stand looking particularly colder than the rest of them. It might be because it's a bit more covered, but just 1 over to go till the new ball can be,
so
and
it is,
probably will be taken.
It's what you called here, Kevin. It looks like it's going to be Sam Robson to bowl. Probably just the 1 over before the new ball.
He's definitely got an earpiece in today, hasn't he, Root Milton?
I think there's a couple of things you called. I think you called Anderson coming back on at this end earlier.
I've been doing this job too long. Yeah, it just makes sense. You know, they're searching for a wicket. Why would you not give Robson? It's only going to be the 1 over unless he takes a wicket, which is a bit of a shame. I'd have given him a couple. You're really looking for a mistake here, aren't you? It's a very, very long shot that the very part-time leg spinner is going to bowl a dream delivery. So you're looking for the mistake, and the mistake usually comes in a lapse of concentration. So, you know, for 6 balls, James and Mullaney should be saying to themselves here, this is just getting pushed straight back, no matter what filth comes down. Long hop, full toss, it's just getting pushed back.
Yeah, no, I agree, and you've got to give him a couple to get into a spell as well. Balls, I mean, so to give him a couple of overs would be fairer.
Decent full ball by Robson, just punched away into extra cover.
Take that.
Don't call him a part-time leg spinner, he's clearly...
Oh, he's worked on it a fair bit.
Yeah.
So whether they do just give him a couple here so that the new ball is that little bit fresher in the morning, we'll see.
As he comes in again, and another decent delivery. Hit out to the covers and should just be 1 out to that cover boundary rider, and not the worst of bowling I've seen, definitely not. Don't think I've ever seen him bowl before, but
took a couple of wickets to bring a game to life at the Oval in the was it the COVID year? I think it was. Drifting a little, came onto a couple of wickets as a great celebration dance, so really wanted to get a wicket just for you to see that.
In he comes again, and that is hit in the air by Mullaney, but just about 10 yards short of the cover boundary fielder, and he took it on Mullaney, but...
Well, whilst Middlesex might be listening to, not clearly aren't, as Mullaney doesn't look to... you know, get through this over. He's looking to be aggressive to whatever comes down.
Nothing wrong with that.
This is why I was just surprised they went Stoneman ahead of Robson, really, for those overs after tea. Nothing, not that Stoneman did much wrong.
Oh, that was not as good as his past 3 deliveries. A short ball down the leg side, but just pulled for one right to Tom Helmwell. He set his field to it.
That's the one with the part-time spinner that can often take the wicket, though, isn't it? It's that long hop drag down, and all of a sudden the eyes light up and it's down deep backward square leg's throat.
Let's hope Tom Helm can see the ball.
Yeah.
As he comes in again, another fuller delivery and just driven out to long off. And a ripple of applause for the 100 partnership between James and Mullany. Comes off at 154 balls, and there's been a lot of good partnerships today from Nottingham, and this one of the good ones as well. 59 contributed by Mullany and 39 by Lyndon James.
But again, that's as well why you fancy just a few overs from Robson here. It's not going to do that much damage if it goes wrong, but you never know, it might just buy something for you. They've taken out slip. 2 extra covers. He did like the inside-out drive to Robson earlier.
Comes in, final body over, again driven, and goes to extra cover where it's fumbled slightly, but good over from Robson. Goes for just 4, and Nottinghamshire 327 for 4.
Go on, one more, Mertz. One more. Give him another one. We'll see whether it's Holman or Roland Jones. It looks as though it's Roland Jones purposefully making his way, or maybe not, actually. He was jogging down. Let's see who it's going to be. Nobody looks as though... Oh, it's going to be Mercer. There we go, it's Mercer at this end. Of course, he started at this end. He was at the Pavilion end his last spell, wasn't he? But back on at the Radcliffe Road end, so... That was the new ball hand signal to went up from the umpire there, wasn't it? I think, yep, there's the old ball tossed away.
Off to the substitute fielder.
This could be a fair old moment in the match. If this doesn't go well, these next 16 overs... Grace, I think it was you that said how many down tonight? 2 more down. You thought there'd be 6 down overnight, Nottinghamshire, which needs to happen with this new ball now for Middlesex. We said, well, if they're 2 down overnight, they're probably 370, 380 for 6 overnight, which is a great position. So, but that's what needs to happen now for Middlesex. I mean, obviously they could be greedy and want a lot more, but yeah, they need 2 wickets in these 16 overs. If they don't get them, my oh my, it's a big old session tomorrow morning for Middlesex to just try and keep Nottinghamshire in sight.
Yeah, totally agree. I think this is key here. Firstly, they need to break the partnership, and then they'll be looking to try and get the likes of Tom Moores and Patterson White early before they get in and make a score. And without that, you know, these 2 could really kick on, and this new ball loses its lacquer a little bit. So it will be Murtagh from the Pavilion end with the new ball in hand, 2 slips in play. First ball punched off the back foot from Mullany through the offside straight to extra cover, who stays down on his knees.
Eskenazi, is it there? A little uncomfortable, or is it Stoneman?
I think it might be Stoneman in there.
Yeah, he has been in there the most part, hasn't he? Let's have a look.
Doesn't look very happy anyway. Must have landed on his knee. Those old wicket ends can be quite uncomfortable to land on.
Eskenazi's deep backward square leg, you're right, it's Stoneman.
At times, so 2 slips and a gully in play here.
Davies, Robson and Anderson crouching down.
Murtagh in and bowls full left alone outside off stump. Little bit of movement there from Murtagh. At least there'll be something for them to hold on to here if he can get that ball talking a bit and make it difficult for these Nottinghamshire batters.
Felt like it wobbled a little bit, that one, didn't it? I thought it was going to shape away and then just held its line.
Stoneman not happy in there at extra, holding his knees. I think that fall really took it out of him there. Murtagh in again. Ball number 3, bowls cut away, backward of point. It's going to run down there, but the fielder at deep point does well to cut it off, and it will be 2 runs. Wide slash, but in control.
Yeah, we could all be guilty of getting carried away with match situations. It's a long way to go. Anything could happen in this game, but I just get the feeling that, yeah, if they don't get a couple of wickets tonight, at least Middlesex, there's so much pressure already, I think, on Robson, Stoneman and Eskenazi at the top of the order, not to leave it all to Davies, Holden, Simpson, Holman and Anderson.
Murtagh in again to Mullany, bowls full, defended not convincingly, as it trickles off the inside edge into the leg side. Yeah, definitely. And you have a feeling Mullaney is going to probably keep playing his shots as well, and can go one of two ways sometimes.
I don't think he knows any other way, does he, Mullaney? He just gets going. He's the kind of middle order batsman that Middlesex, I think, over the years have lacked for a long while. They've T20 as well, in fact, but also Championship. Just that lower order, middle lower order.
Murtagh bowls full, driven through the offside, but it's well fielded again by Stoneman. In close there at extra cover, no runs.
They found Robbie White to come in and do a job and be a dogged, defiant middle order batter. But Mullaney's the type who comes in and, well, like he's done here, 61 off 90, and new ball will hold no fear for him whatsoever. He'll play his way, score at a decent rate, keep the pressure on the bowlers.
Yeah, he's good at upping it as well when it needs to be done, taking that to the next level like he did against Middlesex at Lords, as we were saying before. Murtagh bowls driven again and straight to Stoneman again. He's busy in there, he's lying flat on his face. That's the end of the first over with the new ball. Nottinghamshire 329 for 4.
Just over 72 miles an hour, that one from Murtagh. Might need to check the speed gun tonight. No, he's there or thereabouts. He'll go at 67 through to 72, I suppose, Murtagh. His bowling range. This man, actually, it'd be interesting to see Roland Jones tonight. He cranked up the gears against Durham in the second innings, and was getting it through into the 80s again as of old. We're talking about he was 10 miles quicker than he was in the first innings. So it'd be interesting to see what the speed gun has him on this one here. Does Dave Bracegirdle prefer which end of the box he sits? Our host here at Trent Bridge. Do you want in here, or are you happy? He's happy down the end. Here's Roland Jones then. 329 for 4. James on 59. Mullaney 61. 2 slips, gully, deep point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg, 6-3 field. No third in place for Middlesex. James on strike, the right hander. He settles down on 59. Roland Jones midway through his run up, bowls and full and past the edge, and that is just what Middlesex needed to see right now. And funnily enough, that's not quite where he was this morning, Roland Jones. Look at the speed, 72.7. So that was the same speed as the last ball bowled by Murtagh, which just tells you how Roland Jones, he's been bowling out of his skin this year, but that's why there's no call for Roland Jones to be back in the side for England, because he's 10 miles an hour down on where he was prior to the injuries a couple of years back.
He bowled well, if you remember, second morning at Lords. He had a poor day with the ball first day, but second morning, if you remember, did he get 5?
He got 4, I think. As he's in now, bowls. Oh, that comes back in, beats the inside edge. In fact, I'm not sure it did beat the inside edge. I think it was the outside edge, but it was always tailing back in. That speed gun's got that one down at 71.4. That one just... Yeah. You're not sure, are you?
I'm not entirely sure.
329 for 4. Oh no, he doesn't want to sit in between me and Dave Bracegirdle. Look at the face of him. Not doing that, he said. I work with you and Kirsty, but he's not sitting in between us two. Not today, lads. There's Roland Jones.
He's here all week, folks.
329 for 4. He bowls and full straight, defended back up the track to Roland Jones. Let's have a look for the speed gun again. 73.1. A little bit. I don't know. Is it? I suppose that was Murtagh's quickest ball, the 72 ball. So.
It'll be interesting to have a look when James Pattinson's bowling. If it's saying he's coming down at 73.1, I don't think it's working properly.
No, this is the thing. It's an ECB speed gun, isn't it? These aren't, they're rolled out by the ECB. Middlesex had them at Lords a couple of times. James awaits. Roland Jones bowls, and this ball's defended into the onside. It trickles. We did question it a little when they first arrived at Lords, but it did seem actually as though. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Once the games went on, it seemed as though there was... like I say, Murtagh is 70 miles an hour, tops. 72 maybe just gets it through. But Roland Jones is down a few yards. So, Like I said, that spell against Durham, he was really bending his back and got it up into the 80s once more. And just into the 80s.
It was clocking Anderson at 83 and 84.
Yeah, that's about right. Here's Roland Jones bowls into the stumps at the non-striker's end from James, looking to drive back down the ground.
Probably saved him a couple runs there.
Yeah. Yeah, Anderson and Helm would be the quickest. Probably Anderson, unless Helm's really bending his back. I think when he's on song and it's really going through, then he can push it up through the mid-80s as well, Helm. Up towards the late 80s, but I think Anderson's the one who does generally push it through quicker than the others. And Jones in, bowls, and that's a beaut past the edge. That'd be interesting to see the pace on that one. Did he bend his back a little bit more on that? Nope, 72.4 it says again. 329 for 4. Mullaney 61, James 59, but the bat was probably beaten at least 3, maybe 4 times in that over on the front foot defence.
I'm very, very dubious myself about the speed guns. Really am. Anyhow, 329 for 4. Mullaney has not only caught Lyndon James up, he's gone past him now. 61 for 59. Is that the first time he's gone past him? I think it might be.
Yes, I think so. The thing about the speed guns, though, is like those deliveries where he went past the bat, though, the better balls do look the quicker balls, don't they? When a ball beats the edge of the bat.
Murtagh again, 2 slips and a gurley, and that's a good ball. Just looks like it gets a bit of movement there, and left alone by Mullaney and goes through to the keeper.
I think we've lost 1 or 2 greys starting to head off home and get back for their evening meal or their domestic plans. Just got a little chilly now as we head to the latter stages of this first day.
Sun's gone in now, hasn't it? And I don't think he'll be making a reappearance.
69 miles that last one. This is the big complaint against county cricket, isn't it? When you get the naysayers, the pace of the bowling.
Who, me?
Murtagh in, and good length ball, just attempted flick round by Mullaney, but straight to mid wicket, and no run taken again.
I mean, that's coming up almost instantly. As soon as the ball's hitting the other end, they're clocking it.
I mean, Murtagh's never going to be quicker than that. He's not mid-70s. So they're right on Murtagh. The question was just on the Roland Jones ones. But again, like I say, when a ball does, just full of length, beat the edge of the bat, and batter's kind of twitching at it a little bit. Does it make the ball just look that little bit quicker? Because he has been down on pace the last couple of years, Roland Jones.
Murtagh in again then, and full ball on the shunts, and Mullaney keeps it out. Just a defensive shot.
A few Centurions around the country today. Hashim Amla getting 100 for Surrey. I see Wayne Madsen 150 not out for Derbyshire, and Ed Barnard, who's having a fine season, got a big 100 here for Worcestershire. He's just reached 3 figures as well in Worcestershire's match against Glamorgan.
Murtagh at the end of his mark, and in he comes to Mullaney. Full ball, and Mullaney really don't know what he tries to do there. Almost tries to drive it. Is a little bit early on it and chips it into the ground, and no run taken.
You know that son you said wouldn't be putting in a further appearance.
Don't think anything I've said today is followed through, unfortunately.
Yes, the ground suddenly bathed in sunshine. Never really know where it is this time of day. Sort of back behind us to our right.
As Mullaney in again, bowls and full ball again on the stumps. A little bit of movement and patted into the leg side by Mullaney.
Good day for the likes of James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher, Dan Patterson, all with their feet up. Imagine Tom Moores and Liam Patterson-White both got their pads on. It's an interesting little byplay if we get right down to the last knockings of the day. James Pattinson has taken over as Nott's night watchman, and something like 20 occasions now he's actually padded up, but never yet been required to do it.
In again comes Murtagh, and that one is just slightly back of a length and flicked round onto that short leg side boundary, but they do manage to scamper for 2. Brings the score up to 331.
Though as it's Middlesex, Luke Fletcher might sort of be twisting his arm to say, I want to go. He He had a fine time of it at Lord's. 3:31 for 4, 13 to go. Going to get them all in, that's for sure.
Let's have a look back at that bowling attack at Lord's that Fletcher took to pieces. I think it was virtually this attack, wasn't it?
Bamber played instead of Helm.
Yeah, Helm had the side injury at that point, didn't he?
De Carey's played. Obviously, that wasn't part of the bowling attack, and Hanscom played.
Roland Jones beginning the over. Bowls and full driven to mid-off. There's no run right up there towards the block hole. 74.4 that one from. I'm keeping a note of this just because he did go through the gears against Durham one evening when he got it. It looked as though he. I think with the injuries he's had, I mean, bearing in mind you can literally go from top to bottom. He's had shoulder, side, hip, knee, ankle. He's had the whole lot. Roland Jones as he's in. Bowls and James works to mid wicket and there's no run. And you compare that to his bowling partner Tim Murtagh, who missed a little bit this season, and then in one other year, in all the years he's been with Middlesex, he missed a half season, and that was it. 2 hamstring injuries over the years. That's all he's ever had, which is just incredible, really. But Roland Jones, he's had the lot, and he's bowling within himself now. He's not trying to put the body through the same stress that he used to. I think now that international cricket's out of the, is as good as out of the equation for him. Still comes in off that long run up as he's moving in from the pavilion ends. He bowls now, and it's another beaut. Lovely line and length, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? You just put the ball on that line and length, and there's very little a batter can do about it. 3:31 for 4. That was about his quickest so far of this spell. Up towards 75, the latest one, 74 point something I saw. Just whether he does, he was up. He did nudge 80 in that Durham spell, which that evening just really tore through the Durham top order. Past the umpire, he bowls now, and good line and length once again, and James gets solidly in behind that one.
They've hit good areas here after getting a new ball.
Better than this morning, certainly from Roland Jones. I thought he was a bit more wayward this morning, wasn't he? First
Roland Jones and Murtagh, they've looked good, and you see the run rate slow down a little bit here, and only 4 runs since the new ball or something like that, and starting to build a little bit of pressure here. Middlesex, they desperately need a couple of wickets before the close of play.
The minimum they can do is just try and keep those runs down tonight, which again is all about just hitting the top of off, which Roland Jones has been doing well so far. He's in, bowls, just a little fuller, and James gets forward to that one, drives to mid-off. That's his quickets so far, nearly 76. So whether he does build into this spell, we'll just have to wait and see. The point being, he's still got it if he wants to up the gears. Whether he sees the need for it at this moment. End of the day as well, he's got to come back and do it all again in the morning. But so he slips in a gully going down behind James, and Roland Jones bowls onto the hip, and that one's down to long leg for a single. 3:32 for 4. It's the first run I think he's conceded since he's come back on with the second new ball, isn't it? For his 12th delivery.
Yeah, I think so.
So he has 1 for 29 from 16 with 5 maidens now. 3:32 for 4. James 60 keeps the strike. Mulaney has 63.
Yeah, these two are the only 2 Middlesex bowlers to bowl maidens, 5 each. So just 10 out of the 84 overs today have been maidens. No real prolonged period of control or any quiet sessions for the batters. Once Roland Jones and Murtagh finished their first spell this morning, also made good progress throughout the rest of the day, but they've just dipped under 4 and over as they get towards stumps.
Murtagh to continue then, and a good ball there, a bit of movement, and left alone by James, but looks like he just ended up going over the top of off or just outside. Say there's 2 types to leave, don't they? And that one looked close. James will be saying it's a good leave, he knows where his stumps are.
Elsewhere in the Test match, England now 94 for 2. In Division 1, Hampshire 38 for 3, that's replying to Essex's 238, so 13 wickets already at Chelmsford today. Lost an hour this morning to rain at Bristol. Gloucestershire 209 for 5 against Lancashire.
Murta bowls, and again another ball with a bit of movement, full on the stumps and played away by James.
Rob Key, another centurion today for Northants. He made 130. They're 377 for 6 at Wantage Road against Warwickshire. And at the Oval, Ashim Amla's century anchored a Surrey score of 378 for 3 against Kent. All these games like this one drawing towards the close, but not there yet. At Hove, Derbyshire 320 for 5. Wayne Madsen going along nicely, past 150, and Worcestershire 247 for 8 against the Morgan.
Murta in again then, and another good ball, another ball left alone by James, and just getting a bit of movement here, Murta, as you'd expect with the new ball, and James looks happy just to kind of see it through at this point.
The tour match, which didn't have first-class status, has ended at Grace Road as a draw. Unfortunately, it perhaps got a little chaotic because they've not put the full scorecard there on the BBC Sport webpage, and the Leicestershire side, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19 names long.
Murta in and driven straight back to the bowler. Good ball, and just hitting some good areas here, Murta, and keeping it pretty consistent. His 20th over of the day.
So I can't say how many Nottinghamshire's Joey Everson got, or indeed if he batted in the second innings, but there's 19 names on the scorecard. It's like the old days of cricket, wasn't it? You know, the 19 of Leicestershire will play the 11 of England and all that sort of business.
Murta in, 2 slips in the gully for Lyndon James, and this is a very good ball who is left alone in the end by Lyndon James, and just hitting good areas time after time here, Murta. He's working hard. Yet to take a wicket today, but he's gone well, gone at about 2.5 and over.
So when's your next cricket, Grace? Next weekend?
Yes, so first game of
Hale.
the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy is on Saturday, and it's at our home ground, Hazelgrave, on campus.
How many games do you play in that?
We've got 4 before the 100 break.
Right.
Last ball of the over then as Murta comes in, and that one is driven through the offside, full delivery, and will race away for 4 to that long boundary. Brilliant shot by James, gets a ripple of applause from the stand.
Lovely looking shot. And of course we're not too far away either from the Commonwealth Games. There's women's cricket in the Commonwealth Games this year, isn't there?
We're not, no, yeah, very exciting. Obviously, the first time women's cricket's been in the Commonwealth Games, and yeah, hopefully England will go nicely in that. All the games being played at Edgbaston. Not a bad place to host it, so yeah, good.
And what are they playing? T20s?
Yeah, T20s.
3-3-6 for 4 it is here. That was a lovely looking shot. Lyndon James just gone ahead of Mullaney again. He's on 64, the skipper on 63. Partnership worth 109. Going to be Roland Jones. Kev's speed gun watching again. Here is TRJ bowling, and Mullaney pushes it into the offside. No run, so we've got always mention it when we've got the hyphenated players, Toby Roland Jones and Liam Patterson White in this game. Just 2 or 3 others: Daniel Bell Drummond, Oliver Hannon Dolby, 1 or 2 more. 3-3-6 for 4. TRJ with ball in hand. Going to have a bowling change at the Loughborough Lightning end, I think, in a moment, as Mullaney forces this into the offside. And there's just a single. 3-3-7 for 4. Kirsty's back amongst us. Still in the bright purple this year.
Oh, yeah. The beloved purple.
It's very nice.
We've fortunately got new playing trousers this year because the
So we can see what purple you're wearing now.
were pretty
I thought I
bad.
was going colourblind or something. I was like, where's she wearing purple?
The Loughborough playing gear. 3-3-7 for 4. Lyndon James on 64. Stephen Mullaney on 64. pint for the marker, they say in darts. 337 for 4. So Sunday evening, Diana Ross, is it? The big Glastonbury concert tonight, I think. Have a little look at that.
You're a Glastonbury fan.
Oh, okay.
We are now. I've got to go back and watch McCartney from last night.
Yeah.
So the
yeah.
Stones and McCartney were on stage the same nights. 2022, Rolling Stones and Paul McCartney. They were in Hyde Park, weren't they, last night, Rolling Stones?
Don't know. 337 for 4. This one's into the pads of Lyndon James. Drops on the leg side. Didn't see either of them. I haven't seen either of them.
So was Ed Sheeran. I saw him at Wembley on Friday night. He's doing
he was
5.
on last night, was he?
He's doing 5 nights in a row at Wembley.
I'm going to get in trouble if I don't mention Middlesex's biggest fans, Scouting for Girls, are at Glastonbury as well. Okay. Scouting for Girls and Razorlight, 2 big fans of Middlesex, the bands. What musical fans of Nottinghamshire got races? You know any of the famous bands over the years that support Nottinghamshire?
Next ball is whipped onto the leg side. Don't know about actually supporting the cricket team. Jake Bugg is a current Nottingham musician, and he actually sponsors Notts County's away kit. He's got his name on their away shirts. Has not done for a number of years, and I saw yesterday that they tweeted that he'd renewed. He'd probably be more familiar with Jake Bugg's work than me, but I know he's
quite a popular singer.
Next delivery is dropped on the leg side, single taken. Who else is from Nottingham way back, and we're going 50 years. Paper Lace, of course, were the Nottingham band. Billy Don't Be a Hero. I'm going to get blank looks in here from a different generation. Can't remember Billy Don't Be a Hero.
Take the music out of it then. Who's the 50 years back? I mean,
338 for 4 at the end of the year. I don't know. Help me, folks.
Nottinghamshire's the most famous fan. I mean, Somerset have got John Cleese, haven't they? Yeah. He's a regular listener to Anthony.
Was the politician Ken Clark is often here, supporting them, and some of the Forest boys have started coming down. There's a bit of a love in between the cricketers and the Forest side.
Murtagh in and bowls, clipped off the hip from James. Might be 2 here as races away towards the square leg boundary, and it is comfortably 2.
Oh, I had to give you a hello today as well, braces, from Pete down in the car park. I said I'll say hello for him on So hello, Pete. Thanks for your help this morning. Hope he's still awake. He was up early this morning, wasn't he?
Oh, he won't be listening. He's got better things to do than listen to the lights.
Oh, I said to him he tuned in today. So yeah, he tuned in.
He'll tell you anything.
Oh well, I'll ask him in the morning. Did you hear? He'll say yeah. So what time?
He won't.
What time then?
He won't. He'll be on his allotment this afternoon.
Oh, he can tune in on his allotment, can't he?
Murtagh into James, drives through the offside and backward point's got a lot of work to do, but he does well to cut that off, does he? Oh no, that's unfortunate for the man out there that I think is Luke Holman. He's put in a diving stop and the ball just trickled behind him, and by the time he'd got up and turned round it had just touched the rope. So 4 runs to James. He moves on to 71.
Got an applause from his skipper, club captain Tim Mercer.
It was a great effort, and he'll feel unfortunate that it's gone for 4.
He's looking pretty bronzed down there, isn't he, Tim Mercer? He's had a few weeks off from the blast. He doesn't play blast cricket. Has he been away? Snuck away for a little summer holiday.
It's been hot in England as well, to be fair, as he bowls, and this time defended, but the point region is vacant, and so they'll sneak through 4-1.
He's probably been on the allotment as well.
He's got away again, Lyndon James, hasn't he? He's now 8 in front of the skipper. 72 to 64, partnership of 118.
Somebody's having a little stretch at gully. Not sure exactly who.
Just, we're getting there. 9 overs to go in the day. If Notts can get there with this pair still at the crease, or maybe just 1 down, they'll be absolutely delighted.
Definitely Murtagh ball slightly slower, and Mullaney opens the bat face and guides it towards the 3rd man region as they come back for a 2nd run. It's met by applause from the supporters that are in the ground today. It was a good bit of running.
Michael Smedley says Dave Alvin Stardust, of course, formerly Shane Fenton. He was at school with me at Southwold, Dave, before your time. He's not before my time, Michael. I remember Alvin Stardust. Can't remember you being at school with him, but I can remember Alvin Stardust, Mike Cuckoo and all that.
Murtagh in and bowls again. Full this time, attempted to drive through the offside, but it skewed into mid-on, and it's a dot ball for Murtagh.
Really struggling to think of other artists. Perhaps need to go and sit in a cold or a darkened room on my own with a cold drink and have a think about it. It was Sue Pollard from Heidi High fame. She's famously from.
Hopefully somebody will
Nottingham.
tweet you and tell us some more names, because I'm.
There'll be 25. There'll be a list of 25 famous musicians,
struggling.
all from Nottingham, but struggling at the moment.
So Murtagh in again to Mulaney, last ball of his 21st over. Ball slower again, and again skewed to mid-on. That one looked particularly slow. I'm looking at the screen to see what the speed gun says. 68 miles an hour.
It's broken. It's broken, Kirsty. Don't.
That looked, to be fair,
you're right. He's never that quick.
That looked 68. To be fair.
Tom Helm's been loosening up for about 15 minutes, anticipating getting a blast before the end of the day, but his weight goes on.
Do you think he's been told to warm up, or do you think he's going, Skipper, look, I'm ready, I'm warm?
A bit of both.
Speaking of weight going on, did you avoid the scones at tea, Girdler?
Yeah, I didn't have one, no.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I didn't have one either.
No, I'm sure.
Had two.
Oh dear.
It's Roland Jones. Don't know whose over it is, but somebody.
I was letting you take over, Girdler.
Bowls to Lyndon James. It just got big on him. It started 6 or 8 inches outside the off stump and went wider, but it took off, and for a second Lyndon almost had a bit of a flinch at it. 347 for 4. Been a quiet day with regards to Liam Patterson-White, as this is pushed back to the bowler. Hence we've not heard from Dad Dan all day, but he now says, afternoon Dave, paper lace fun fact, my dad was a roadie with paper lace.
Ooh.
There we are, Dan. Looking forward to seeing your lad bat, but not this evening. 347 for 4. Only 8 overs to go after this one, so just over half an hour, you'd imagine. We might be done and dusted. Next delivery on its way now, and that's a really good delivery. And had John Simpson thrown that ball skywards and Middlesex gone up, I wouldn't have been surprised. I thought for all the world he'd nick that. Super delivery, and Lyndon drawn into playing at it. Lovely bit of bowling from Roland Jones.
How much better is this spell from Roland Jones this evening than his opening spell this morning, which was really unlike him, and that's the only reason I highlight it, because he's been on fire this year, Roland Jones. If he'd have bowled like this morning.
Well, sometimes you've got to ride your luck, haven't you?
And he's been out. You know, he played the Chesterfield game, but T20 blast in between.
Next ball is in, and James pushes it into the offside. Graham Rowley says, Dave, Ian Pace of Deep Purple fame is a Nottingham-born lad. Thank you very much, Graham. Appreciate that. Anybody else?
Yeah, keep them coming.
Yeah, keep
it's an education for me.
So what's your hometown? Huntly, is it?
It's called Huntly, yeah.
Huntly.
In the north of Scotland.
Don't they make biscuits?
Believe it or not, it's very famous shortbread from Huntly.
347 for 4. Next ball is forced into the offside, and there's no run. So where's Huntly in the world? Above Aberdeen, above Ross. I'm talking football clubs here. Above Ross County.
Not above Ross County, so it's kind of between
Elgin.
Yeah, getting slightly south of Elgin as well.
Is that where the marbles are?
Between Elgin and Aberdeen, I am about 40 minutes from both, really. So somewhere in the middle of there. You'd find Dean's shortbread as well. Very famous worldwide shortbread.
347 for 4, like a bit of shortbread. Next ball is pushed away by Lyndon James for a single. Just seemed for a second if Stephen Mulaney was dragging his heels. Perhaps that was a trick of the eye. I was following the ball, but it just seemed
bit slow off the mark.
Yeah, that he was not quite expecting the single to be taken. No, Dan's just come back. Yeah, he's been spending the weekend painting in the new house. 348 for 4. Is that golf course country then on that side?
Yeah, there's a lot of nice golf courses. To be fair, a couple that are on the coast.
I've
Lovely
done
links.
St Andrews
courses,
and Carnoustie and Kingsbarns. And,
big golfer, are you?
No, not to what I like to go and watch. The old Dunhill links they have every year. I used to go up every year and have a look at that. Pro Celebrity, really, really good to watch.
Yeah. So, change of bowling, and it's Tom Helm, and in he comes now, and it's clipped beautifully. That'll be 4 runs for Lyndon James. Loosener there from Tom Helm. It's full, it's on the pads, and it's an absolute freebie for James with no man out there on the boundary. Not the start Tom Helm would have wanted to his 3rd spell of the day.
So what's north of you then? How far to Wick and the very top?
Pretty far still, to be honest, up to that North Coast 500 that a lot of tourists like to come and do right round the northern border. As Helm's in and bowls back of a length, that's much better line and length, and it's defended by James. About an hour from Inverness as well. Up the A96 towards Elgin and Nairn and Inverness. But yeah, Aberdeen's closest city. My dad's a big Aberdeen football fan, yeah, as well.
Is that the Granite City?
The Granite City, indeed.
Kev Tilston says Mick Hucknall. Notts can claim him. Mick Hucknall? I thought he was Manchester.
Helm in and bowls, good line and length again, and back and defended by James. Extra cover fields.
Are you sure, Kev? Is he not? Hey, I don't know.
Scooby.
Graham Rowley says, despite the name, the band London Grammar were formed while studying at Nottingham University.
I know London Grammar. That's more my era.
So you two are either side of me. I've got no idea either of your eras.
We've got all bases covered in this commentary box. As Helm is in and bowls to James again, back of a length, and it's well fielded by Gully there as he tried to guide it down between Gully and second slip. So a good bit of fielding there. Gets a little high 5 from Jack Davies there.
Oh, I should have been on speed gun watch for Tom Helm, shouldn't I, to see what it says for him. So he should be clocking 80, Helm, is what it should be telling us. Keep an eye from here.
See what it says.
Sorry, you've got John Major and who was the newsreader? Trevor McDonald.
They're not
Helm
singers.
in and bowls, and it's pushed away off the back foot towards deep point for a single. Watching the screen now to see if we get a little speed.
Oh, 77.4.
That one did look slightly slower than the previous 2.
Yeah, Kev Tilston says, sorry Dave, just a play on words, but you missed it. Hucknall is a place in...
yeah, I did think that when it said, but I don't know. I didn't know the person.
Yeah, you have to, I don't know.
It's late in the day for us, Kev.
As I repeatedly say, you're dealing with an idiot.
So last ball of Helm's over, he's in and bowls to Mullaney. Oh, it's off the shoulder of the bat, and it races away down to the boundary. 3rd slip might have been interested if they were in play, but it's beaten everyone through the gap. 4 runs to Mullaney.
Was that not deliberately played?
I don't think so.
I think you're probably right. Have you just seen the replay? He played it down though.
He did play it down. He played it with soft hands, but
it was almost as an afterthought, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he was maybe slightly surprised by the bounce there and almost withdrew his hands, but a bit late as it bounced off the shoulder.
I gave that last ball of the over 67.5, unless that's the other way round. First ball of the over was 67, last ball of the over was 79. That makes a bit more sense.
That makes sense, yeah, because that looked like it rushed him, that last one with the bounce as well.
That's why I was trying to stay out the speed gun there, but I've just realised it's going in the other order, is it? It's reading from right to left rather than left to right.
Strangely.
There's Roland Jones continuing, starting his 19th over, and again he's squared Lyndon James up, beaten him with a Jaffa, and such is the fast bowler's lot. He just turns and starts striding back towards his mark, which is a long way away in the distance. 357 for 4, so after this over there'll only be 6 overs remaining, and generally that is the time for a night watchman, not so 6 overs and in. They always put it to the next batsman, who is listed as Tom Moores, but generally 6 overs and in they'll send a night watchman. So if a wicket goes down, this is pushed into the offside, we may well see, as I said earlier, James Pattinson is on duty, on night watchman duty this season, or has been, but we only have that from the dressing room because he's not been used yet. He sort of adopted it for Victoria, and then when he got in the Australia side, and he said it's now in the 20s, the times he's padded up to be night watchman, yet never, having been padded up, has he been required to go out and perform the role.
I think that's more stressful than actually going out and performing the role.
Well, he said it certainly wasn't stressful when he was at Cape Town, and Mornie Morkel was at one end bowling bouncers and Dale Steyn at the other, and he was just praying that whoever was at the crease didn't get out. I don't think the word stressful was was one that he used, but he has been seen as a lucky omen by both Victoria and Australia, and he's now taken over duties from Fletcher. There's Roland Jones from the pavilion end, bowls to Lyndon James, who just pushes it back gently up to mid-on. Roland Jones again rushing to get back.
If we don't see Luke Fletcher as a night watchman and one is required tonight, I will be massively disappointed.
Well, if he does come out, then there's been a change to the thinking, and that's perhaps after, just because it's Middlesex.
Yeah, after what happened earlier this season, it would almost seem remiss not to send him out again.
357 for 4. He still harbours the hope that he'll get a maiden first class 100 at some stage, as Lyndon James again blocks it nicely. Twice he's had 92. Luke Fletcher.
That short boundary will give him a chance in this game. Send him out. Mullaney and Fletcher. Was Mullaney with him at all when he was night watchman last time? Let's have a look.
I can tell you one little thing to go off the back of that. Now you've brought Stephen Mullaney into the conversation. Next ball is edged and spilled at second slip.
Robson.
Roland Jones isn't happy at all. He's not looking at anybody, but there was a gesture of absolute frustration. It was edged by Lyndon James to the left of second slip. Sam Robson flung his body across, got there, hands to it, catchable height, and down it went. And on 78, Lyndon James has had a life. He'll keep strike. 358 for 4.
Not what Middlesex need.
As well as Roland Jones has bowled as well.
Yeah, they've been grafting all day.
He's worked hard for that edge, really hard.
Totally agree. He deserves a wicket, he really does, and he's created the chance that he's been begging for. And
it's called the James Pattinson syndrome, you see.
It's been put down. So Helm now to Lyndon James, bowls clipped off the hip into the vacant mid-wicket region, and they will come back for a second as mid-on fields. Roland Jones was absolutely seething, understandably, as he turned his back and stormed off towards fine leg where he is now fielding for this over. Did not even look back. And I don't blame him for 1 second. He has been running in hard. 19 overs he's bowled. He deserved that second wicket. As Helm is in and bowls, same outcome as the ball before, but this time looks just to be a single to Lyndon James, and as it's clipped off the hip into the mid-wicket region. That's just the type of thing that seems to happen when, you know, the day's not gone your way and there's been a few half chances got away from you, and then the one big chance comes and it's put down.
He took a screamer as well, slip of the spinner, didn't he, off Holman?
That was an excellent catch, that was, yeah. Helm in now to Mulaney, who defends into that cover point region, and Point works hard to get off the boundary and ensure that it's just 1 run to Mulaney.
Missed a message from producer Kirsty saying, Dave, I think Hucknall's a play on the name of the place. so Kirsty straight away, she's always one step ahead of me. She's only here to keep me on the straight and narrow and pull me up for every mistake, so it's a full-time job.
Helm to James, Bowles played off the back foot again, out to deep backward point. Runs flowing in this over here from Helm as James moves on to 83. Roland Jones has got the double teapot out down there at fine leg now. He'll be ruining that moment, replaying it over in his head, I imagine. But with just 5.2 overs left in the day, they need to keep the morale up for these last few overs, see if they can snatch something. As Helm bowls and it's cut away again, backward of Point. Point comes round fields and it'll be 1 more run to Mulaney.
Lyndon James gets 1 or 2 more away. He might just be thinking about 3 figures before the close. 83 not out.
Oh, have you seen Hampshire 57 for 5 in reply to Essex's 238?
Oof, must be a green in.
Harmer. 3 for Harmer.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's Bunsen burner.
Yeah. Got the wickets for Hampshire. 3 for Dawson. There you go.
Yeah. Helm in and bowls, and James defends. That will be the end of his 14th over of the day. There are 5 left in the day. Will Toby Roland Jones get his reward now as he strolls back to the top of his mark? I'm sure the fire in his belly has gone up a level since that.
They've reached stumps at Hove in Division 2, where Derbyshire have had a good day. 339 for 5. Wayne Madsen, 171 not out.
Yeah, they were in trouble early. I think they were 4 or 5 down quite early, so that's on a mighty effort to get up to that total.
Good player, Madsen.
Good player in all formats.
Here's Roland Jones then. Had Lyndon James spilled in his previous over, now bowling to Mulaney. First one into the pads, just drops down on the leg side. The bowler does his own fielding.
England are at it again as well, aren't they? 118 for 2, 178 more to win, 50 for Pope.
And someone called Joe Root scoring runs.
25 of them. I hadn't checked in on the test for a while. That was the rate England go, it's brewing up for a win before lunch tomorrow.
Plenty of runs scored here today. 364 for 4. Roland Jones bowls. Mulaney will cut this away, but there's a fielder out there in the deep. It's that Eskenazi. No, it's not. It's Holman doing the fielding. So we've now got a run for every day of the year. 365 of them. Lyndon James back on strike on 83.
Did we have 180 for you today?
We did, but I wasn't on commentary. I was half tempted to
shout,
to yell from the back of the box. 365 for 4. Funny the things you remember, isn't it? Lyndon James on strike, pushes it back to Roland Jones. So this is the 92nd over, so this is his 6th in this spell.
We don't feel as late as the -2 suggests, actually, because usually you think we've still got 4 overs to go in the day and then -2. It's usually about 6:30 at that point.
And that was the
so true.
That was the tea adjustment, wasn't it? They seem now, Kev, up until the last day, only to adjust it at lunch, at tea, and at close of play. So it may well be that Middlesex are okay. Next ball is punched to mid-off. And there's no run.
Just going back to that drop catch for me, if you think this morning, for anybody that wasn't with us early this morning, Roland Jones just wasn't quite his usual self this morning. The radar wasn't there. What we've seen from Roland Jones this evening is what we've seen from Roland Jones all season. Just hitting the tops of off stump, beating that edge constantly, right on the spot. Wasn't there at all, got the edge, got the catch this morning. This evening worked hard for that edge, really hard, got the edge, catch goes down.
He actually got Mulaney first ball on the second morning, didn't he, at Lord's. Next one is clipped away by Lyndon James. He'll get a single to move to 84. Mulaney had played brilliantly between tea and the close on day one. 92 not out, and he thought, well, if he plays anything like, he's going to get a big one. And first ball of the morning, Roland Jones put it right on the money and nicked through to the keeper.
Have you seen the video, the Stuart Broad close of play speech on one of the days of that? I think, let's put it this way, Stuart Broad wasn't particularly impressed with that Mulaney LBW. Thinks it was drifting down.
Oh yes, it was an LBW, that's right, LBW. So we've now got a run for every day of the leap year. 3-6-6 for 4.
Goodness.
Next ball is striking him on the pad, and a little bit of
high.
animation from behind the wicket, Davis and Robson. Robson, who desperately wants to see a wicket go down this evening, having spilled Lyndon James on 78. James is now 84, Mulaney 73, 366 for 4. We've got 4 overs left here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio London. Kevin Howells has been with us for a while.
In spirit.
Myself, Kevin Hand, Kirsty Gordon's back with us tomorrow. Grace Ballinger isn't. Don't know if she's behind me now. Do you want the last knockings here, Grace? There's only 5.
I'll get out of the way.
There's only 5 minutes left. Of
5 minutes.
Well, it'll only be about 5 minutes. Helm bowls, and Lyndon James steers it off into the offside, and there's a single taken. It's Kevin Hand falling on his sword there, getting himself ready for an early dart. 367 for 4. But yeah, we've not got Grace with us. Tomorrow, so nice to bring her back in for the last knockings. Here's Helm.
In and bowls, 2 slips in play, full driven through the leg side into that vacant mid-wicket area. It's going to race down there. They're going to come back for 2, but mid-on fields. Looks like the warmest part of the day today. No, it looks pretty pleasant out there. Bright as well, isn't it?
I don't think we've had the worst view today. I think at times it'll have been a little chilly out there. And it's one of those days as a spectator, you don't know whether it's coat on or coat off, or jumper on or jumper off. There's been warm spells and very chilly spells.
Helm bowls, back of a length. Mulaney defends into the cover region, no run. Yeah, you can sense the body language a little bit of the Middlesex players, a bit frustrated, understandably. It's been a long day out there in the field, and that dropped catch just a few overs ago that could have given them that lift and a bit of excitement into the last 5 overs, hoping that 1 could bring 2.
The only way it could have been worse for Middlesex is if they'd inserted knots. They'd be feeling a little worse then, I think.
Little foolish as well. As Helm bowls, full driven, they're going to run to mid-off here as he comes round, but fumbles, spills it out in front of him, and they make it home safely. Does Mulaney?
Yeah, if you call and go like that, both of you at the same time, and you're almost certainly going to get in, aren't you?
Yeah, and mid-off sat reasonably deep there, and if you set off straight away, like you say, it's pretty comfortable for Mulaney there.
So Notts should be home and hosed as regards maximum batting points are some stage tomorrow morning. 370 for 4 already.
As Helm comes in and bowls full, driven into that leg side gap again as they sneak through for another single. Good running there from Lyndon James to call Mulaney through.
But Middlesex will need wickets in the morning. They've only got the 1 bowling point at the moment. Need to get 6 wickets down and then 9 wickets down before 110 overs are bowled for that 2nd and 3rd bowling point.
3rd's looking pretty far off at this stage. But you never know, if you get 1, I always think you can get 2 and you can get 3 as well. As Helm comes in and bowls short, and Mulaney leaves alone. Clocked 80 there.
80.
Maybe a little bit more. not seen many short deliveries today, especially not from Helm, so with that pace you can understand why, but at the same time it did look to surprise Mulaney a little bit there as he weaved in outside the line of the ball.
It's 3 overs left, so only 1 from this end. After the end of the over, I don't know if you saw it, Tim Murtagh went and put an arm round Tom Helm. He's only just brought him back. Surely he's not going to say, have a little blow, I'm going to try something different from this end. He might have done, but just the way he went and put his arm round him, as it was, if it was to say, that'll do for today, pal. We'll have to see.
Roland Jones then to continue from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully in for Lyndon James, and that one's just back for length and pushed into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. No run taken.
Could get a little interesting if Lyndon James just pings a couple away to the ropes in this over, gets into the mid-90s with 2 overs left.
Yeah, but he's chuffed still to be there after that dropped catch, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is the type of occasion where, you know, you can think, oh, really want to get 200 tonight, you don't want to be on 95 or whatever overnight, and that's when you just...
We saw Jamie Overton, didn't we, in the test match? What was he, 89 not out, 87 not out or something?
Roland Jones in then and short and flicked away. No deep square leg, but should just go for 2. Does. Yeah. Fine leg, Tom Helm, I think that is, comes around and collects it, and that's 2 to Lyndon James, moves him up to 88.
Yeah, Helm's the one with the orange sunglasses. It took me until fairly late in the day before I was able to obviously pick him out. He's also got, I mean, is that a bandage on his left arm? It's huge to be a wristband, isn't it? But it's been there most of the day, in fact, not all the day.
Not sure, but it looks like there will be a fielding change, and mid-wicket is sent trudging out onto the boundary, I think. He's not in any urgent need to get there.
Leaves a very big open space through nobody in the ring from mid-on on the leg side. Deep square, deep fine in play.
Just some sort of bluff or double or triple bluff that they're trying to set up maybe.
Toby Roland Jones in, and good ball, and Lyndon James goes to play it and just misses the outside edge and runs through to the keeper. Bowling well here, Toby Roland Jones.
What did that say, Kirsty? 70?
73, I think,
73.
yeah.
He looks like he's bowling a bit quicker than that, I must say.
It does.
Yeah, we're at a decent angle as well, aren't we, to predict our speedometers from here.
15 balls left.
In comes Roland Jones to Lyndon James, and another good ball, this time a bit straighter on the stumps, and Lyndon James keeps it out and it runs away to mid-on.
Yeah, you wonder if Roland Jones has set this field to try and encourage Lyndon James to just go across one that isn't quite there and get him trapped in front of the stumps. Just give him something else to think about, as he's... We imagine he's probably is thinking of those 3 figures and the lack of time left in the day.
Too well to get there from there. Only 14 balls left to play, and that's just guided out to the point boundary rider and just a single. Brings Mulaney onto striker with 1 ball left of the over. Looks like the field will stay the same for Mulaney with... No, tell a lie, there's now 3 out there. There's a deep fine, deep square and a deep mid-wicket for Mulaney.
I'm just hoping this late in the day that he does something totally out of character. I'm not entirely sure he will.
Final ball of the over then. Roland Jones comes in and short. Oof, taken on by Mulaney, but goes absolutely nowhere. If that hit the bottom of the bat or just trickles back to the keeper, and easily could have chopped onto the stumps there, but doesn't do so. Nottinghamshire 374 for 4 with 2 overs left.
Yeah, I wonder. I was thinking one of. Let me start that again. I was thinking that could have been one of 2 things: either short ball as it was, or maybe a plan to just give Mulaney a single and keep Lyndon James strangled in the 90s probably overnight and let him rue that as he goes to bed tonight. Has to get back up tomorrow and start again almost. But he is on strike, and it will be Tom Helm to continue as he's in to James and ball short of wide of off stump, and it's cut away down to backward point for a single, and he moves on to 90.
Yeah,
The
just
nervous
going
90s.
It'd be extra nervous for him because he only had one first-class 100, and that was away from Nottingham. That was up at Durham. He's had 91 here, and I know he knows these things.
So it will be a nervous 90
Yeah.
indeed then. As Helm comes in and bowls to Mullany, full driven down the ground, well fielded by Helm off his own bowling. He gets a hand to it, and it's enough to prevent them from running.
You ever got out in the nervous 90s, Kirsty?
Don't think so. I've had a couple of age group 100s, but no senior 100s.
Always
obviously,
convert to the big score.
for those that know me.
Don't want to talk people through your innings yesterday.
Consisted of one shot yesterday. As Helm comes in and bowls to Mullany, defends on the front foot, no run.
Effective shot though.
Yeah, well, it was difficult stage of the game, needing 10s, no fine leg in play. Ramp option was on.
It was on 3 times in a row. What a player. Get her up the order.
Chris Guest, if you're listening.
Gordo's looking for a top 5 spot.
Chris has been in here, you know, this season. He's done a bit of co-commentating in here with me.
And Helm bowls cut away by Mullany out into that vacant region, and we're laughing because extra cover has signalled that to be collected, but he hasn't realised that it's a deep point, not a deep cover. And those runs there, those 3 runs from Mullany, bring up the 151 run partnership between these two. It's been a tremendous partnership, and they've continued the hard work that the top order set. Lyndon James dropped a few overs ago, but other than that it's been fairly chanceless from these pair. James now on strike as Helm comes in and bowls. Back of a length defended into cover. No run. 7 balls remaining in the day now.
Do well to get his 10 from her.
Yeah, I think he'll be just thinking about seeing these next balls out, getting back into the dressing room tonight, not out, have his Weetabix in the morning and be ready to go again. So Helm with his final ball of the day to Lyndon James, bowls full Yorker length and well kept out by Lyndon James. Nottinghamshire 378 for 4, 95 overs gone, 1 to go.
Night watchman can take his pads off. Won't be required this evening. So if it is James Pattinson,
he's done it again.
The myth goes on.
Yeah, wicket now, and that'll conclude the day's play. A very good one for Nottinghamshire. They'll be hoping that they do finish 4 down, of course, but it has been Nottinghamshire's day, that is for sure.
Yep, Stephen Mullany won the toss at 10:30. The wicket still looks a little green, but it was much greener at the start of the day, but generally plays well. Stephen Mullany knew that, opted to bat first, but they lost Ben Slater early on, caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones for 9. That was 9 for 1. The other batter out in the morning session was Ben Duckett.
Rowland-Jones in then to bowl the final over of the day, and the first ball's a short ball which is ducked by Mullany and through to the keeper.
Duckett busy at the crease as always, and he could well feel that he left a lot of runs out there today. Got to 37 and then nicked one from Tom Helm through to Simpson again. That was in the 18th over, 83 for 2. It was 120 for 2 at lunch. And this afternoon, Joe Clark caught at slip by Robson, a really fine reflex catch off the leg spin of Luke Holman for 47. That was 188 for 3.
In again then Rowland Jones, and slightly back of a length, flicked into the leg side but straight to square leg, which is in. There's a square leg in and a square leg out.
Seba Mead played beautifully for his century, got to 101, his 100 coming from 149 balls with 14 fours, but then a couple of balls later had a real ugly swish across the line at Holman and was bowled, a really uncharacteristic shot from Hamid. 227 for 4.
4 balls remaining in the day then, as Rowland Jones in, and again short, slightly down leg side, and again ducked by Mullaney.
And that was actually the last success for Middlesex up to this point. 227 for 4 in the 55th over. They went to tea at 256 for 4, and since then James and Mullaney have stayed together, and they've added 122 so far in this session. Lyndon James the quickest to his 50 from 81, or first to his 50 rather, from 81 balls. Mullaney shortly afterwards, but he got there from 77 balls, and they're both still there.
Rowland Jones bowls, and Fuller an outside off this time and left by Mullaney, and good delivery.
So that is pretty much that, with 2 balls to go. Hope you've enjoyed your day with us, Grace, and hope you come back and see us soon. Wish you well, and all the Lightning squad and staff for the rest of the summer. But if ever you're on the ground, very welcome, pop in and see us, and we'll try and get you back in commentary at some point as well. We've got Kirsty with us tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Rowland Jones in again. Short and pushes Mullaney back onto his toes, but just defends it straight to cover.
She's been all right, Kirsty, hasn't she? She's done all right.
Yep, she's a decent little commentator. No, it's been good fun. It's the first time we've commentated together. We do plenty commentating on the bench at Lightning together when the girls are out there batting, giving our own analysis of proceedings. But it's
good job some of that doesn't get aired.
It's been fun to do it in an official capacity.
Somebody just got up behind the bowler's arm.
Classic.
He wants to go home 1 ball early. If Stephen Mullaney gets out now, he'll be livid.
Final ball of the over then, and on the stumps, and just kept out by Stephen Mullaney. He wouldn't be seen getting out on the last ball, and at the end of the day, Nottinghamshire 378 for 4, with Lyndon James 90 not out and Mullaney 79 not out.
A very, very good day for Nottinghamshire. 151 partnerships still ongoing to finish the day.
Talk about winning sessions, and obviously then winning days and then winning matches. I think it's one of those days where probably even the most ardent Middlesex supporter will concede that Notts have taken all 3 sessions there. 120 for 2 at lunch during the afternoon session, 136 runs for 2 wickets, but after tea Middlesex went wicketless, another 122 runs scored in that session. So Nottinghamshire's day, they're in a strong position, but as we've often seen in the county championship, things can flip round very, very quickly over a session or 2. Once again, many thanks to Kevin Hand for his company, to Kevin Howells for popping in to see us. They're both with us for the remainder of the 3 days. Kirsty's back with us tomorrow, but it's ta-ta from Grace. And it's ta-ta from me. We'll be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Enjoy your Sunday evening from the team at Trent Bridge. A very good night. Do apologise, there is one thing to just quickly bang out. Those of you that are watching the live stream, if you stay watching, just as soon as the players leave the field, we've got Aaron Lord, who's down on the outfield. He's got the microphone, he's got the camera down there, and also importantly, in a moment he'll have a Seba Mead with him. So if you carry on watching the live stream, you'll be able to get the first reaction from the Nottinghamshire camp. A Seba Mead, who scored that century today, will be with Aaron on the live stream. So if you want to stick around and have a look at that. Many, many thanks to you all for your company today, and especially everybody who's taken the trouble to get in touch. We'll do it all again tomorrow. From us all at Trent Bridge, a very good night.
So that does bring a close to day one here at Trent Bridge, and from a Notts point of view it will be a day that they are very, very happy with. Earlier this morning Captain Stephen Mullaney won the toss and he chose to have a bat, and at the end of day one the scoreboard reads 378 for 4. Just 22 runs away from maximum bowling points here at Trent Bridge. We've had a full day's play. The weather's been very nice, a bit cloudy this morning, and I'm about to speak to Hasib Hamid, who's just made his way down the steps and coming into shot right about now. Hass, when the captain wins the toss and says have a bat, and the day 378 for 4, just 22 runs shy of maximum batting points, you must be very happy as a group up there in the dressing room.
No, absolutely. I think obviously we changed it up in terms of we usually bowl first here, but Mull mentioned that we were looking to bat first, which is obviously fine. And like you say, to be in the position that we are going into tomorrow, we're very happy with.
For yourself, 101 for you, your second 100 of the campaign, but also the second against Middlesex as well. Happy with how you felt and looked out there?
Yeah, no, I think they started quite well, so it's nice to be able to absorb that period of play. To build a partnership with Ducky, and then have a nice big partnership with Joey as well, and yeah, to be able to go through the gears and score at different rates according to the situation was very pleasing for me. So yeah, very happy.
Now, obviously, we've been in a T20 kind of block here. For yourself, what have you kind of been up to? Have you been playing club cricket? Because it's all about staying in, nick, isn't it, really? And what have you been up to obviously result in that 100 today?
Yeah, well, I think it's been, obviously we've had a couple of net sessions here at Lady Bay throughout the week, and I did play club cricket, which, like you say, is nice to keep in the loop of things, and yeah, almost take the opportunity to be playing competitive cricket, and yeah, I guess we've just had a few net sessions here, so it's nice to keep on top of training, and yeah, kind of build on from a very good win against Leicester a couple of weeks ago.
Now, the people in the commentary, Dave Bracegirdle and a couple of Loughborough Lightning girls were saying in that kind of morning session and the middle session, it kind of looked pretty easy, like Middlesex weren't necessarily putting us under that much pressure. There was a bit of nice weather in the afternoon as well. Did it feel like that out there?
No, I think that'd be pretty harsh on them, to be perfectly honest. I think they...
Just Ant Boater there in the background.
I think... No, I think, especially that new bowl spell that Tim Merton and Toby Rowland-Jones bowled was of high quality. I think I remember being 3 off 30 balls, and Ducky, who scores very freely, didn't get off to the usual start that he does. So I think that shows that they did bowl well. And like I say, thankfully we were able to kind of absorb that little period, and then play our games.
Now, you as part of partnerships, as you've already mentioned, but if we just talk about that 5th wicket partnership there between obviously the captain Steve Mullaney and Lyndon James as well, 151 at the moment, just how much of that kind of partnership can really demoralise the opposition, and knowing that they're both going to be there tomorrow morning to kind of build on what we've got already, just how much can that take away from Middlesex?
No, it's obviously huge. Mull's been playing outstanding well all season, and for him to continue his form is great. And LJ was quality throughout there. He started off really well and was able to build on from there. And yeah, to have a partnership of 151 going into tomorrow is extremely exciting. I think we'll all acknowledge and recognise that them starting well again in the morning is key and important. And I think if we can do that, and those boys can do that, I think we can build some great momentum going into further down the innings.
And is that what tomorrow is really about, with 6 wickets in hand? Obviously those two there at the crease, as you say, they've got to get in again tomorrow, but tomorrow with nice weather, 6 wickets in hand, really kind of build that lead and put Middlesex under pressure, knowing that they've got to really make a kind of big inroad into our first innings.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the kind of blueprint or the game plan that we're after, but we know there's a lot of hard work to do before we get into a position to be really happy. And yeah, I guess the aim is for us to bat 5 or 6 sessions if we can. So yeah, again, another good day's work is needed tomorrow, and I'm sure the lads will be switched on to that.
Cool. Well, congratulations on your 101. Thank you very much for speaking to us, and we'll let you go. So well done, Hass. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Hasib Hamid there with his second 100 of the campaign and his second against Middlesex. So as I said earlier on, it's been a really good day for Notts with the bat. Steve Mullaney won the toss earlier this morning. He chose to bat, and his team have given him those runs of 378. As I say, 4 batting points already in the bag, just 22 runs more needed for the maximum of 5. So from everybody here at Trent Bridge, we hope that you've enjoyed the coverage. We've had a full day's play here, 96 overs, and we'll be hoping for all the same tomorrow, and we hope you can join us then. But from everybody here, enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening.